PC12, day 4 of hearing 2. I think if any of you who are presenting today don't know the panel, let me know and I'll introduce them, but otherwise I think most people in the room know who we are now. Just a reminder that we are obviously online, and when you present to turn the mics on and off when you're talking, please. I don't know, Mary, do you want to do the housekeeping stuff just to start with? Thank you. Thanks, Mary. Right, we've got a very full day today, so let's move on without any delay. So, Mr. Muldowney, I think we're with you to start with.
Thank you. Good morning to you and to the panel. The intention was to hear from Ms. Collier in relation to Three Waters network capacity issues. So we'll call Ms. Collier. There's a couple of other matters that I think Ms. Collier can helpfully address the panel on. There were some questions in the first week regarding the assessment tool and the way that it would work in terms of the model, and Ms. Collier can help with some explanations as to where the model is at and where the tool is at. So we can hear some evidence on that topic also. I think probably the first thing is to address the matters that are contained within Ms. Collier's statement of rebuttal evidence dated the 14th of August. And I'd ask that Ms. Collier, you could probably start from paragraph 4.
Welcome, Ms. Collier, and you had a very busy week last week, so yeah, glad to see you here today.
Tēnā koe. So just starting at Paragraph 4. The purpose of this statement of evidence is to reconfirm the matters described in my December 2022 evidence and presented at the February 2023 strategic hearing, and noting that all remain current and relevant. My primary statement of evidence dated December 2022 presented the panel with an overview of the Three Waters systems and the existing constraints so that it can have a practical baseline of information against which to consider Hamilton City Council's approach to the implementation of the Resource Management Enabling Housing Supply and Other Matters Amendment Act 2021, the Housing Amendment Act, and in particular its reliance on Te Ture Whai Mana as a qualifying matter. In particular, the December 2022 statement outlined that Hamilton City's existing Three Waters systems have performance challenges to varying degrees across the city. The city's Three Waters infrastructure cannot accommodate the levels of urban intensification already enabled by the district plan or that proposed by the MDRS and the MPS urban development without significant investment. Hamilton's reliance on the Waikato River as the sole source of water supply and discharges for treated wastewater and urban stormwater to the river. The Waikato River is not an infinite source of water and has a limit on the contaminant loads it can receive. These environmental limits present significant challenges to the city that require investment to address both asset investment and non-asset investment. These water allocation and contaminant load environmental limits apply to the whole city and not to discrete areas. To deliver the intensification already enabled in the district plan and contemplated through the MDRS and MPS urban development without significant investment would lead to system failure. The system failures would further degrade the receiving environment, further impact on cultural values, and increase public health and safety risks. These impacts and outcomes are inconsistent with Te Ture Whai Mana and the National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management. Solutions are available to address the infrastructure challenges, improve the health and well-being of the Waikato River from the current baseline, and deliver more resilient communities founded on the core principles of Te Mana o Te Awa and Te Mana o Te Wai. Supporting densification will require significant investment on top of what has previously been identified in Three Waters master plans and long-term plan funding requests. The level of investment needed to implement the necessary solutions is beyond Hamilton City's ability to sustainably afford. These financial constraints support the need to prioritise where MDRS in the higher density residential development is enabled as proposed by Plan Change 12. Just adopting MDRS as per the Housing Amendment Act without a clear and committed infrastructure investment and delivery program is expected to increase network failures and result in environmental, social and cultural impacts that are inconsistent with Te Ture Whaimana and other regulatory drivers. A targeted approach to increased densities is required to enable deliberate and deliverable infrastructure plans to be developed and ensure the investment needed to service the increased densities is in place at the right time. A targeted approach has been used to prioritise investment in the new 2024 to 2034 long-term plan, with Three Waters network investment to support growth in the Stage 1 development area prioritised over other brownfield areas in the city. There will be areas of the city where the existing networks may have capacity to service development with or without investment. Hamilton City Council proposes to use the Three Waters Connections policy to control development where network and system constraints exist. It is likely that implementing the new connections approach will result in development demands in part of the city not being granted connections approval until such time as infrastructure planning and investment delivers additional capacity. In controlling connections in this manner, Hamilton City Council will maintain the necessary balance between land use and infrastructure capacity that is so critical to delivering on the Te Ture Whaimana objectives. This provides a critical backup to RMA plans for managing the effects of development where inadequate system capacity exists, but is intended to operate to support those RMA plans rather than replace them. All of the other matters outlined in my primary evidence remain relevant. The Three Waters networks in Hamilton are still constrained. Financial constraints mean that Hamilton City Council must take a staged and prioritised approach to funding infrastructure to address existing network constraints or provide for growth. Hamilton City Council are still working on the updated connections policy and approval process to assist in managing demand on existing networks alongside the suite of other tools that it has available to it. Just a very quick update on the revised connections policy. So the policy is intended to provide clarity and transparency on network capacity assessments and approvals that will be required as part of a water and wastewater connection application. The revised policy will set out relevant matters, including who needs a connection approval, what information needs to be provided to Council to assess availability of capacity, how Council will assess network capacity, and how long a connections approval will last before lapsing. The revised connections policy is expected to be released for public consultation in early 2025, with Council hearings and deliberations in May 2025. Just briefly on the network capacity assessment tool, development is progressing reasonably well, with a beta model expected to be delivered to Hamilton City Council to test within the next 4 to 6 weeks. Initially, the tool is intended to be for internal use, and the intention is that a network capacity constraint map will be made available to the public through our Three Waters GIS viewer. As an initial signal to developers on whether capacity constraints exist or not. The overall process that we're encouraging is that people look at network capacity constraints first before applying for consents and pursue a network capacity certificate, ideally before they go down a resource consenting road. And that way that it will provide them with some certainty on whether they're likely to get a connection or not before significant investment is made by developers on their development plans. There's a lot I could cover in the network capacity assessment tool. I might just pause to see if you have any specific questions.
Thank you for that. I'm sure we do. Just off the top of my head, what's the anticipated life of a certificate?
So it varies. At this stage, we've got three categories. The first is a permitted activity. The intention is that a capacity certificate would last for 1 year with the ability to extend for an additional year, so up to 2 years. For developments that require land use consent or subdivision consent, the intention is that a network capacity certificate would hold for up to 2 years to enable the developer to secure their consents. Once the consent is secured, it would last 5 years to line up with their resource consents. Sorry, that was land use and subdivision, the two together.
Morena, just jumping on that question, if the lapse period in the consent that's subsequently granted is longer than the default of 5 years, would the certificate lapse period match it, or is it set at 5 years?
Our draft policy gives discretion to Hamilton City to extend it, and at this stage the maximum limit that we're proposed in the draft policy, because the policy hasn't been finalised yet, is up to 8 years. We would have to consider staging of developments, particularly for those larger developments, and how network capacity might apply to those very large developments.
Good morning, Ms Collier. Regarding the network assessment capacity tool, do you envisage that would make information readily available to developers who are coming forward with just 1 or 2 units, whereas larger ones, they're likely to have to do their own assessment? Is that how you see it working?
Yeah, I think it's a fair assertion. We see it as an initial screening tool, so there'll be certain information that's available to the public, and what will likely happen is we roll out the level of information that's available to the public over time, just because we don't want to overwhelm ourselves and the users of the information with too much all at once. The intention is that there will be a difference between more simple applications like the 1 or 2 dwelling developments versus more complex developments. And the complex developments would include things like industrial, very large developments, developments that might require high water user agreement, that type of thing, or where the modelling results might require a closer interrogation. So we do have, I guess, descriptors of the difference between simple and more complex.
Are you open to other questions? You haven't got any more that you want to say in terms of your evidence now? I've
No.
got some other questions. Okay, thank you. So I've got a question on the water supply, and this is in relation to the discussion or the proposal that council has to have individual water tanks on each residential lot. And reading the information that's been available through the Section 32, I see that the water supply there's a number of reservoirs in the city. So my question is, do those reservoirs allow gravity supply to most consumers of water in the city, or are there some pressurised systems? Do you know?
Yeah, it's a mix. It's a mix across the city, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Do you know roughly what that mix would be? Or?
I can get that information for you.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And I see that the water metering has not been approved in the 2021 LTP. Do you have confidence, or do you think that it's likely to be approved within a few years? Or it seems to me that that's an important aspect of managing the water. Would you agree? The water requirements?
I would agree.
Yeah.
Yep. We did put that forward as a program for consideration in this current long-term plan.
Yeah.
We secured funding for the business case and to really commence engagement with our community. For parts of our community, it will be a significant change. And so the council did approve funding for that initial business case and engagement with the community. I think that given the environment that we operate within and that we have existing water supply challenges across the city to service our existing footprint, let alone any additional development, that we will have to do a range of things to demonstrate that we're utilising the water supply that we do have wisely before we're able to secure any further allocation from the river.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just check on that? Was it intended that the metering apply across the city or just to stage 1 development area?
The program was for universal water metering across the city.
Right. There was no thought that it should just apply to the stage 1 development area?
No, that wasn't considered.
Okay. Right. Okay.
Regarding the wastewater, I see in the discussion of various documents that there is remediation underway for surface and groundwater infiltration. In your view, is there sufficient funding in the long-term plan to satisfactorily address that issue, given that some of these systems go back to the 20s?
Look, I think we could always do with more
Always
funding.
more, yeah. And
yeah.
it's a bit of an open-ended matter, isn't it, when you get into those things?
That's right. That's right.
But you think there's a reasonable amount there to address that issue, because that could be quite an important matter in terms of, you know, Te Ture Whaimana and the whole improvement.
Oh,
aspect.
hugely important.
Yeah.
I think that our renewals and operating budgets are always under pressure, and the way that we utilise the funding that we have available is by prioritising replacements based on monitoring that we've undertaken across the city. So, you know, we could always do with more funding, and as you say, infiltration and ingress is a significant issue across the city, particularly in, as you know, the older parts of the city.
And what about illegal connections? They're probably harder to pick up, aren't they, from monitoring?
Yeah, as part of the and I can get more information on this if commissioners would like. As part of the overall program that our operations team have, there is a program of, in those really troublesome areas, of trying to understand where the issues are, so smoke testing programs like that, and that helps inform what types of interventions might be undertaken. We have the, I guess, regulatory instruments to require that illegal connections are removed. It's just a matter of utilising some of those instruments in some cases.
In one of the Section 32 reports about the stormwater network, it had a table and it had a descriptor of lined open water courses 105 kilometre length. So I was a bit surprised about that. Is that only water courses that are lined, or is that, do you know whether that's all the water courses? Probably a bit of a hard question not having the document in front of you, but I know that there's quite a length of gullies which form part of the stormwater system. So I'm just interested, I guess, in trying to get a handle on that extent of the gullies. No.
Sorry, I don't have it in front of me, but I can find out the source of that information. We do have, you know, a number of reaches of open water course that are prone to erosion, and so I'd imagine that that figure really relates to that type of lining and erosion protection, but I can get that information.
Yes. Okay. So getting back to that network tool, the NCAT, you might have read evidence on behalf of Kāinga Ora from Mr Jaggard, his concern that the modelling's not going to be accurate enough to determine to allow the council to make decision about these small, incremental additions, which we've talked about before. But you're confident that this tool will be able to do that in a satisfactory manner?
Yeah, like I think that it's a fair comment, but as you are aware, the cumulative impacts of lots and lots of small developments all add up. So the approach that the NCAT tool is intending to take is it will have the base hydraulic modelling as the primary source of information, and then for different sections of pipe, there will be a back-calculated population equivalent capacity available. And so it will be managed manually for 12-month periods and then uploaded into the source data regularly, so that any capacity that's allocated is accounted for in the model. The margin of error that exists within the model, we're thinking about how much freeboard we should allow for in our modelling results and the thresholds that we're using. So, for example, rather than writing the hydraulic grade line of a pipeline all the way to ground surface, which to me is pushing it way too far, we should probably drop that, half a metre, a metre below. Yeah. So we're factoring those sort of uncertainties within the model into our approach for the NCAT tool.
Regarding the development contributions, I had a bit of a look on the tool that gives an estimate of development contributions for different areas, and it does vary widely, with the Peacock area for a one-bedroom being 27,000, and then St Andrews, Stormwater St Andrews area, 13,000. So the reason for that variation would be mainly related to the provision of wastewater and water, would it be?
I would have to defer to colleagues to answer that question accurately.
Yeah. But yeah, generally Generally, that would be the case, though it would be related to provision of those services.
In many cases, yes, and stormwater provisions as well.
As well, yeah. Okay.
Just check, Nigel, you want an answer to that question?
No, I think that answers okay. Thank you.
All right.
Particularly the stormwater capital costs built into the DC model are on a catchment basis, so that will account for the difference.
Yeah, thanks. And getting back to, and sort of onto the infrastructure capacity overlay, so you've talked, in your rebuttal evidence that you've just been through for the stage one, you said that the funding is in place to focus on the stage one area, and that I understand that's looking at increasing the trunk mains in both sewer and water. Is that the case? That's the focus there?
Yeah, the focus is the strategic network elements. So, reservoirs, large pump stations, large interceptors. We also, through the IAF funding, have some reactive funds available to help fund that work as well. But within the stage one area, largely the investment that's been recommended for this current long-term plan was funded, not all of it. So we've still got some work to do to get some of it funded. With the connections approval process, there, as you'll recall, there is a distinction between stage one and outside of stage one in terms of the extent of network that would be considered, on the basis that Hamilton City would take responsibility for the strategic network capacity challenges, and within stage one, developers would only be compelled to look at the local network.
Yeah. So you're saying most of it is funded for stage one?
Most of it, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And that's based on our population projections. Yep. So over time, the level of investment that will be needed will increase.
Yep. And my last question relates to getting back to these proposed stormwater tanks on each new residential site. We've had some evidence from Mr. Jaggard on behalf of KO saying that he didn't think there was any benefit to the water supply system, because in summer, when the tanks are empty, people are going to rely on the mains water supply. But overall, it seems that there's about a 50% saving in terms of water used for toilet flushing if those tanks were used. So my question is, do you see that as a benefit, an overall benefit to the water supply and Te Ture Whaimana to reduce that overall water requirement, albeit not being at peak summer time?
Yeah, I do see it as a benefit. I think that the behavioural change that, you know, is afforded by having an on-site rainwater tank also works towards conservation and conservation ethic. From a reducing peak water demand, I would agree that on-site rainwater tanks don't have a massive impact, but across the board, I think they definitely contribute towards achieving Te Ture Whaimana.
And presumably, hand in hand with that would be the water metering would help the incentive of people saving money by doing that.
Yep.
Okay, thanks. So on the tanks again, do you see value in those tanks for resilience, for example, an earthquake or civil defence emergency, that there is some water in the tanks that could be used by people? Do you see that as a benefit
Yes.
of some significance?
Yep.
Okay, thanks very much.
Morena no. Just on the tool and the certificates that you talked about, I think you mentioned that if a certificate isn't used, then that capacity is then factored back into the model. Is that correct?
Yes.
So it's at the expiry of the certificate, or if someone doesn't get consent,
Yes.
then it'll be put back into the model at that point.
That's correct.
And then just my other question, we've had some evidence and submissions from other parties which have contested the overlays and the approach to managing these types of issues and said, why don't you just rely on the Three Waters connection policy? Just interested in your view, is that a viable option, or is it an option that you don't think will give, proper effect to the relevant planning documents? Just, interested in your view on that.
Yeah, as I outlined in my statement, I think the things work together. If we were to be silent on network capacity within the district plan, then at an operational level, those types of things often make it much harder for staff to implement things like a connections policy. When developers or potential resource users are seeing the same messages consistently across different planning documents, different instruments, it just helps reinforce the message that capacity is an issue. Be aware of it. Here's a process. We're directing you to this process over here that you should go through, rather than being blind to, I guess, the fact that you will still need approval to connect to the network. So my view is the two work hand in hand, and not having it referenced or not having the capacity overlay just makes it harder at an operational level to implement an instrument or mechanism like the connections policy, which invariably will result in some developers not getting approval to connect.
So it sort of assists in managing expectations and awareness about those capacity issues in your view?
Yes, and it also helps, I guess, from a planning perspective, infrastructure planning perspective, helps direct and provide more weight to prioritising different areas. Otherwise, every time a long-term plan comes up, we're throwing up population projections and priority areas in the air again, and almost starting from scratch. So, that's a really helpful element from an infrastructure planning perspective, is knowing that actually this is the priority. If council needed to decide or pick between different areas, this is the area.
Yeah. So in that sense, it encourages development into the areas, would you say, that have capacity, rather than people putting forward proposals for areas that don't have capacity?
I'm not qualified to comment on that, but from an infrastructure planning and investment perspective, it certainly helps direct where that investment would go, which you would expect would support encouraging development because the capacity is available.
Ka pai, tēnā koe, kua pau aku pātai.
Just on that capacity question, I'm assuming that when somebody makes an application for a certificate, that's based on standard units, or is the applicant at large to indicate how much they want based on their own assessments?
Yeah, so we would use our standard RITS calculators to determine what demand is.
Yeah.
We often come under pressure to deviate from our standards, but we base our work on tried and true design standards.
Yeah. So corollary of that is that in the absence of metering, do you know how much people will actually use as opposed to theoretically use? I'm assuming not.
Hamilton City needs to prepare water use reports as part of our existing consents to regional council. And so through that, there are estimates, of per capita usage. And the design standards that are used, so they apply across the entire Waikato region, are based on, I guess, average usage, and we check our actual or estimated consumption, I should say, because we're not measuring it, against those standards, and they are reasonable.
Yeah, okay. And how does the system know that someone has taken up their certificate? How does that work? Is that simply through the connection and the connection fee mechanism, or?
No, so there are different triggers we'll just have a quick look. So for permitted activities, it's linked to building consent.
Right.
So issuing of building consent.
Right.
And for subdivision, it's linked to works clearance. So there's specific milestones within the development process that are connected back to the connections certificate period. Right. There is that discretion though, so say someone's well underway, because what we're trying to do through the lapse period is ensure that people aren't banking capacity. So if someone's underway with their development but it's taking slightly longer than our policy sort of outlines, then there's that discretion there to extend it. We just don't want people to be sitting on capacity and not actually developing their properties.
Yeah, yeah. And of course, if things get taken to appeal, then your timeframes are going to be blown out by a margin anyway. Go back to first principles. The way in which you calculated the boundaries for the stage 1 development area as opposed to the ICO, where the overlay is going to be placed, how was that determined?
I'd have to defer to my planning colleagues. It wasn't based on Waters Networks.
Okay. All right. And have you got an update on, I can't recall when the take and discharge consents are actually due for renewal. That's not too far away, I think. Is that right?
Wastewater discharge expires in 2027, so we're underway with the resource consent renewal, and significant budget was confirmed through the long-term plan to upgrade Puketi wastewater treatment plant, so massive investment for Hamilton City. The water take consent expires in 2044.
And again, this might be a question for the planners. Over the period, presumably the ICO boundary will be changed as as more data comes before you, and I guess more accuracy in terms of what's actually taken as opposed to what's theoretically taken. Is there a process for adjusting that? I guess the plan change process will be required, but is there an internal process or anticipation for that? Or do you see that the ICO layer will in actual fact remain pretty much in place for the foreseeable?
Yeah, I'd have to defer that to my planning colleagues. From an infrastructure planning perspective, we review the investment requirements every 2 to 3 years to inform long-term planning programs. And at that time, we receive updated population projections, and the planners may feed us through, changes to boundaries and areas of focus at that time.
Yeah. And presumably the work that's been done to date is consistent across council in terms of using the high population projection.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Kia ora. One more question. Last week we heard from some submitters in relation to Lake Rotorua, and the planner that appeared gave an opinion that he didn't think the high density zoning that goes down on one side to the side of Lake Rotorua should be incorporated in the stage 1 area because of water quality concerns and affecting the lake. I was just wondering whether you were able to comment on that from an infrastructure perspective, whether you're satisfied this, I guess because it is within stage 1, it's high density and it's close to the lake, albeit there's the road in between the high density area, that's actually okay from a infrastructure servicing perspective.
There's some significant challenges facing the health and wellbeing of the lake. A lot of research is underway in that catchment. A lot of historical sort of impact is still being felt through there. And Hamilton City are making investment in stormwater treatment in that catchment. So I think it's definitely an issue that concerns Hamilton City, is the quality of the lake. I think with modern development, you have that opportunity to really improve stormwater performance from what might have happened historically. So I wouldn't necessarily link that intensification, if it goes with the green policies and modern practice, with making the health and wellbeing of the lake worse. We certainly have a lot of work to do to restore the health of the lake.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Thank you, Ms. Collier. That's a really helpful presentation. Thank you for coming today.
Appreciate accommodating Ms. Collier this week. Back to the schedule.
Or the future, one or the other. Yes, right. All right, next up, or first, yes, Adair, Mr. Dusberg and Mr. Inga. Welcome again.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Good morning, members of the panel. My name is Mike Dusberg, the lawyer for the Adair Company, and with me is Mr. Inga. Mary's helpfully handing out summaries that have been prepared, one by Mr. Inga of his evidence and another by me, to really just summarise our submissions and get down to the heart of the issues, having heard the council's opening, and to try and help focus the issues. What I propose to do is just to work you through those submissions pretty rapidly, and then hand over to Mr. Inga to address his summary. I'm really happy to take questions throughout the submissions or at the end, whatever's your preference. Look, at its core, the Adair Company's case here today is that the proposed financial contributions regime is uncertain, inefficient, unjustified in relation to greenfield areas, and particularly the Peacock Growth Cell, and that it's unsupported in terms of Section 32. If the panel recommends that the proposed financial contribution regime is retained, I submit that greenfield development, particularly Peacock, should be excluded. The financial contribution regime applies to permitted activities and activities authorised by resource consent, and I think there's been a pretty detailed discussion of what it's focused on. I mean, there's the Three Waters and transport effects, particularly focused on local connections. And I don't think those bits are particularly controversial because they do seem to carry over from the previous financial contribution regime. The bit that we're focusing on is the new proposal to take financial contributions to improve and enhance residential amenity, and that's targeted at addressing the intensification of the existing urban environment, and the idea that greater intensification, a change, a shift away from that quarter-acre dream that we all used to have requires a greater focus and better residential and particularly public amenity. That's the focus of it. And then, of course, giving effect to Te Ture Whaimana, including betterment initiatives to improve the outcomes for the vision and strategy of the Waikato River. Now, importantly, and as Mr Muldowney conceded, a financial contribution can only be imposed as a condition of consent if there is a connection between a proposal and the financial contribution to be taken. I've used the language out of the Waitakere case that Mr Muldowney referred to. There's a range of them. They call it different things, but it's a logical connection or a clear connection. The point is that there's a nexus between doing something and the council taking money or land to address an adverse effect or an effect of the thing that's being done. Adair's case is that for residential amenity, there is no logical connection between the reasons for the financial contribution and greenfield development in Peacock. And that's because the residential amenity will be provided when that suburb is developed, and the provisions of the district plan that were confirmed through Plan Change 5 require that outcome. For Te Ture Whaimana, the plan, again, Plan Change 5 was underpinned by provisions designed to give effect to Te Ture Whaimana, and I've referred there to the detailed and thorough integrated catchment management plans that underpin particularly some of the stormwater strategies for Plan Change 5. And Mr Inga can talk to you in more detail about the provisions, but it being a greenfield development, it has all of the things you would expect from a modern water-sensitive development, significant stormwater wetlands to manage stormwater effects. The council's position through Plan Change 5 was explicit, and it was that the provisions gave effect to Te Ture Whaimana, and the learned panel's decision on that plan change confirmed the same. The council's desire, in my submission, to fund other citywide projects for Te Ture Whaimana purposes are not logically connected to development in the Peacock precinct. The next issue I wanted to turn to is the Section 32 analysis. People challenge Section 32 analyses all the time, but I do actually want to encourage you to crack that document open again. It might have been a while since you last looked at this. This one's been going on for a while, but the key point I want to make is that the cover document for the Section 32 report does have a section on financial contributions, but it primarily just describes what the provisions are trying to achieve. The next document to look at is Appendix 2.1, and that's the document that identifies the scale and significance of the changes for PC12, which is important because a Section 32 analysis needs to be proportionate to the scale and significance of the changes. And that document identifies the financial contribution regime changes as high or moderate. So those are the kinds of things that you would expect to see a more detailed or a more thorough Section 32 analysis. When you then turn to, I think it's Appendix 2.2 or 2.3, one objective has been assessed in relation to financial contributions, and respectfully, the assessment of the costs and benefits and efficiency and effectiveness of that objective in achieving the purpose of the Act is limited and cursory. It's a few sentences on benefits, which focus on the benefit to the council of recovering additional money, and on the costs, it will cost developers money. So there's no detail about the efficiency and effectiveness of the provisions or the objective. It's certainty, the efficiency of the case-by-case assessment that's required once you flow down into the provisions, the risk of inequitable outcomes, or the extent to which the objective or the provisions that flow from it do clearly provide a link between a proposal and the FCs that will be claimed. That analysis is absent. That issue then continues through the Section 32 analysis when the policies and the provisions are assessed. There's a page, or it's Appendix 2.3 from page 104, where the financial contribution notified provisions are assessed. And that's in a table, and what it does is it puts all of the financial contribution provisions in the left column, and then there's an assessment of benefits, costs, but instead of assessing policy by policy or rule by rule or even kind of topic by topic, it's just an assessment of that entire rest of that chapter, again with a few paragraphs about the benefit to the city of getting additional money. To be fair, the benefit to residents of having improved amenity. But then on the cost side of the ledger, it's once again, there will be cost to developers. So for a Section 32 analysis of provisions that are identified as having a high impact or needing that greater level of scrutiny, my submission is it's just lacking. And added to that is also the lack of assessment of other reasonably practicable options to address the issue. And you know what's notably missing is that there's no analysis of alternative funding mechanisms for the issues that are identified, including the typical way of funding growth-related capital expenditure, development contributions, or the tool for funding projects, or services on a citywide basis, which of course is rates. Now, ADEA's not here advocating for higher development contributions or higher rates, but its point is that those were obvious candidates of alternative, reasonably practicable options. Non-RMA options, sure, but alternative options that just weren't assessed. Then turning to RMA options, there's no assessment of taking a more nuanced or a more focused approach to development contributions. The assessment is status quo versus the council's proposal. And my submission is that that's deficient. Turning to paragraph 9 of my notes, I do want to address the particular issues for Plan Change 5 and Peacock briefly. My friend Mr Muldowney said, I think on the first day of the hearing, that Plan Change 5 was drafted kind of staring down the headlights of Plan Change 12, and that he thought it was a bit cute for ADEA to be making a comparison between Plan Change 5 and Plan Change 12. And I understand his meaning to have been that ADEA should have somehow anticipated that Plan Change 12 was coming and that the council would be pursuing a financial contribution regime to address the effects of intensification through that subsequent process, including for Peacock. My submission, that's not persuasive. Plan Change 5 was a self-contained plan change that provided for intensification in the Peacock growth cell. And importantly, the timing was unfortunate. It was notified before the Housing Supply Amendment legislation, but submissions on the plan change were wide enough to allow all of those matters to be addressed. So the council and the parties all worked closely together to ensure that happened. So Plan Change 5 implemented the medium density residential standards. It gave effect to policies 3 and 4 of the NPSUD. And it did so through with an approach of having distinct chapters, distinct residential chapters, commercial chapters, subdivision chapters, focused on Peacock. It also has detailed planning provisions with a focus on amenity outcomes and managing the impacts of the Waikato River to give effect to Te Ture Whaimana. Look, that, as I mentioned earlier, that was a theme that echoed throughout the council's evidence, my friend's opening submissions and his closing submissions on Plan Change 5, and was reflected in the decision on Plan Change 5. My submission, it's entirely reasonable for ADEA to have assumed that those provisions address the potential effects of development in Peacock on those amenity and Te Ture Whaimana issues. If at the time that Plan Change 5 was promulgated, the council intended to address residential amenity effects and further betterment of the Waikato River through financial contributions, it did an excellent job of keeping that to itself. The Section 32 assessment, the council's evidence, its legal submissions make no mention of there being residual amenity or Te Ture Whaimana issues that would need to be addressed through a future plan change. And of course, kind of fundamentally, the council was empowered to pursue financial contributions under Plan Change 5, but chose not to. I haven't put it in my notes, but I was flicking through Plan Change 5 or the Peacock provisions again last night, and notably for some of the ecological requirements for Plan Change 5, particularly relating to bat issues and bat habitat issues. The provisions do signal that there may be the need for financial contributions in the future to help address some of the potential ecological effects of development in Peacock. So the provisions, while they don't establish a financial contribution regime, they signal that there may be a need for that connection in the future if there are residual adverse effects on ecology that aren't addressed. I think that shows that if the intention was for a subsequent financial contribution regime for other things, a similar approach would have been taken. And now, speaking of working late at night, my paragraph D there on page 4, I should have deleted that. I've actually covered that already in those earlier sub-paragraphs, so please feel free to strike that one out. In my submission, it's a bit cute for the council to now, through an IPI that provides no appeal rights, to seek to recover additional money, ostensibly to offset the effects of intensification in an area where intensification has been enabled in a way that's been found to achieve the purpose of the RMA and to give effect to Te Ture Whaimana. At paragraph 12, I deal with the discount factor. Now, this is the council's evidential response to Adere's concern, and it's that, don't worry, we've proposed a discount factor, and we've provided a definition in the provisions that mean you'll be fine. Respectfully, it's entirely unclear about how that discount would apply. Commissioner Mark Brown's questions to Ms Douglas earlier in the hearing and Ms Douglas's response, I think, demonstrate that those discount provisions are inherently subjective. Ms Douglas stated that how that discount will be applied will depend on what actually goes into the long-term plan and what projects are actually proposed to be funded through the financial contribution regime, and that the council will then develop a policy to help presumably to help people understand what those costs will be and how they should be applied in various situations. I can only assume that that is meant to be a Local Government Act policy, not promulgated through a Schedule 1 process, and so would be subject to change through that separate local government process, not a formal RMA one, leaving to one side the appropriateness of driving the interpretation and application of provisions of the district plan through a to-be promulgated LGA policy. It's concerning that important policy for understanding these provisions hasn't been prepared, nor have the general contents of it been described. And perhaps we do just actually turn to the definition of the discount factor. It's on page 8 of 9 of the Chapter 24 provisions from the rebuttal evidence, and it says discount factor means a factor that can be applied to the calculation of the residential amenity and Te Ture Whaimana financial contributions that can reduce the total amount of financial contribution required to be paid. So that's the general concept. That's understandable. The decision on the appropriate discount factor to apply to each financial contribution calculation will be determined by the council on a case-by-case basis. Okay, it will be based on development-specific attributes or the value of other contributions for the same purpose. And then the next two sentences essentially just go on to say that a discount factor doesn't include consideration of DCs because DCs, no double dipping. Don't worry, we promise no double dipping. My submission is, while that signals an intention or a concept that there will be a case-by-case assessment, the Adere Company and I think any reasonable user of the district plan can't look at that and understand what financial contribution they may be liable for their development. And furthermore, given that the underlying approach to financial contributions proposed is to take 10 years of projects for residential amenity across the city and 10 years of Te Ture Whaimana projects and divide that by the number of units and then just add that to each unit you proposed, I really struggle to see how in 3 or 4 years' time, when a planner not involved in this process picks this up and tries to work out for someone who's providing some trees but not very many trees, and is dealing with their stormwater in a good way but not completely on site, how you work out what the appropriate financial contribution will be. And I think that's a fundamental problem for these provisions. I finished the submissions with really a practical and a kind of a fairness argument. As the panel will well know, and I'm sure it rests heavy on your shoulders, this process is one devoid of appeal rights. Other than the Council's power to accept or reject recommendations and the Minister's ultimate decision on any that are rejected, there's no process to iron the kinks out of provisions that find their way into the plan. And of course, this panel won't be putting kinks in deliberately, but this is a big plan change. You've got a lot of things to deal with. There's no stage 2 process to allow that to be revisited and to be fixed. And so I do implore the panel to look at this issue very, very closely and very carefully. And if there's any doubt in your mind about this financial contribution regime, my submission is that the more appropriate approach is to be conservative and to recommend that it's either deleted and we revert back to the existing Chapter 24, or at the very least that it's excluded from applying to greenfield areas like Peacock. If that's your decision, the Council can promulgate a new plan through a Schedule 1 process that addresses any remaining perceived issues in a way that allows it to recover costs it needs to do in a way that's fair and connected to development in the way that a financial contribution should. But on the other side of the ledger, the community, if this financial contribution is confirmed through this process, there's no ability to appeal, and the community is left only with the option of fighting development contributions through an inefficient appeal process, resource consent by resource consent, or attempting to promulgate a Schedule 1 private plan change, which I think, not to speculate too much, but I think that would be almost impossible to achieve a private plan change that removes a financial contribution regime from the city's district plan. Those are the key points I think I wanted to cover. The last point I think is I would suggest really stepping back from this financial contribution regime and almost trying to take it for a test drive in your mind for a development in a brownfields area and a development in a greenfields area. Looking at the provisions and seeing in your mind what you think and how you think they would be fairly applied in each. And in my submission, when you do that, I think it becomes quite apparent that this is a regime that identifies that there is money that needs to be spent on residential amenity and money that's desired to be spent on Te Ture Whaimana outcomes. But my submission is, as Ms Douglas, I think, put it quite clearly, the city has identified that it has a gap that it's trying to fill and it needs the money, and so it's taking the opportunity to implement a financial contribution to achieve some additional revenue. And put very bluntly, that's understandable, but a financial contribution regime needs to be linked to the adverse effects of the proposal that it's levied against. And in my submission, that's missing. I'm very happy to take questions now. Otherwise, I can hand over to Mr. Inga to take you through his summary, and we can discuss further at the end of that.
Just a couple from me to start with. So thank you. This is really helpful that you've prepared a update, specifically responding to the submission. So that's taken care of some of my questions. But just, I guess, from a big picture perspective, is your argument that the regime is fundamentally flawed and we do not have sufficient information, sufficient analysis to be satisfied that the regime is appropriate?
Yeah, at a big picture, yes. That the lack of that Section 32 analysis in my submission means that it is very difficult evidentially for the panel to conclude that these provisions are that the one objective that's been assessed is the most appropriate way to achieve the purpose of the Act, and that the provisions are the most appropriate way to achieve that objective and the other objectives of this plan change.
So in your submission then, it's an all or nothing kind of approach. You've taken issue with two arms of the financial contributions. You kind of said, oh, well, transport network infrastructure, that's kind of fair. But is it an all or nothing? So if we find that the Section 32 is flawed, that would apply to all three of the different aspects, wouldn't it? Rather than we couldn't just save one aspect.
Yes, I think that. Thank you. That's a fair question, and I think an all or nothing approach is the better one to take, rather than to try and do some surgery on this chapter to preserve that Three Waters connections and transport element, and rejecting the changes to this entire chapter would actually have the effect of saving that element, at least is my understanding, and that's because that exists, I think, in the existing Chapter 24. It's historically been unused, is my understanding. NFC's never been called on for that, and that I understand is primarily because the reality is that developers do pay the marginal cost of actually installing the local service connection, or conditions are imposed on resource consents requiring you to manage your impacts on the transport network rather than give money for them. But short point is, an all or nothing, I think it is all or nothing, and the nothing approach actually preserves that part.
Now, if on the other hand we are satisfied that we have enough information, your submission is that at the least Greenfields and or Peacock should be exempted. In terms of determining why that's the case, that's where we come back to your submissions about the PC5 process. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes, that's right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yep.
Ka whai. That's all I have at the moment.
Just on that, I was going to say throwaway, it's not exactly a throwaway, your comment on PC5 and the financial contribution issue there. I haven't gone back to the decision but just trying to cast my memory back. I think that was in the context of the fact that bats actually don't reside solely in peacocks and they move across the boundary. So the issue of FC then became an issue as to whether there's a wider issue at stake.
That's quite right, and the council called evidence from Mr. Greg Carstens that addressed the potential mechanisms for the council to fund, effectively manage that citywide bat population. Long-tailed bats don't respect, precinct boundaries, of course, and the evidence was it could be, rates, development contributions, financial contributions, but that would need to be worked out in the future.
Yeah. I mean, one of council's arguments on the FC issue is that this is a citywide issue and that therefore there's an analogous justification there. Your position clearly is that's not correct.
My position is, to the extent that this is a citywide issue, there are funding mechanisms that can be applied in a broad brush citywide way, and that's growth pays for growth, development contributions, or we're all in this together, general rate across the whole city. Financial contributions require a connection between your proposal and the money that's to be taken.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Duisberg. So it's quite clear that there are no additional intensification provisions introduced by PC12 to what can happen in the Peacock precinct.
That's right.
Absolutely clear. Okay. In terms of the betterment aspects of Te Ture Whaimana, I mean, they're necessarily citywide. So again, well, how are they covered? You may have answered that sort of to another question already, but just how would they be covered for peacocks?
Yeah, thank you. The betterment the betterment requirement and the betterment argument from the council stems from Te Ture Whaimana, which is one of the concepts it tries to achieve, is not just avoiding effects on the Waikato River, but improving. And that's enshrined in the objectives and policies of Te Ture Whaimana, which were considered through Plan Change 5. And the conclusion was that Plan Change 5 gives effect to Te Ture Whaimana. Betterment on a citywide basis is being advanced as another mechanism to give effect to Te Ture Whaimana. And the submission is, having done it in Peacock, it's been given effect to it. Peacock doesn't need to contribute further to give effect to it on a citywide basis. And it then comes back to the reality that in intensification in the city, the way we manage stormwater is we generally put it into pipes, and then sometimes they'll go through some kind of natural treatment, but more likely they will just be piped into the river. In Peacock, in Greenfield development, it's a much more water sensitive response and way of dealing with it. And Mr. Inga can give you the details, but there's something like 40 stormwater treatment wetlands proposed across Peacock. And so focusing on that stormwater issue, I mean, the underlying potential impact or on the Waikato River is very different than it is on a citywide basis.
Right. So we've covered off bats. Is there anything else that you can think of that's citywide? Te Ture Whaimana, bats, is there anything else that sort of might be wandering around out there that needs to be picked up on a citywide basis?
Look, I think realistically integrated planning for a city does have overlapping issues. You know, transport's probably an obvious one to think about. You know, you build a greenfield subdivision, your residents aren't only allowed to drive on the roads that they've contributed development contributions to. But the important thing is beyond the direct adverse effects of on the transport network, which usually relate to intersections and connections to the existing network. We don't manage those through financial contributions on a citywide basis. The city's approach isn't to say, we have a capital expenditure program of $500 million for transport upgrades, and that'll buy you one bridge and a couple of collector roads. And they don't then put that as an FC to collect that citywide. It's done through rates and it's done through development contributions.
Right. Just on the discount factor, and I have to say I missed your reference to where you were taking us to there.
I was taking you to page 8 of 9 of chapter 24. That was the rebuttal version of the council's provisions. Yeah, and it's that. It's kind of an orange text. It's the addition of the discount factor.
Right. If we were to continue with the DFC regime and decide that it's appropriate and it applied to peacocks, and we were looking at the discount factor, what do you think are the elements of a discount factor policy or prescription that you'd want to see as a sort of the starting point, so that as a developer you could read it and clearly understand why you were up for that amount of money and how you could make an argument to discount it?
It's a very fair question, and it's actually very hard to answer that. And this is one of the problems. Without knowing the projects for which the financial contributions are to be charged, because that's a to be done long-term plan process, it's very hard to come up with a clear and directive list of things that, you know, in a greenfield example, you would discount off. And I think that, I mean, this reveals one of the challenges of this kind of broad approach. But if I was to suggest an improvement, it would be to say, you know, for the residential amenity component, here's what is being charged, and if you're providing some or all of those things, you know, and list them out, you would be entitled to a discount factor, and then same for Te Ture Whaimana. There was suggestion from my friend Mr Muldowney in his submissions that you could take a much coarser approach and say greenfield development pays 0.3 of a PUD per dwelling. I think the problem with that approach is, as Mr Muldowney acknowledged, is that there would be winners and losers. Some people would be paying too much, some people would be paying too little. And that still misses the point of the need for that connection for a financial contribution and the particular effect you're generating. I'm sorry, Commissioner Sargent, I would like to help you with an easy solution to that, but I'm afraid I don't think there is one.
I wasn't going to ask you for a sort of a written solution as a follow-up, but no, you would. Oh, okay. All right. That's all I have.
Thank you.
And I guess from your point of view also, I mean, if it were a DC, there is of course the route through the DC commissioners on as an adjudicating option, isn't there?
Yep. Yeah, there is, and DCs. I mean, DCs have their own challenges, no doubt, but it would, there would be a long-term plan process. They'd be put into the schedule of assets that could be looked at and interrogated and addressed with the council through its long-term plan process. There's the opportunity to challenge it, as you've noted, through with a commissioner, and of course a private development agreement can be sought and negotiated with the council to address that. The reason DCs are a useful example is because DCs do normally take this approach of kind of aggregating issues by catchment, identifying capital expenditure, and then dividing that fairly and proportionately, in a fair and reasonable way. Financial contributions as a much more fine-grained development by development, resource consent by resource consent, and particularly permitted activity by permitted activity, is a different tool in my submission.
Thank you, Mr. Doswig. Mr. Inga.
Good morning. So you should hopefully have in front of you some speaking notes that were pre-circulated or circulated this morning. Probably goes without saying, but these are obviously intended to be read alongside my evidence. In terms of the summary, what I've done is I've focused on addressing matters predominantly in HCC's rebuttal to my evidence. So I'll start with financial contributions. What I intend to do, there's 3 headings here. What I suggest, if it's okay with you, is I'll go through each and then I'll pause and you can ask questions on that, and particularly with FCs, it's obviously front and centre at the moment, having heard from Mr. Duisberg. In my opinion, and for the reasons set out in my evidence, the adverse effects of intensification that the proposed financial contribution regime in PC12 seeks to offset will be addressed through the design and provision of new infrastructure and reserves in greenfield development areas. Offsetting the effects of intensification that will be enabled by PC12 in existing urban areas should not be conflated with the very different circumstances for greenfield development areas, especially for the Peacock precinct where PC12 does not enable any additional density beyond PC5. I think at this point I'll just add and provide a little bit more context in terms of Peacock and the Peacock structure plan and what it seeks to achieve and requires. In my evidence, I think it was paragraph 17 to 22, I sort of addressed this issue of distinguishing between greenfield and infill development. And I provide examples in there of the type of infrastructure and open space, for instance, that's required for the Amberfield subdivision in particular. And I think you'll all be familiar with Amberfield and where it sits in that Peacock area. If we sort of zoom out from that and take a wider lens to Peacock, you'll be familiar generally anyway with the fact that there's a lot of natural open space zones under the Peacock structure plan and under the planning maps. So within the Peacock precinct, there's 143 hectares of natural open space zones which is required to be enhanced, and that's driven in large part by the issues with long-tailed bats within that particular area. Mr. Duisberg mentioned the financial contributions and the way that they work for Peacock at the moment, and so there's a clear link in terms of the effects on bats where people have to consider as they're applying for resource consent, and this sits in the assessment criteria. In the context of the biodiversity compensation model that was developed, whether there are residual effects that might need to be addressed through financial contributions specifically for long-tailed bats. In addition to that 143 hectares of natural open space zone, there's 58 hectares of significant natural areas. There's 14 hectares of sports park and 1 3-hectare community park. There's 16 neighbourhood parks in the structure plan, which are based on a 500-metre walking catchment. There's over 40 stormwater wetlands. And what all that means is that in totality, approximately 23% of the Peacock precinct will be open space, and that's without even including the wetlands in addition to that.
Sorry, was that 23%?
Yes, yeah. So it's about 168 hectares of the 740 hectare area. Now, the reason for outlining that is that that's obviously quite a different development proposition from intensification in existing infill areas where, in my evidence, I talk about the fact that open space, access to open space is variable. It's very much location dependent. Certainly stormwater treatment is very limited in some circumstances. And so while Peacock sets a really high bar, I would say, for those types of things, particularly around the natural environment, it's not all that unusual for greenfield development. So I think you can extend that to other areas. Obviously, within greenfield development areas, all infrastructure has to be designed to council standards, and reserves have to be provided to ensure that there's good access and that it meets the demands of the population that's growing in those areas. Turning back to my summary statement, Ms Douglas has responded to my evidence by recommending the addition of a definition for discount factor in Chapter 24. She considers that it will be clear whether on-site mitigation has been provided for individual developments and whether a financial contribution is required to be paid. And I just mentioned there part of the definition that she has recommended, which Mr Duisberg has read out to you, so I won't repeat that. I consider that relying on a discount factor is an ineffective, inefficient and uncertain approach for the following reasons. There is little guidance to establish what council would consider in deciding whether to apply a discount, and as a result it is not possible to determine whether and to what value financial contributions will be payable on the face of the district plan. The definition that Ms Douglas has recommended provides little assistance and relies on a subjective assessment. I disagree with her opinion that it will be clear when a development is entitled to a discount. In my opinion, financial contribution costs will only be known with certainty when contributions are assessed and levied by council at the resource consent, building consent or service connection stage. And I just note there that Ms Douglas's response saying that the policy that the council will develop that sits outside the district plan. In my view, that's a fairly clear signal that the provisions of the plan are inadequate if they're relying on a policy that sits outside the district plan to help to interpret it. In my experience, developers require as much cost certainty as possible to inform decisions about purchasing land and progressing resource consent applications for a development. I am often engaged by developers to provide planning advice to assist with this. The uncertainty with the proposed financial contributions regime would mean that I would be unable to give clear advice on what the financial contribution costs would be, other than the capped figures for residential amenity and Te Ture Whaimana. The process to challenge council's decisions on financial contributions would be via appeals on resource consent decisions, which would be costly, time-consuming, inefficient and uncertain. Importantly, there would be no ability to challenge a decision on financial contributions for permitted activities. And lastly, council could levy financial contributions at building consent or service connection stages in circumstances when subdivision has been consented and or titled, but houses have not been built, and Amberfield is an example of that. There is a high likelihood that this will surprise many people. Knowing if financial contributions have already been paid, still need to be paid, or will be discounted by council, and to what value, would likely require inquiry with council, and even then the answer may not be clear. This is also likely to create administrative problems for council. For these reasons, I don't share Ms Douglas's view that a discount factor can and should be relied upon. it fails to address the primary issue, which is that there are no adverse effects that require offsetting for the Peacock Precinct and other greenfield development areas. I'll just add at this point, Mr. Duisberg talked about the Section 32 analysis. So in terms of where the discount factor has come into Plan Change 12, it wasn't in the notified provisions. So it's been introduced as a recommendation by Ms. Douglas in response to Adair's submission and others that identified this issue of fairness and so forth. So no Section 32 evaluation has been undertaken by Council of the discount factor. There's been no consideration, therefore, given to some of these issues that I've highlighted here, and I think that that's a problem. If the proposed financial contribution provisions are retained, then a more nuanced approach of excluding activities that do not contribute to the issue at the heart of the proposed financial contributions regime would be more efficient and effective than imposing a blanket obligation and requiring remissions on a case-by-case basis. The changes that I've recommended in my evidence would achieve this by excluding the requirement for financial contributions for greenfield development. So as I say, I'll pause there and I'm happy to take questions before I move on to the next couple of topics.
Just one. Obviously, you've provided us with a good overview of the characteristics of the Peacock Precinct and how that's different. And but then you're also saying you should exclude all greenfields. I'm just wondering, do we need to have the same level of certainty about other greenfields areas that you haven't provided us evidence on in order to be able to exempt if we go ahead with the financial contributions provisions?
Yeah, I considered that and certainly considered whether Peacock had distinguishing factors, I guess, from those others. The distinguishing factors are obviously that it's very recently been through a plan change process where all of this has been a live issue, and that plan change process has considered the implementation of the MDRS. Other greenfield areas, though, still have a lot of those same characteristics in terms of infrastructure needing to be designed to council standards. The infrastructure needs to be provided in accordance with ICMPs that council has prepared. So things like stormwater wetlands need to be sized to accommodate the catchment and the activities within those areas. Neighbourhood reserves still need to be provided, and that's all been considered. So from an amenity point of view on people's access to open space commonly within greenfield areas, all of the areas that I've talked about have structure plans that guide development of those areas, and so good access to open space is built into those provisions regardless and will be expected to be provided as those areas develop. So I think Peacock, like I said, sets a very high bar relative to other areas, but that's not to say that those other areas don't have some of those same characteristics that would, in my opinion, lead to them justifying an exemption from financial contributions. The other point I'd make around that is it was a bit curious that in the notified Plan Change 12 provisions, it had a definition for greenfield development, and that was all-encompassing, so it was any greenfield development area in the city. That didn't lead anywhere. There was no other reference in the provisions to greenfield development, so it seemed to me that the council had perhaps contemplated the difference but hadn't actually explored that in terms of the distinction in the provisions. And council made a submission on this point too that hasn't been sort of addressed or incorporated into the office's recommendations, but the submission was along the lines, I think it's referred to in Mr. Duisberg's legal submissions, that careful consideration needs to be given to greenfield areas and how the financial contributions apply there.
So just on that last point, if your definition of, or proposed definition of greenfield, that is obviously only if we decide to proceed with an FC regime, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm aware there are other submissions on FCs more generally. Obviously, my client's submission was focused on greenfield areas, so no doubt you'll hear from other submitters, I think, today on financial contributions more broadly. But if it is retained, then I've provided a way that I think you can carve out greenfield development from that regime. That's right, I've got more, don't I? Roading and access standards. So very quickly, just to note here that I agree with the changes that Mr Black has recommended in his rebuttal evidence in relation to rules that cover vehicle crossings, internal access standards and rear lanes in Peacock. Mr Black and I had discussion on that, and I noted that in his presentation to you, he just made mention that there was an error in one of the rules in Appendix A, so I understand that that will be corrected. I assume no questions on that. I'll move on if... Okay. So assessment criteria. In my evidence, I said that duplication and/or inconsistency existed between the assessment criteria in P, Peacock Structure Plan, and proposed new assessment criteria in B, Design and Layout, C, Character and Amenity, and G, Transportation, which all sit in Appendix 1.3.3. In response to my evidence, Mr Black has identified 10 assessment criteria in G, Transportation, where he recommends equivalent assessment criteria in P, Peacock Structure Plan should apply instead. I have reviewed those criteria and agree they all cover transport matters where there is duplication and/or inconsistency with the Peacock Structure Plan criteria, and Mr Black has recommended that each of those criteria should be accompanied by the note that's listed below. Obviously the XXX gets populated and differs depending on the criteria. I have reviewed the assessment criteria in B and C again, and while some of the criteria relate to matters that are similar to P, Peacock Structure Plan, I do not consider that there is any inconsistency under those specific headings. There is also less duplication than there is in G, Transportation. So on that basis, I'm now satisfied that there is no need for changes or separate clauses in relation to the assessment criteria under B and C to address duplication and/or inconsistency. I'm comfortable that the changes that Mr Black has recommended to G, Transportation, address the matters raised in my evidence. I also set out in my evidence that some of the assessment criteria read as rules or design guidance. To address this, I suggest the assessment criteria are reviewed and redrafted by HCC to A, remove design guidance and include it in relevant design guides in Appendix 1.4, where it is required and not already proposed to be addressed in a design guide. And I'll just note at that point, you'll probably be familiar, there's a subdivision design guide in 1.4.1 and there's a residential design guide in 1.4.2. Assessment criteria A1, A3, B1 and C11 already require an assessment of consistency with any relevant design guide in the district plan. And I'd just add to that that the residential design guide says that applications for development in all residential zones should provide an assessment against the residential design guide. It then goes on to say that the residential design guide says, the residential design guide outcomes are prioritised over assessment criteria in 1.3.3b. So there's recognition of the overlap between criteria, individual criteria in 1.3.3 and design guidance in the design guides. Turning to B under my paragraph 10, the other matter is to delete assessment criteria that read as de facto rules, including all references to rule of thumb. This would enable the assessment criteria to be simplified and shortened, which would make the district plan more effective and administratively efficient to implement.
Thank you, Mr. Ingham. Just at paragraph 9 where you say you are now satisfied with that overlap between B criteria and B and C, the council responded to that with a clause that sort of said, you know, if there's something more specific for peacocks, then read that, don't read this. So you don't think that was the right way to go?
I think having been through it in a lot of detail, so I noted, I think it was Commissioner Hill asked a question or made a statement, comment to Mr Hatting at the time about the wording of that. And the wording from memory referred to precedents. I think my initial wording that I suggested to Mr Hatting was applicable, so it was clear that one was applicable rather than the other. The problem when you go into B and C is that the criteria don't exactly match up. It's kind of intermixed, and so it's not like it's just a matter of substituting B4 for P3 or something like that. And like I said, the extent of duplication and inconsistency in those provisions I don't think exists to the same extent as G, transportation. An example of that is that G, transportation, has a rear lane assessment criteria, and Peacock has a rear lane assessment criterion. But they differ. They're not the same words. And so if I was reading that and assessing an application, you'd be assessing two different criteria that relate to the same matter, but they're slightly different. So I think that that's a clearer example of where there's inconsistency, and you should just go to one rather than the other.
So an assessor's not going to come to a different decision reading
That's right.
two?
Yeah. Yep. And just from an administrative point of view, I mean, I guess taking a step back, I'm really concerned generally with district plans, how much detail is going in terms of objectives, policies, assessment criteria, design guides, to the point that, in my mind, it undermines the effectiveness of those provisions. Because if I'm preparing a resource consent application, I'm way less likely to go through and assess those provisions one by one than if there was a succinct, single point that I could go to and provide that assessment. It just becomes administratively too big a task. And so I think in those circumstances, what you tend to find is there is less scrutiny and assessment against those criteria unless there's an issue, particular issue that comes up where it's a point in dispute.
Right, thank you. That's all, except, I mean, if there's anything else that we covered off with Mr. Duisberg that you want to add to on those financial contribution matters, feel free.
Yeah, no, I don't think so.
Okay, thank you.
Just on your last point there, you haven't actually provided an identification of which ones you think should be deleted. I'm not asking for an off-the-cuff response on that, but I mean, obviously it would be of more assistance if in actual fact you went through and indicated the ones that you thought should be culled, and you're happy to receive that subsequently.
Yeah, I thought you might say that.
Well, happy for you not to, in which case we'll just ignore your
in my evidence, I provided some examples of where I thought there were
I'm not
problems.
looking for examples.
Yeah, you're wanting the drafting.
If there are particular ones, let us know.
Yeah, look, I would be happy if Mr. Hatting was, for instance, to sit down with him and go through that and perhaps do some co-drafting, and that might be the most efficient approach. I guess that depends on council's willingness to consider that.
All right, thank you for that offer, and we'll let council decide whether to take it up or not.
Sorry, just one from me in relation to the note. So, as I understand it, you're happy for a note to still remain in relation to the G transportation?
I'm happy with Mr. Black and his rebuttal evidence had been through the criteria sort of one by one in G, and he had added notes into each. Given there's only 10 of them, I mean, I would avoid doing that if there were 30 or 40 criteria, but given there's 10 and Mr. Black has done that, I think it's better to put that in than to have a generic note up the front, which was along the lines of what Mr. Hatting is suggesting.
So the note that we had in Mr. Black's summary statement referred to take precedence rather than the applicable, and just interested in your view on that wording, whether take precedence is clear enough or whether you would suggest a different form of wording.
If you turn to paragraph 8 in my speaking notes.
Yeah, where you've got the note there.
The highlighted bit. So what Mr. Black has done is he's put that note under the 10 criteria where he's identified the duplication, and that adopts the wording that I indicated earlier that I was preferring anyway, which is apply rather than preference. So it's clearly saying these are the ones where there's duplication and this is where you need to go instead.
Thank you. So, yeah, we've just got a different wording form in Mr. Black's summary statement. Yeah.
Mr. Black, that's right, in his summary statement, because at that point we were considering this applying more broadly to other parts of the assessment criteria. So Mr. Black's primary position in his rebuttal evidence was the note that I've listed under paragraph 8 here. And so I understand that Mr. Black's comfortable with that. He was just trying to accommodate, well, if this appears elsewhere, then is there another way that we can approach this?
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Ring, I've just got one question, and that's, I don't think you addressed this in your evidence, but the question is, you probably recall in Ms. Douglas' evidence and talked to us at the hearing about levelling of levelling of financial contributions, changing from the notified provisions, which were on a per bedroom basis, to a per residential unit basis. And I'm just wondering your view on that, whether you would think it's more reasonable to do it on a bedroom basis or a residential unit basis.
Yeah, look, it's not something I've turned my mind to specifically.
Yeah.
All I could probably note is that from a development contribution point of view, the policy is per bedroom. So one might think that the same logic could apply here, but I haven't considered that specifically in relation to the FCs and PC12.
Focus has been elsewhere, I understand.
Yeah, yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Inger. Mr. Duisberg, any late-breaking comments you want to make?
No, thank you. That's all from us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Want to take morning tea, or should we? All right, we'll take a morning tea break till 10:02. Thank you, and then we'll resume with Mr. Is it Boss or Bose? Boss. Okay, we'll resume after morning tea. Thank you, Mr. Boss. Right, Mr. Boss, thank you very much. Right. You're taking us to omelettes and other sorts of egg varietals,
Yes,
I think, aren't you? Yes.
Cooking. So you have my, from today, yes, yes. And the other thing is from the August notes, page 10, if you could just have that, that also sort of quickly, easily to find. So, good morning, everyone. I'm Peter Boss. My email comments on Plan Change 12 from August was 20-minute read. Thank you if you've read it, and my apologies for not reading everything that has been written about Plan Change 12. Today's presentation is in 3 parts. Parts 1 is a summary of September 2022 submission and some further comments in January 23. Part 2, a summary of July and August presentation notes, and then Part 3, a quick look at other cities. What I'm presenting is my opinion based on my reading of planning reports and what I have felt and seen when visiting a number of different cities. Part 1, September 2020, we asked for broadening to permit activities within residential zones. I think this is coming in a future plan change. More controlled approach to high density. There have been map changes and there is too much to read, so I'm not offering any new comment. And 3, high rise. We do not support moving away from 3 metre by 45 degree recession planes. We support dwellings having a front door at ground floor and a back door for through ventilation in residential zones. We do not support building taller than the width of the street as is on in any zone. An example, the city of Appledorn is similar in size and density to Hamilton, and its city centre is also the same size. One of the key issues in the 2009 Public Space Report was wind and shadows from a few tall buildings, making street level activity uncomfortable and limiting recreational values. January 23, Living Streets submission was referred to as submission 299. It included the following: an introduction providing some history of Living Street's interest in what is now classified as Living Precinct. We support broadening activity in neighbourhoods and wrote about problems with single-use dormitory zones and tidal traffic flow. We believe annual measure surveys of health of people living in entry-level, high-density, high-rise accommodations are needed to check building type styles and not having predictable poor outcomes. The appendix is my survey on local dairies. Appendix B provides some German planning regulations to reduce risk of poor outcomes in high-density neighbourhoods. Appendix B comments on sponge sittings, and Appendix C provide some historical examples of mixed use in Hamilton and Christchurch. So part 2, Dr. Juliana writes, ground floor apartments may reduce the amount of available commercial space. In my August notes, I mentioned surveys showing different cities' level of demand for retail range from 1.1 to 1.7 metres per person. At city level, the range is 1.3 to 2.7. And at neighbourhood levels, the range increases, and we can see this in the survey of Hamilton Dairies where the range increases even more. Surveys are helpful at a high level to see trends, but change can happen fast in any given location. So as an example, vacancy retail in the city of Varaling, from 2015 it was 14, then down to 8, and then up to 11%, and then 19%, and then 2019 it was 25%, which precedes the COVID-19 shutdowns. So Dr. Juliana uses the word may. Does this mean no one knows, and does it matter? Danzel's evidence, he writes about city centre corridors. This does not make sense as Victoria Street road layout prioritised through traffic at speed to somewhere else. And this is where I'd like you to reference page 10 of August notes. It shows, I think he's happy with the wider street on the lost villages in London. DG writes about poor design outcomes from allowing ground floor residential use in commercial zones. In Ireland, they say it brings buildings back to life. In Holland, they say it creates a buzz, and there are councils willing to subsidise residential living on ground floor. In Portland, they say some people are concerned about privacy, while others find it appealing. Can a note about poor design outcomes be added to the evidence to include what other cultures believe? Again, he writes about privacy measures. In Hamilton, there is a bylaw that does not allow people or business to place things on the footpath without council approval. I've seen this bylaw enforced at Bader Street shops. Can this sentence about privacy measures be ignored in the evidence, as there's already a bylaw in place to manage street furniture? Again, it's written about reducing visual permeability. Starting with this building, can some real-world examples be provided showing how ground floor commercial reducing visible permeability compares to real-world examples of ground floor living in culturally different cities? So a story, in city centres, some people will place a pot plant or a seat in front of their home. In other places, I've seen the footpath hard up against the dining room window where a family would have breakfast together and pedestrians would wave as they pass. This living in full view of the street is very common across the Netherlands. It's not permitted in Hamilton. We're asking that this be permitted. Part 3, Cedric Price's drawings of city as an egg and the peripheral zone may help understand how cities can be different. First talking point, I'll just talk about four different Dutch cities. Delft allows ground floor living in the city centre alongside cafes and tourist retail. More retail is a few streets back from the centre. Delft is the most upmarket of the 4 cities. It is a scrambled city. Vareling has a shrinking retail centre with ground floor living, encouraging and subsidising along the key central corridor or approaches. Vareling feels okay. It is a fried egg city and with a peripheral zone. Schiedam wants a commercial centre and does not allow ground floor living mixed with commercial at a rules level, even though in the real world at ground level there is mixed use. But Schiedam does not feel well. It wants to be a fried egg with no peripheral zone. West Rotterdam, this town has the most modern building environment of the 4. It is also the most mixed up at ground level, most independent retail businesses. To me, this place is as active as Delft, but less upmarket. It's a very scrambled city. The planners in these 4 cities are likely to know each other very well. What I'm seeing here is that planners' advice is not mono. So I've got a couple of bullet points. A possible reason why Hamilton planning rules only allow dairies to be on corners, this is the term corner dairy, has been used literally. If you see the poster from my August evidence, page 3, the Germans were also referring to corner Cossacks, even though 5 of the 11 photos were not on the corner. When it comes to not permitting ground floor residential or residential and commercial zones, the earliest reference I can find is from the 1840s in Hamburg, where the motto was live in the suburbs and work in the city, and then Engels' explanation on why and who was asking for this. And final note, Living Street's Kirikiri Roa is speaking in support of independent entry-level dairies and businesses, not franchise such as a 7-Eleven chain or a supermarket franchise. Thank you.
And thank you for some very interesting stuff in your submitted statement. David, any questions?
Yes, thank you again. I won't hazard a guess as to where we are on the egg spectrum in Hamilton. You might have some ideas. But I just wonder whether your comments and your references to Europe brings up a sort of a cultural and historical context that is very different to what we have here. And, you know, are we ready for that?
I think Hamilton has over 100 different cultures in our city. Actually, I'd like to try this. When the Dutch colonised places, they didn't expect, Indonesia didn't adopt the Dutch language. So the Dutch didn't expect, when the English colonised, they changed the language. And so I'm thinking that maybe our planning rules are English colonial style, while there are other styles that we could also use. And there is hundreds of cultures, over 100 cultures in Hamilton, and maybe our planning rules are based on one type of culture and suppressing other cultures.
Right, thank you.
Kia ora, and thank you for your evidence. I just had a question about Living Streets Kirikiriroa. Is it a organisation which represents individuals or companies, and what is the sort of the number of members that you've currently got?
We're linked in with Living Streets Aotearoa. It's nationwide, and it's similar to the bike advocacy groups. Our focus is on footpaths. For Kirikiriroa, we're very focused on, the people that active are focused on actually what happens on the street, more than just people walking. But yes, basically, my approach is that we want to see more people on the street talking face to face, and I hope that's helpful.
Yeah, and so what's the size of the membership base in Kirikiriroa?
The Facebook page has a few hundred.
Kapai. So that's the main way that you
That's
reach
the
out
main
to
way
your
to communicate,
members?
yes, yeah.
Kapai.
Yeah.
Ina.
Thank you very much, Mr. Boss. Just, Mr. Drew, just take a pause. Commissioner Sargent's lost his power cord. He's just got to go and get it. Right, Mr. Drew, when you're ready, Mr. Finlay. Morning still, isn't it? Yes, right, morning. Yep. Yep, yep. And thank you for sending that through this morning. It was quite useful to see. looks like a panel of stunned mullets, doesn't it? When you look at it there. Yep, good.
Really intended that the PowerPoint presentation would be, I guess, the thought process around some notes, but what became very apparent as I started working through this issue that, and in particular in lack of some of the rebuttal to some of the issues that we've raised, that my notes have become a little bit wordy, so I apologise for that. So we've also tabled that today. So really what I intend today to do is take you through the key points of the evidence in chief I prepared for Peter Finlay. And I've also will take this common opportunity to comment on questions and observations from last week that we heard as well too. So as a starting point, because I'm here representing a particular individual, it's, I think it's really useful because I can bring a lens of a real world example to how some of these plan provisions may actually relate. But in that context, it's also important to recognise that, and I acknowledge that my evidence leans between seeking further density at times versus seeking less density at other times as well, and that just highlights the flexibility that is sought in relation to the site as well. So I'll lead off, and then Mr. Finlay will follow up with some further commentary from his own side. So and the headings on the notes are pretty much align with the PowerPoint presentation. So that page just succinctly sets out what the primary and further submissions from Mr. Finlay were on Plan Change 12, and they were also set out in my evidence in chief. And for the purposes of this plan change hearing, we've really focused down onto those 5 key matters as well. This doesn't mean that some of the earlier submission points have fallen away, particularly around objectives and policies. I think what it really shows is that we've tried to focus on the provisions as they directly have the long-term consenting requirement outcomes, and thus when the objectives and policies will be actually activated as well too. So using the real world example, if I just take you to the Finlay property. So the Finlay property is approximately 4,000 metres squared in size. It's 2 titles, as you can see on that image, 2 substantial dwellings, and what you don't see in that image is and probably is a little bit apparent, but the Waikato River is to the north of the site, northeast, and there is quite a topographical difference in elevation between the upper terrace and the bank that slopes down to the lower terrace of the Waikato River there too. And so that creates in itself some sort of topographical challenges for the development of the site and achieving density. Also, particularly pertinent to the site is you'll see it's really close to the Boundary Road, Victoria Road intersection as well. So for those of you who live in Hamilton are familiar, at 5 o'clock this is a pretty busy place, and access to the site is via 2 means. So off Victoria Road through a right-of-way sliver that you can see there, and also from Gwen Place. Gwen Place actually sits lower than Boundary Road as well, so if you can imagine that in your own minds, and I know you did site visits last week, and I'm not sure if you took this property in, but there is quite a drop in that space there too. And I guess the access provision for the site is directly relates to some of the concerns around achieving density, because you know, as we all know, providing a suitable and safe and efficient access is going to be a critical decision-making process for the development density as well too. So I think that putting, you know, the site into context in that space highlights some of the issues that we will traverse in today's evidence. Turning to the I've just put some little notes there as some other things. So it's also got the Waikato Riverbank Gully Hazard Overlay through that lower portion of the site, and that has specific controls around, they're associated with hazards really. So the safety of the bank, vegetation removal and various other bits and pieces as well. So there's already a lot of controls around the development of that site. Turning to the next slide as well, I guess the first point is that the site is already zoned residential intensification zone. So this is a site which there's a discrete difference from, I guess, some of the submissions that you'll hear or evidence where there's a medium density residential zone sought to be applied. So the intention has always been that intensity is enabled here. So the two images there show the current and proposed zoning framework, the green being the open space, and the pink aligns with the city centre zone there too. So it highlights the proximity of the site to the city centre zone, which in my opinion also reflects the fact that it is now proposed to be the residential high density zone too. So it's very clear, in my opinion, that the potential for higher density residential land uses is not changing. There is, however, an increase in the density, a reduction in the permeability, and an increase in height that's been provided for through Plan Change 12. So there is a density uplift. However, in my opinion, that uplift needs to be considered in relation to its existing potential as well. Right, so turning to activities and their activity status. So there's two matters we kind of wanted to raise here. One is residential outcomes, which I'll traverse first, and the second is mixed use outcomes. So I've set out in my evidence in chief that it's important that the panel appreciates that all residential development in the high density residential zone requires a resource consent approval. So no form of residential development is permitted. And you'll see from that table the lowest activity classification is actually a restricted discretionary activity. So that's not a change from the current planning framework. You'll see that there is still requirements for resource consents to develop the site today. But the particular change I want to bring to the panel's attention is a significant change in the activity status proposed for certain housing typologies. So at paragraphs in my evidence in chief, we've addressed these changes and specifically requested a more lenient activity status for residential activities, and particularly for single detached residential units and duplexes. I just note that the appropriateness of this change hasn't been directly responded to in council in the rebuttal. And the table I've provided, I hope, provides the panel with a useful sort of summary of what we're going from to where we're heading and where, in my opinion, would be the more appropriate activity status framework. And I just also record that last week Mr. Roberts provided you with a similar table on page 15 of his presentation. But it was directed around the different activity status for different activities based on their zoning framework as well too. So I guess this is the point of difference that I've provided here. The table clearly shows that there's the lower density outcomes have a more onerous consenting regime, irrespective of the underlying residential outcome anticipated, and without due consideration of the challenges or site-specific characteristics. And the change of concern is the non-complying activity status for a single detached residential unit and a discretionary activity for duplexes.
Just while you're there, I note what you're seeking is an RDA for single dwellings, but at present it's discretionary. So you're seeking something more lenient than the current framework. Interested in your reasoning for that, and and why you consider it's necessary to go more enabling.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, I'll turn my mind to that and come back to you.
And just whilst you're on the table, can I confirm you're not looking for any change in the RDA for apartments?
That's correct, retention of that. And I think, you know, in my opinion, we quite quickly conflate activity statuses higher up the food chain, right? So in this situation here, we've got a discretionary activity already. There's obviously, in my opinion, we could probably limit the matters of discretion in the restricted discretionary activity process to provide applicants with more certainty around the fact that it's an outcome which is, you know, it's a residential outcome, so it is an anticipated outcome on that underlying zoning as well too. So, look, appreciate that it's a discretionary activity today. It's just, in my opinion, it's providing, I guess, a clear direction that residential is an outcome which is anticipated because of the residential zoning of the site, regardless of the density outcome. Yeah.
Do you think that RDA gives effect to the, I mean, it is proposed to be in the high density residential zone. Do you think an RDA zoning sits comfortably with that?
I don't think it conflicts with it. I think, in my opinion, we need to look at, if we need to take a step back and have a look at what the underlying zoning is to start with, being it's a residential outcome. And as I'm trying to articulate today, there's not always a situation where the density which is sought to be achieved through the zoning is going to actually be the most appropriate outcome for the site because of its site characteristics as well. So we kind of need to be looking more forward about enabling some form of redevelopment and intensification, but something that's fit for purpose for the sites in particular.
And so with this applying, I guess, you know, if we agree to your relief and apply the RDA across the whole of the high density residential zone, do you think that will give effect to achieving high density residential across the city, or is it likely to encourage more sort of standalone single dwellings on a site? I appreciate your view around the specific characteristics of the site and the topography and that sort of thing, but just at a broad level.
Yeah, look, and that's a really interesting point, and I work for developers all the time, and I've got a statement later. It says that developers will deliver density where they can deliver density. So, and they're always pushing the boundaries and looking for those opportunities to deliver the density. So, in my opinion, I don't think that the activity status would have any due consideration to not achieving that objective. It's more reflecting that, you know, it's not necessarily fit for purpose everywhere because of the site characteristics. Yeah. So just at point 19, I've just commented on the fact that it appears that the non-compliant activity status is at least appears a little bit too high for the high density residential zone. And I go into there around the issue I perceive around not being able to pass the gateway test for objectives and policies. And I specifically note that there's a policy in the residential high density zone that requires, well, that directs, development to achieve at least 65 residential units per hectare. So, you know, clearly if the site's specific characteristics lended itself to a lower form of density, it would be inconsistent with that policy quite clearly too.
Just on that point, wouldn't that be isn't that the purpose of a non-complying activity? You've got those two gateway tests, and so your example would be that this is just a one-off, it's very minor, therefore it has minor effects, and so it would get the tick. So yes, it wouldn't meet that provision, objective or policy, but it has minor effects, so it's appropriate in the circumstances, and it doesn't challenge the overall objective of the high-density residential zone.
Yeah, and I agree with that proposition that you have the two gateways that you can pass through. I guess the issue that I have concern with is that if we come back to it, It's non-compliant activity is generally used to signal an activity which is not expected to occur on the site, right? So in the situation, I have an example later on, you know, that in my mind would be an industrial activity on a residential zone site. So we're not talking about that. We're talking about a residential activity on a residential zone site.
If there was a short-term market condition, maybe not short-term, maybe it lasted for 10 years and such that all developers who had high-density residential zone land considered it to be inappropriate to develop intensification, but they wanted to do something, so they all came along with individual houses on their sites, new houses, but nevertheless individual houses. Throughout the zone, I mean, wouldn't, and they were an RDA, wouldn't that frustrate the overall purpose of the zone?
I can see your point, but I go back to my point is that, and that's a hypothetical situation you've brought to the table. So, you know, my experience to date is that developers are always trying to deliver that density. So I stand by that position that, you know, it doesn't appear to be, that wouldn't frustrate that outcome there. Yeah.
Right, thank you.
Yeah.
I think we need to move on, if you will, because
That's great. So I have made some further commentary there, and I won't take you through it in detail, but it just, I guess, substantiates why, in my opinion, that framework is appropriate for that zoning, and just links into the NPSUD, and particularly policies 3 and 4 as well there too. Great. The second point in terms of the types of activities is around mixed-use outcomes, and I guess this is leaning on the site's proximity to the city centre, and more so around just that recent direction that central government has provided around providing opportunities for mixed-use outcomes. And I've just directly referred to that Mr Bishop's speech. Fully acknowledge that those provisions aren't in front of us, but there is submissions before you that are seeking, such as the Finlay submission, that are seeking mixed-use opportunities to be enabled through a consenting process on the residential high-density zone sites. You know, they are residential high-density because of their location and their characteristics along key transport corridors. So therefore, you know, if there was a nuanced approach around providing some of those mixed uses and a framework such as the 1,000 metres squared limit, it's my opinion that that would be an appropriate planning outcome as well. Cool. Turning to maximum net site area. So as I set out in my evidence in chief, the Finlay's primary submission opposed the rule that required a minimum net site area of 100 metres squared per unit for terrace housing, and specifically request the provision be deleted. So this change has now, this comment here that this, and Mr Roberts' rebuttal evidence that this is now a maximum net site area, and it's gone to 150 metres squared threshold for terraced houses. So just to be clear, so this is a threshold that only applies in the residential high density zone for one type of housing typology outcome, right? So it's not for apartments, it's just solely for terraced dwellings. So at point 30 there, I just make the comment that it's a maximum net, it's not an average, as alluded to Mr Roberts in his presentation, so that's slide 16 of his presentation the other day. And at 31, I comment on the fact that the Section 32 analysis undertaken by Council hasn't looked at the alternative density approaches that are available to it. It's just looked at what they have notified as well. So I've done that exercise where I've had a look at what other councils are doing in terms of this issue around density provisions. And if I go back to, the premise of it is to ensure that you're achieving the density, the residential high density zone that you want to achieve. So there's 2 Tier 1 councils that are completed, obviously their IPI processes, Tauranga and Wellington, both have residential high density zones in them. And what I've found is that in the Tauranga example, they are only providing it for a handful of type of residential activities, so retirement villages and visitor accommodation. So it's a very bespoke sort of planning response. In Wellington, they've adopted no controls. And so if I take you back to that point at 31, the Section 32 analysis has not, identified these alternative options that could have been considered as well. So there at 32, I just comment on how can we be certain that the outcome is the most efficient and effective for achieving the objectives and policies. And I also note that in MDRS, it is not one of the density standards that they specifically request district plans to provide for either. And so at 33, I just talk about that it's my opinion that the density can be achieved without the requirements for the density being set out. So I'm going to take you to this very sort of crude image on the PowerPoint presentation that I've prepared as well. So Mr. Finlay is pretty clear that he wants to develop a site in some shape or form. He's gone through an exercise of potentially looking at options. This is an option which is, I guess it's an option. It's not the be-all or end-all. But what I've drawn there is some blue lines. We've got terraced housing effectively sitting at the top of the bank there. The blue lines, in my mind, represent the net site area that would be attributed to each of those units. And using a really, I guess, rudimentary calculation, I've worked out that the net site area for each of those would be over that 150 metres squared, probably at 170. But in terms of a land ownership and management approach, that would be one way of segregating the site, but that's clearly going to be in conflict with the 150 metres squared maximum site area as well. The other way to carve up that property would be to have that bank as part of one title, which everyone had ownership and management of. So there is alternative mechanisms. But the secondary option is to have the average requirement. You can see on this plan here that there's smaller units that are being provided for there too. So, if the panel was not convinced that there was no requirement for the maximum site area, then it's my opinion that it should at least be an averaging across the site which is adopted there. So hopefully that kind of just puts that real world example into the context of what that plan, or the outcome that plan provision may be restricted. And again, take the point that, it's a consenting process. It's potentially, we can get through the tests of that being an appropriate outcome through that consenting process, but it's just another hurdle for the planners to grapple with as we're going through that consenting process. And just at 35, I've just talked about the fact that the RDA activity status would be the appropriate mechanism there for determining the appropriate site area that was provided to. So just if there's any, I quite enjoy the questions as they come, so if there's any questions on this.
Yeah, just one on that last point. So, would there be a relevant activity, assessment criteria that would address that you read, or would something have to be inserted?
Yeah, I haven't turned my mind to that, but I can have a look at that and come back to you if you wish. Yep.
Okay. Yep. Thank you.
Right, so this is where I probably, this is one of the flips in terms of, trying to achieve increased density is the building coverage and permeability requirements. So Mr. Finlay's primary submission opposed the 60% building coverage and requested that it be increased to 80%. And again, the appropriateness of that change hasn't really been commented on by council in their rebuttal. At paragraph 56 of my evidence in chief, I set out a very crude, and I'm going to call it planner math, assessment of what could actually be achieved in terms of a density outcome if the building coverage was increased to 80%, and I've just provided a rough speaking of at 60%, then you'd get a certain density, but at 80% you might actually get a better density outcome as well too. And again, in terms of the 32 analysis, I just draw the panel's attention that they've only signalled the 60% as the option. There has been no consideration of alternative options. And again, I've just looked at what other councils are doing in this space, and it's clear that in Tauranga City has adopted the 70% in their high density residential zone. At 39, I talk about the fact that the panel asked Mr. Roberts a question last week about why, in his opinion, the 60% was preferred. And I think my recollection of his response was to fit everything else in across the site. So the question I have is what else are we trying to fit in? So obviously there's access and some parking, well, not parking because you provide that in the garage, so some access arrangements and some landscaping. The landscaping, as we've heard, is now at 10%. So are we assuming that 30% of the site is required for that access purpose? That's the assertion I make. Yeah. So at 40, I just comment on the fact that it's my opinion that Hamilton City can be more generous with their site coverage provision. And because to achieve the objectives of the medium density provisions, there needs to be flexibility.
Clarify, you haven't provided a section 32 analysis yourself for the 80% that you're requesting?
No, I have not.
Right.
So turning to fencing, it seems a little bit at odds that we would be debating fencing provisions, but here we are debating them. And on the slide, I've just put up council's current fencing provision for the zone. So you can see that, so as I take a step back, it's already zoned residential intensification zone, so there's already some intensification which is expected, and the current rule framework for fencing provides for fencing up to 1.8 metres high. And there's obviously a number of cascades around how that's measured, whether or not it's load bearing, and then if it becomes really big that it becomes a building and you have to consider it as being a building within the setbacks as well too. So that's the current framework that we're working with. Finlay's primary submission has opposed the proposed standard in the residential high density zone, so I haven't provided it there, but off the top of my head it's limited at 0.9 metres high, so there's quite a stark difference between what is provided for today versus what is being proposed. So the Finlays are actually requesting that the current fencing standards that are in the RITS, so the residential intensification zone, be maintained and ideally be increased to reflect the characteristics of the sites. So last week the panel asked Mr. Roberts about the fencing changes and specifically whether they were within the ambient of the MDRS or whether or not council was trying to fix an existing issue. And Mr. Roberts' response was that they were a direct result of an increased density and ensuring outlook space over transport corridors and open space was enabled to maintain connections and thus, providing for safe streets. So I accept that and also accept that there is a need to maintain a level of transparency and connectivity, but there also needs to be a counterbalance of considering of privacy, security and safety of property. And secondly, whether the change sought, as the panel noted, is a direct consequence of the intensification being enabled through this rezoning too. So in my evidence in chief, there's many options to consider fencing that achieves both safe streets and connections that Mr. Roberts seeks, and including striking a balance between height and permeability as well too. And then just at 44 there, I've just again done that look around what other people are doing in the space, because it's not apparent that that analysis has been done. And I note that Wellington enables fences up to 2 metres, but anything over 1.2 is 50% transparent. TCC adopts the 1.8, but anything over 1.2 is transparent. So there's flexibility in those outcomes to achieve, I guess, that balance between privacy, security, but also that connection and passive surveillance of the streetscape as well. So at 45, I just talk about the fact that it's my opinion that the changes to the fencing are not actually are directly resulting to effect arising from the intensification, and that as the zoning already provides for some form of intensification, through the changes only just through increasing coverage and height, these don't actually affect that existing interface. So I don't see any apparent reason to move away from the fencing provisions. However, I do consider that if the panel was to move away from the fencing provisions, then the opportunity for some passive surveillance through those other options could be looked at there too. And sorry, I haven't done a 32 analysis of that, that aspect either.
I'm going to have to start moving you on, Ms. Drew. We're moving in terms of time, and Mr. Finlay has yet to address us. So.
Yep, thank you, cool. So look, I'll jump through subdivision pretty quickly. This probably goes back to the heart of the net site area sort of conversation. This is a vacant lot subdivision provision that it requires a minimum lot size, so that's really just there to achieve greater, larger lots for further development. I guess in my position, I don't believe that a minimum lot size is warranted. And then we go into, I guess, the financial contribution side of it, and we've heard quite a bit about financial contributions already this morning in relation to the Greenfield example, and you'll hear obviously a little bit more in relation to it this afternoon. So the Finlay's primary submission set out a couple of reasons why didn't believe, in our opinion, they weren't warranted, and I've taken, set those out there. I've set out at 50 that, you know, it's clear that there's an opportunity to provide for financial contributions, but in my opinion, there's a clear absence of link between cause and effect to justify their imposition, and that the financial contribution regime can only be introduced if there's a rationale for the additional or different mechanism. At 50, it's and this is well traversed, it's what the contributions are provided for, and the outcomes being called what we call soft infrastructure, and for outcomes that are currently unquantified and unfunded through Council's development contributions policy. So it's my opinion that the effects of intensification, particularly those relating to Te Ture Whaimana, that require mitigation, is still unclear, as are how a developer could mitigate the adverse effects of their development so they're not liable for the financial contributions, whilst at the same time achieving the density expectations of the zone. It also appears that they're a very blunt instrument that is not discrete by site or effects, and it does not appear that they're capable of being equitably or discreetly applied. And as we've heard at length, and I won't go into it again, there's no guidance on the discount policy, there's no rationale around the effect of each projected unit of demand that creates or requires a mitigation, and also consideration of whether or not the PUD approach is the most appropriate tool. And there's also, just at 54, I just comment on the fact there's lack of detail around the maximum calculation, which the panel obviously traversed with Ms Douglas last week. And at 55, I just talk about the Pukekohe decision, and in particular, the need for incremental improvement of the Waikato water quality, but that decision being quite clear that it's a proportionate response. And at 56, I kind of take you back to whether or not the PUD approach is the most appropriate approach for addressing that proportionate response. So I just say, what is the difference between a two dwellings on the site versus 4 dwellings on the site that occupy the same development footprint? And I note the Commissioner asked a question of Mr Inger earlier today about whether or not the PUD, Mr Inger had turned his mind to the bedroom approach, and look, I'd agree with Mr Inger's observations that the development contributions are based on bedrooms, so it seems to me that that would have been a potentially alternative and potentially better approach in this situation. Cool. At 58, I've just kind of touched on the residential amenity contribution, and Ms Douglas particularly noted in her response to questions from the panel that the development contributions didn't cover some of the soft infrastructure. So, look, my little dig around has found that the development contributions actual page on its website talks about what the development contributions for reserves and community infrastructure actually provide for. And it talks about things like playgrounds, landscaping, public toilets and the like. So those, in my opinion, are some of that soft infrastructure. Obviously, I've taken those comments at face value. I haven't delved into the detail and what's actually been funded. But I guess it's clear to me that there is a mechanism for development contributions to fund some of the infrastructure requirement, some of the, I guess, the soft infrastructure that council is seeking to obtain money for from financial contributions as well. And, development contributions policy gets updated more regularly than a district plan, and perhaps that's the more appropriate tool for those to sit within. I'm going to take you, look, and I think the last point is just also, and just record the fact that obviously, and the panel will be well aware that Waipa has made the decision to reject the financial contributions in their MDRS plan change 26, and the reasons, and the point I make there is they also have the Waikato River running through their site, so the characteristics of the land and not that dissimilar to, I guess, Hamilton City, which has the same river running through it as well too. And just at 62, I just talk about the regime appearing to be unfair and unequitable and not the most efficient and effective approach. And I think it's pretty clear, just as it's pretty clear what we're trying to achieve, but that's summarised on that last page there in terms of the conclusion.
Thank you. I think we're just, Mr Finlay, you wanted to address us briefly, I take it?
Yes.
And the emphasis being on brief?
Pardon?
Because we're running out of time.
You mean say nothing or? All right. Look, I'll just speak to my notes, but I'll cut out a fair bit of duplication here. So it's just starting at my background section. So what we're dealing with here are 130-year-old, up to 130-year-old properties. You've got great soil orientation, you've got lots of specimen trees, and look, they've got 3 houses like my planner has just been talking about, and the difference between the upper and lower levels in terms of height. She's outlined as well. I've named that, it's about 11 to 13 metres, and I've talked about the sort of development that's happening on our northern boundary in my point H, 7H, and talked about the common boundary shared with council, and in terms of wastewater infrastructure, the river and road reserves, and how the management and maintenance practices of those and the unformed part of Gwyn Place, they all present ongoing challenges. in terms of management of not just invasive weeds and security as well as odour. Coming to my point 8, I have some concerns about, there's a number of virus concerns. That's my submission, proposed by new or amended provisions that represent additional potential significant restrictions on development compared to the ODP and existing development rights. While not an exhaustive list, I've summarised those that I'm concerned about: the activity status itself, tree canopy rules, fencing standards, universal access and EV charging infrastructure. And my 9 is, while I'm not here to argue about the virus issue, that's obviously, I rely on my speaking notes and generally support the position of Kāinga Ora. And I welcome the IHP's scrutiny and weighing of the many new and intended provisions, both separately and collectively. Because I think if you look through the individual lens on those and a collective lens, I think a collective lens gives you a better perspective. And in terms of what you're framing that against, I've outlined that. And I said, irrespective of the virus concerns, new and amended provisions overly restrict the ability to fairly and equitably deal with our land and how this land can be optimally developed, looking through both a commercial and practical lens. The potential overstatement of yield expectations in the high-density residential zone is a concern. I'm not aware of publicly available models used to inform assessment of commercial feasibility, and similarly the assessment and measurement of residential development in the same zone that can be reasonably expected to be realised in a manner which fosters and allows independent scrutiny and verification of that model. My point 12, I said some discussion occurred in the, I think one of the days last week about the lapse period of consents, and I've tried to bring develop a consistent perspective there around that. You have a council-centric view, which is one side of the equation, but in the absence of consistent and reliable demand, residential demand, constructing capacity, consenting timeframes, the regulatory environment, access to credit, conditions precedent to securing construction finance, and other influences and variables that inform the timing of development, any reductions in the lapse period of resource and land use consents would undermine developer confidence and reduce the pipeline of consents vital for development and business activities, all of benefit to the community, construction sector and other stakeholders. Turning to the activity status within the
Mr. Finlay, if I can just pause you there for a second.
Yeah.
The copies that we have are single-sided, not double-sided, so we don't have so can I suggest that you just summarise? We'll have to read this subsequently, obviously, because we can't follow it with you at the moment. So can I ask you just to summarise, because I mean you've had an hour, which is more than you were allocated. So if you wouldn't mind, I'd appreciate that. Okay.
So I just wanted to speak briefly to what Mr. Sargent raised about the high density, the activity status. I think the virus issue I'm really talking about, as far as I'm concerned, leads to inferior intensification options across all typologies. I think the emphasis is across all typologies. So in terms of the tree canopy rule, what I've tried to do there is just take you through some of the practical effects of that, the practical experience on the ground, picking up on some of your comments last week, Mr. Hill, just about, how do you police this? In my case, I've had every variable, in storm events, diseased trees, and look, in these kind of locations where the slope access is difficult to even deal with the trees, but to remove any of those tree limbs, that material is a massive undertaking. I'm faced with that right now. Could spend easily 5 days a year, which is about 10,000 a year, just doing that, and probably still couldn't get the material out. And of course, as you intensify, there's more risk to life and property. And that's very real. We've had massive limbs drop. And no matter what the arborists say, I heard Mr. Graham, you cannot ensure there's going to be no dropping of limbs, that all genetic stock is of a quality that doesn't to lead to those kind of outcomes. So to me, this rule has not a very practical outcome. In terms of looking at it, how it could be applied on my site, it just can't work. I need about 400 square metres, 410 square metres of coverage. I've got one giant oak tree, which would represent, I'd need 8 of them, or 10 of them, you know, quite a number. And it would start to materially affect your visual amenity. We're wanting to open up the view to our amenity, take it away from the road. Anyway, so look, I've outlined a lot of observations about that, so please read that. In terms of the fencing, Ms. Drew certainly talked to that. I think you may not have picked up that I've got 2 roads. Effectively, I've got a local road, which is good in place, and right beside it, I've got a major arterial, major transport corridor. It's and that rises as it goes from the city across to the east. That rises and exacerbates the ground height and its effect on privacy increases as you go across that bridge. So effectively, what we're looking for is not only the reinstatement of the, because it's less enabling at my site, reinstatement of the ODP rule, but one that actually allows a sort of given that we know the constraints in locations such as mine, you know, just you know, a height, you know, that 2.5 metre height, which is in the ODP, allowing that as a you know, making it more permissive to deploy it without resource consent. So look, I've taken you through that. I've highlighted the fact that we have a lot of crime and social disorder at this location. And, you know, so I think having open fences doesn't work. You know, you really, you know, all you'd be wanting to do is vegetate over any areas that are open. And, you know, I can tell you I've got, you know, $75,000 worth of burglary claims that are live. Last 3 years, there's been, last 2 years, there's been 3. I've had a number of intrusions. I have every aspect of crime, many, that I regularly experience, and they're with me right now. So just turning to the universal access, support the KO position, for slightly distinct reasons. I'm at that age where I'm conscious of my mortality, and I have a grandson who's wheelchair bound, who could benefit, and we could both benefit from this kind of rule and some of the attributes. But as far as I'm, and you know, in all that I do, I can assure you, at the elderly and the disabled are top of mind. Despite this, the premise of this rule amounts to predetermination of perceived demand for universal access, and in my view, it's best left to developers to determine, as after all, they're the risk takers and they're incentivised to meet housing demand. In my own case, my own family's case, basically, you know, in this case, you'd be likely to require pre-sales. That is the time to achieve customisation. If there's the actual demand, it relates to demand, not perceived demand. And that is exactly what's happened in my own family case, in my family's case. So in my view, the proposed rule that is new, successive, not conducive to increased intensification outcomes. EV charging infrastructure, I'll just talk you through that, imposes new costs. And again, it predetermines the need for infrastructure and does not adequately recognise emerging technologies. In fact, it displaces them, in my view. And also confers decision-making on council with that rule. Financial contributions, this is my final point, and pretty much really what I'm saying. I'm basically saying, look, ADARE, KO, they've really picked that matter up really well. In my case, I've got all of the attributes, all of the elements of an FC where you'd want to deploy it. So I've got I've got the TTW issue right beside me. I've got residential amenity, which is I have a streetscape which is really poor, and as you move away towards the river, that streetscape is either completely undeveloped, weed infested, or it's just suffering from neglect. I have some transport infrastructure right beside me where the expansion joints really do make a racket, and I have no certainty if there was a financial contribution regime, and look, I have no certainty that any effects, any financial contributions required from development on my land would actually be could be deployed or utilised in a way that would actually address those effects. So I've challenged the veracity of the discount framework, because obviously if there's some effects that I'm causing, I'd want to address them in a way that benefit my development and also meet the expectations of that regime. So I'm really struggling with any discernible relationship between the FCs and how they're applied to specific development and any perceived development-induced effects, and as such it renders it impossible to support the regime as proposed. Yeah, that's pretty much me.
Thank you, Mr. Fenley, for that. Any questions?
I've got no further questions, but I thank you, Ms. Drew, for your detailed analysis of the provisions in particular, which we'll certainly be going through. Thank you.
And I'm not going to penalise you for that with your current, with your
And I was just going to say, this is where I make up significant time.
Thank you for that. Some other submitters here who are looking somewhat concerned on their face, yes.
Great, thank you. Look, and I will, this is very brief. I represent an entity called the East Street Property Trustee Limited. They're an owner of a property on Peach Grove Road. Just check that on Peach Grove Road. And look, I set out really clearly in my evidence in chief the reasons why it's my opinion that the medium residential zone should be applied to the site. Mr. Roberts has obviously considered that evidence. It's been accepted. I'm here just to basically formalise that that is the position that the Trust still holds, and it's my opinion. And I, recommend that the panel takes the advice of Mr. Roberts. So that is really all I wanted to say on that matter today. Yeah.
And that's all I had assumed you would say, so thank you for that. Right. Any questions? No. That shouldn't be taken as read that we're going to agree with Mr. Roberts, of course. That's axiomatic. Thank you. Yeah. Works. Thank you. And we have a massively bulleted two-pager from you, Ms. Brown, yes.
I love a good bullet point. So I've provided you with a summary of my evidence. So I'll just read that out if that's okay. So, and also I've just responded to the rebuttal evidence by Mr. Mark Roberts and Mr. Paul Ryan, and also responded to the legal submission by Kaingaroa. So while submission and evidence identified concerns with the intensification enabled under the Resource Management Amendment Act, the Act will increase the risk of unsafe environments by enabling building structures and people in close proximity to electricity infrastructure. Section 34 of the New Zealand Code of Practice for Electricity Safe Distances, also known as ECP 34, sets the minimum safe distances between buildings and other structures, such as scaffolding and electricity infrastructure. The more lenient setback and height standards will significantly increase the potential for development to be located in positions that breach ECP 34 without there being a resource consent or consultation with WELL. In many cases, it will be impossible to construct buildings and associated scaffolding lawfully and subsequently safely with respect to ECP 34. When a resource consent is granted and or building consent is issued, developers rely on that consent as confirmation that development standards have been met. Failure to confirm safe distances between development and existing overhead lines undermines council's processes by allowing development that cannot be safely built and occupied. In addition to the safety risks, the cost to retrospectively achieve compliance with ECP 34, whether by undergrounding the affected line or demolishing the building, can in some cases exceed the value of the building work. WELL's submission sought to include rules to appropriately recognise ECP 34 to address these safety concerns anticipated by the Act. These rules would require developers to determine and address safety concerns during the pre-development stage rather than retrospectively. Mr. Roberts' rebuttal evidence recommended that WELL's submission be accepted and the rules amended to give effect to ECP 34. I have reviewed the rebuttal evidence and considered the rules as drafted to address the safety concerns that WELL are concerned with. For these reasons, WELL is supportive of the amendments outlined in Mr. Roberts' rebuttal evidence, insofar that it relates to ECP 34 and WELL's submission. The legal submission by Kaingaroa agrees with Council's primary evidence to include an advice note to address ECP 34. The reasoning for this view being an advice note is sufficient for a landowner to be alerted to the fact that there are other matters that must be complied with. WELL disagrees with this view for the reasons outlined in my evidence. One of these reasons being that from WELL's experience, advice notes do not work, and we are already seeing development too close to overhead lines. It is important to note that in the absence of rules relating to ECP 34 in the district plan, this does not negate the requirement to comply with ECP 34. The benefits of including the rules are that the safety risks are known and addressed upfront in the pre-development stage, and they cannot be ignored. If an overhead line is required to be placed underground, then those costs will be known upfront, or alternatively, the development can be situated to comply with ECP 34. Most importantly, the inclusion of the rules will ensure that construction workers and future tenants and owners are safe from electricity hazards. As we know, advice notes are not enforceable and may result in the development being approved by council in unsafe locations with respect to ECP 34. So separately, with respect to EV, the new EV rules, Mr. Ryan submitted rebuttal evidence recommending further amendments to the definition of an EV charging point and a rule relating to EV charging. WELL is supportive of the rebuttal evidence of Mr. Ryan insofar that it relates to electric vehicle chargers. So we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Mr. Marshall, do you want to address us on the EV point first, and then we'll take questions? Or you weren't anticipating?
No, wasn't anticipating anything to add to that one.
That's fine. I'm quite happy with your lack of anticipation.
So I think is it Mr. Ryan's evidence for council on EV charges, and we had some discussion about the cost of them. I guess I don't know if you can answer this, but I have a question regarding the current provisions which talk about providing a main power cable and a control cable to to the location of charges. And just what sort of order of magnitude of those costs would be? If you can answer that, so typically, for a typical development, I don't know, might be 10 metres or 20 metres of cable, I suppose.
Yeah, typically the cost of that will be minuscule in the overall cost of a building, because you're only, at the time of building, it is much cheaper to go through and put in at that time than retrofitting it at a later date.
And that's my understanding, but yeah, can you give a typical cost, like a range, ballpark range?
If you're talking for a standalone house, you'd be talking in the tens to hundreds of dollars. You know, it would be insignificant.
That's the actual cable and installation.
Yes, yes. If you run it through the wall, you know, at the same time as you're running all the other cabling in the house, it would just be one more circuit to run.
And if you're having to run it in a trench outside to a outside car park area, that would.
I suppose, again, it's the relative cost to what you did it later in the day. I don't have costs off the top of my head of how much, because it's very dependent on what you're going through. But again, if you trench it and conduit before the car park's built, it's extremely cheap compared to if you had to come back at a later date and dig up that car park to put that kind of infrastructure in.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, can you remind me what the setbacks are under ECP? I know they vary, don't they? But how different are they to what the setbacks are under MDRS? And
from the top of my head, I didn't actually bring it. I think it's in my primary evidence. I think it's it'd be 8 metres. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's in my primary evidence.
Well, we certainly understand where you're coming from, because we've heard that before, so we'll take that into account. So thank you both for coming today. And can I just say, it's nice to have such a succinct, bulleted presentation. Thank you. Sorensen. Welcome, Mr. Sorensen, and you have the joy of taking us up to lunch, so...
Do I have to shout everybody? I am a pensioner. Okay. Yeah. You have the whole thing, which I'll go through as quick as I can.
Thank you.
And also, I've given you one copy of a map there with flood things. It'll also come up on the PowerPoint, but taking it stage by stage. Just a bit of background. We've lived at Taniwha Street for over 30 years and worked hard to purchase and maintain our property, which backs on the Waitawhiri Gully, which is part of the Waikato Riverbank and Gully system. We've raised our own children there, as well as taken in others. We believe the importance of family and have allowed others to live with us as family. It is more than just a house and a street. It has and still does give a sense of well-being, connectivity and belonging to those who we have cared for and who continue to visit there. It's kind of like our Tūranga Waiwai, a place to stand where we feel especially empowered and connected, our foundation, our place in the world, our home. The area that I'm talking about is, in this submission, is the Taniwha Street, Avon, Y Street and Torrington Ave, which is kind of on that map. I've put lines around where it is. At present, there are 7 dwellings up the right-of-way where we are, which has been a community in itself. We had plans to put a small cottage on our section so we can enjoy the privacy, peace and tranquility of our neighbourhood in our retirement years and free up our house for others, possibly family, to live in. High density housing in our street and neighbourhood would destroy all this. We're zoned high density, so yeah, we support infill housing but oppose the extent of development that is proposed through Plan Change 12. next, thanks. We have this gully behind us, and this shaded at the moment is what things would be like in a 10-year flood depression with or 10-year rainfall. On to the next slide. There's the same area, 100-year flood, 100-year rainfall. Apparently there's about a 1% chance of that happening in any year. 1% is about 3 days. So 3 days in a year, or, you know, it's not a very big chance, but it could make a mess if it happened. We saw the effects in the Seddon Road culvert blockage some years back. The gully at the back of us flows down under Seddon Road and continues on to the Waikato River. After that occurrence, the council enlarged the culvert area, so it hasn't flooded again so far. However, we've seen over recent years a significant increase in the volume of muddied water that goes through that culvert. Actually, I should have, there's one more slide please on the, that is what happens with the 100-year hazard as well. And the one after that shows the flow paths, which is the copy of the map that I've given each of the, yes, with my notes. And then going further, on the next slide, that's the areas flowing into, we're surrounded. The following slide shows the, that's the water going out of the culvert, away from where we are. The colour of the water is what is, it's very muddied through there, especially after heavy rain. And we've seen that as, you know, being there 30 years and walking around the neighbourhood a lot, and we can actually see that gully from our back door, well, back section, not in that kind of view, but in the distance. And after heavy rain, you hear the water roaring through there, usually for a few days afterwards, because it's still flowing. That stream starts in the Dinsdale area, or up through there, flows all the way around, comes through there, heads down to the Waikato River after that. Intensification with a loss of established vegetation and significant increase in permeable surfaces will just exacerbate this situation. According to Chapter 21.2.4, we're supposed to be restoring and protecting the health and well-being of the Waikato River and gully system. The cheapest and most effective way of doing this is retaining permeable surfaces, trees and vegetation. If we could go to the next one. Our property, I've just done a very simple chart. The existing site coverage on the flat part of our section where you could build anything, we have 20% coverage by the house, and permeable ground is altogether is 24, and the rest is landscaping, which is trees, gardens and lawns. Currently, when there's heavy rain, excess surface water at our place is readily absorbed into the ground on our property because of the high percentage of permeable surfaces. Intensification with its additional impermeable driveways and hard surfaces at ground level, you will end up with more runoff, more pollutants and contaminants going through the gully system into the river. The next slide is a comparison at 60% site coverage. I understood when preparing this that landscaping was 20%. Has that been turned down to 10% for high density? Yeah, okay, so that's that. I based it on what I knew at the time. Can we go to the next one, please? That shows the stormwater system running through the gully, where it all gets to that road at the top. That's where that culvert is. down in the gully, the pipes are solid underground until you get to the gully, and then it just flows down through everything down into the river there. The thing I haven't shown you is the sewage system that goes through the same way, and that's in above ground pipes that are about a metre or, yeah, when our kids were small they used to walk along the top of them down there. But so that's the other thing that happens too, was if that floods down there, the level comes up above the sewer mains. I know there's going to be work done on all that kind of thing anyway, but this is at the present. I'll move on to the erosion. Next slide. The contour lines, yeah, okay, didn't quite work, never mind. I'm just looking at the words there. The contour lines, of course, the closer they are together, the steeper the land is. And if you go to the next one, that's the overview, and you can see all that gully area is pretty steep on the sides. So the contour of the neighbourhood slopes towards the Waitawhiri Gully in the SNA, so all surface headwaters, floodwaters head that way. The side of the gully facing Taniwha Street and Avon Street, which are the two that kind of back onto the gully there, is particularly steep, so with less permeable ground and more water runoff, there could be a greater possibility of slips and erosion. Next one, thanks. Trees are important within neighbourhoods such as ours, not just gullies and parks. They provide improved air quality, help reduce noise pollution, enhance the overall aesthetic, in addition to reducing stormwater runoff. Excess water and rainfall at present is absorbed and used by mature trees, gardens and grassed areas in our neighbourhood. That part is part of Taniwha Street there. Major earthworks when 8-storey buildings 6 metres from the Waitawhiri Gully could have a negative impact on the stability of the area and the SNA, because a large part of the gully is SNA as well. There are strict rules about structures being built within a significant natural area. For example, you can't put a small shed, a radio aerial or a wind turbine or anything else, but 6 metres away it's fine to put an 8-storey building. This could create wind tunnels, and potentially the buildings would be just 2 metres apart because they can be built to a metre from the boundary line. And if you wander out there and stand near any building that's 6 to 8 stories high, 2 metres from it, you get the idea. This would create wind tunnels between them and have a negative impact also on wildlife such as birds, particularly native ones. These ones we see there, tui, morepork, kingfisher, fantail and pukeko. Light pollution from high-rise buildings would also have a negative impact on them. Flooding. It can be difficult if a large number of people need to be evacuated from a high-density area where there's flooding. In Chapter 22, page 4, under natural hazards, it says some land uses have the effect of concentrating people into defined locations. Concentrating them there means in areas that can be subject to natural hazards creates a greater risk than if the land was used only for lower population density areas. Our neighbourhood is not a wealthy one. Many of the people have owned houses and lived in the area for many years and do not really want it destroyed by multi-storey buildings. Others, including young people, have moved into the area more recently and they appreciate the character and ambience of the neighbourhood. Under high density rules, it becomes very restrictive for existing owners. You can't, my understanding of things is that you will not be able to change the footprint of your house in any way, like extend a room or build a granny flat. You will not be permitted to build a second dwelling on the place either. So between that and the SNA, there's not a lot you can do, no matter how long you've owned a piece of land there or your house there. No real need for high density in our area, Part 2 of the RMA outlines the following principles and objectives that guide decision-making. Just briefly, promoting the efficient use of resources, avoiding and mitigating adverse environmental effects, considering long-term effects on social, economic and cultural well-being, promoting housing affordability, providing for diverse housing options, minimising adverse environmental effects. On reflection, it appears that our 4 streets are doing not a bad job in fulfilling those things. Our area has a mix of housing types, including single-storey dwellings, two-storeyed blocks of flats, most of which are affordable and accessible. There are historic heritage and character homes among these, and there are also homes that provide a supportive environment to promote well-being. Mark Davey, in his report, points out that the overall supply would be 3.8 times greater than the need. It appears that Plan Change 12 will deliver, I've said almost 4 times, and there is no real need for high-density housing in our area, especially when taking into account the potential adverse effects of flooding and the impact on the natural environment. Relief sought for Avon Street, Y, Torrington and Taniwha to remain general residential, and suggest for Norton Road to be medium density. This would be more appropriate for the area to help retain its character, community and protect the natural environment, as well as minimising the increased risk of flooding and natural hazards that high density development would exacerbate. Would also allow for more appropriate, less intensified development of affordable housing, including infill housing. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Sorensen. It's very clear what you're after. Dave, any questions? Nigel, any questions on the flooding matters?
Yes, thanks, Mr. Sorensen. It's very clear in what you're suggesting in terms of your relief. Would be interested in your comments. I mean, the maps that you've presented show certainly your house and a lot of surrounding houses seem to be affected by flooding. Would you see possible need to amend the zoning or proposed zoning to take account of that flooding? I mean, there are other provisions in the proposed plan to address flood risk, but when there's such a large area of land that's already affected, would you see any value in amending the actual zoning provisions to try and take those areas out of?
Yes, I would. The other thing, I know one of the things too is the use of rainwater tanks is part of the new provision.
Yeah.
One neighbour has them already, but they also have a lot of concrete at their place. So water flows out of there. It covers things for the house, but not round about. But certainly if there was a way of, put it this way, I feel it would be safer having the existing kind of housing, it's certainly in part of this anyway, to, short answer, yes. It would be helpful.
Thank you.
Sorry, I do have one question.
Right.
Just in relation to your relief sought, you've said you'd like Avon Street, Y Street, Torrington Ave and Taniwha Street to remain general residential and Norton Road to be medium dense residential zone. Just wanting to clarify, so you're seeking just the houses that front, because obviously there's some that are on corner sites, just the houses that front on Norton Road, that's what you're seeking as medium density?
Yeah.
Yeah, but all the rest, the remainder of those streets?
Within that area being general.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Very efficient. Thank you, Mr. Sorensen. Thank you for your time. Right. Okay. Yep. Good. Right. Well, we're at lunchtime. I was beginning to think we'd never get there, so that's good. So we're back at, well, I guess when anybody cites Mr. Allen, I suppose, yes, but otherwise, 1:30. Yep? Yep, okay, 1:30 then. Right, afternoon all, and welcome back to the KO team. We haven't seen you before, have we? No.
I'm presuming that you have had an opportunity to read the legal submissions and all the evidence. So we will speak to, rather than take you laboriously through that material. I'll start with the legal submissions and then we'll proceed through Mr. Leggett on my right, Mr. Osborne, Economics, Mr. Jagged and Mr. Campbell.
We have you down for the afternoon session. Is that going to be sufficient, do you think?
I hope so. I'm not quite sure what time that session finishes, and I'm not quite sure what happened to the with the timing. I appreciate you're in a rush, but we are.
We'll let you
short
know
on
when
time.
it finishes. Yeah.
Very good. Let's get into it. So I don't propose to take you through the legal submissions in full. Just to leaf you through it quickly. In part 2 and 2.1, I've set out the changes that Kāinga Ora considers are necessary to give effect to the NPSUD, and those headings and little commentaries are self-explanatory. We then come to the legal context for Kāinga Ora involvement on page 4, and that you've heard about in a lot more detail in those earlier hearings that we've been at. So again, I won't repeat that. We then come to intensification planning instruments. Again, that was the source of, or the focus of a lot of the legal submissions earlier on in this hearing, and in hearing number 1. There are some points I think that it's worth just emphasising here in the context of what's come through the first week or so of hearings. And one of the issues I wanted to address was the discussion we're having really about how far can the PC12 provisions go in the context of Section 80 and those related provisions. And you've had some discussions with my friend Mr. Muldowney about that. I'd have to say I'm a little more conservative than he is in terms of how far you can go. And if we go to Section 80B3 of the Act, that allows related provisions that support or are consequential on the MDRS or policies 3, 4 and 5 of the NPSUD. So that those keywords are support or are consequential on. And looking at those, I think there's a causative or some sort of linkage in one or of two different directions for each of those terms. If it's provisions that support the MDRS or policies 3 and 4 particularly, then I think they must positively support that provision, make it more effective, improve its effectiveness. It is something that helps to give those provisions that we are introducing because of the policies greater effectiveness and greater hold on the environment. So that's the first category. And the second is our consequential of, and those really flow from the changes that we have. So they arise, if you like, as a consequence of the provisions. So where, for example, you have a change of height, and I know this is something I'm going to be talking about tomorrow, in those business zones, there's then a question, well, what does that do if you don't also change your FAR, for example, or remove your FAR or whatever state you do? You need to deal with intensity as a consequence of height if you don't do it up front. So I see those moving, if you like, a causation one way or the other. Either the provisions that we're changing are helping to support the outcome we're trying to get to, or we're changing them as a consequence of the changes that we're making through the plan change. It doesn't enable the council in my submission to embark on a revision of provisions that relate to other things they would like to see improved in the plan. And I guess in that category, I would see things like the tree provisions in terms of intensification. What do you do in terms of planting tree coverage? The deep soils provisions, the EV charges provisions. Those are things that council may consider are good, nice to haves, but I don't think they are either supporting or consequential on the MDRS or the policies. And I can come back to that perhaps in a little more detail later. And I guess the other thing I would say is that Parliament and ministers have collectively decreed that we are going to have intensification, both through the NPS in terms of a ministerial direction and the MDRS in terms of Parliament. That produces some outcomes that society needs to address, not necessarily the people who will be doing their best to give effect to that intensification or to implement the intensification. So there may be some areas where the council considers there's a consequence, if you like, of what Plan Change 12 is leading us to, but they aren't necessarily things that ought to be or can be addressed through this plan change itself, and that direct themselves to requiring particular conduct on the part of people who are developing. If I then move on to the submission, we come to what I've termed the legal issue number 1, universal access. And we've got some difficulties, some issues with that provision, and Mr. Liggett and others will address that. There is a discussion, I think, to be had in light of Mr. Muldowney's comments about the Viries argument that we have in our legal submissions and that he's addressed in his reply. And in particular, I won't take you back to those to the case law, but what I do want to address in a little more detail is the relationship with the Building Code and the Building Act. Now, the Building Code provisions don't require universal access for residential buildings, and the council's argument is, well, that means it's a live topic for the plan. And my response to that would be, we say the Building Code, the Building Act address this issue. What it determines is you shall have a requirement in terms of some public buildings, but you don't have the requirement, the same requirement in terms of some private buildings, namely residential. So the issue is in fact addressed. The outcome is that only some buildings are subject to these provisions, not others. The second point I want to address on that is the discussion regarding what the Auckland Unitary Plan provisions initially proposed. And the quote that's in the submissions arises from the business zone discussions on the Auckland Unitary Plan. I just want to emphasise, and I can provide you with written material if you need to, that the universal access provisions were proposed, in fact, in the AUP, Auckland Unitary Plan, residential mixed housing suburban, mixed housing urban, terraced housing and apartment building zones. So all those, I guess you'd say, medium to upper density residential zones also had the provisions in the first place, along with the business zones, and they were removed from all of them. For what it's worth, in the context of this separate plan change, separate plan. As I say, so I can provide you with more written information on that if you want it. Otherwise, it's just the way that the issue was addressed in the decisions that I think is reflected in the way that we've put it in.
Just on that point and on your submission in relation to, the absence of a requirement in the building code, meaning that it has been addressed. Is there any case law on that point, or is the only case law the Auckland Unitary Plan that you've directed us to?
And I guess a similar question is whether is there any background documentation on the formulation of the building code that actually provides that discussion and conclusion, or is that's solely an inference?
Inference, yeah. Having gone back to look at it. And I'd say on this is that the council's argument is that doubling up, if you like, in the RMA and the Building Act on this issue is not problematic, essentially because the purpose of the RMA is different from the Building Act. And Mr. Muldowney said something, I haven't got exact notes on it, but something along the purpose in the residential environment being to enable all people to live together effectively, to have a functioning residential environment. And then he fairly acknowledged that the policy isn't clear on that, and I agree with that. What I would say is being an RMA issue. It's not about the effects of an activity on the neighbours or the neighbouring environment or any other aspect of the environment. It's about the way that the house itself is designed, the dwelling is designed, and how it serves the people who live within it. And at that point, it becomes, in my submission, clearly a matter for the Building Act and for the Building Code and for any other mechanism that the appropriate level of government chooses to implement in order to address this valid and certainly legitimate issue in terms of the need for universal access in a sufficient and appropriate quantity and in the appropriate locations. So we say that this is not the right mechanism for doing it. Mr. Liggett's evidence makes it very clear that from Kāinga Ora's perspective, they address this issue very seriously. They do implement it, but they do it across their entire portfolio as opposed to addressing it in isolated chunks and saying 1 in 10 of these houses or whatever it is needs to do it. And the fourth point I'd say is that I think there's a real issue with this mechanism leading to unintended consequences. If you trigger it at 10 houses, you may end up with people building 9 houses. If you trigger it in circumstances where it's not actually feasible because you've got a property on a slope and it becomes a very expensive exercise, you may change and reduce the number of dwellings that you can have. So I think we need to be very careful about it. I understand the rationale for wanting to address the issue. I just don't think the mechanism is a particularly well-suited one.
Just so I'm clear on the legal argument against universal access, you're saying, one, there's a vires issue and that it doesn't address an RMA effect, and two, are you also saying that under Section 80E it's not supporting or consequential on, or is that?
Yeah, yes. Yeah, I mean, that's part of it, and I suppose, and it's a vires issue because it's dealt with in the Building Act as well, so there's a number of issues that layer upon each other.
Thank you.
I won't take you through the pages of material in the submission that deal with that issue. I then come to financial contributions. And you've heard from this morning from Mr. Duisberg, and I would echo the essence of his submissions. I've got some other points to make. And in 6.2, we emphasise some of the concerns that Kāinga Ora has. Firstly, that Council's evidence, and we say, hasn't demonstrated that the financial contribution provisions are warranted. Secondly, in the event that they are warranted, the provisions are unclear on their face as to the relevant threshold or contributions to be levied, and that's part of the discussion that you've been having through the course of the hearing with the Council witnesses, and I won't take you back to that, but that need for certainty we think is important. And thirdly, the issue about proposing levying on a per dwelling basis as opposed to the per bedroom basis. And we say there, and Mr. Liggett can address this in more detail, it will have a disproportionate impact on Kāinga Ora, given the need to deliver a high proportion of single bedroom dwellings. And more broadly, it could disincentivise the delivery of smaller dwellings in the market because I've got to pay more money, effectively, for this smaller dwelling. I may as well build a bigger dwelling where I can get more profit, effectively, and it becomes a lever in the market, potentially. What else had I noted down in my little notes on this issue? I guess there's a question about whether, and we say later on, you've got development contributions. Should you be using financial or development contributions for these kinds of issues? And the Council has said that the financial contributions are being imposed to accommodate growth or to address existing issues, and they're addressing matters that are not already addressed by the development contributions. And I suppose my first question is, why not? Shouldn't that be where, given it's got a regime, council might put things? Now, from the developer's perspective, there's a disadvantage in that. You can't appeal on a development contribution, whereas you can on a financial contribution. And secondly, I see development contributions as being a broader approach. So whereas with financial contributions, as Mr. Duisberg said to you this morning, you're fundamentally concerned with the nexus between the activity and the effect and the reason for the contribution. With development contributions, it's at a higher level. It's more, we're going to have this infrastructure expense, we will spread it over the growth that we anticipate we're going to get, and we'll make a reasonably good attempt to try and do that fairly. But it's not the same degree of precision that you have with a financial contribution. So I would say there's a development contribution regime. You don't need to add a financial contribution regime in order, for example, to impose contributions on permitted activities. They get pinged anyway under the development contribution regime. If there's an amendment to be made, maybe that's the more efficient way to doing it. And in saying that, I recognise that the right to appeal is something we don't have when we go to that mechanism, which is an advantage of the RMA mechanism. But I think there's still a fundamental issue in terms of this proposal in this case, in that you do need, as Mr. Duisberg said to you, the connection or the nexus between the activity and the effect that you're addressing.
Mr. Allen, do you think you're able to have a fixed amount that's preset and calculated in relation to a financial contribution?
Well, I'm sure you can, but you would need to have an ability for somebody to say, I should not be paying that for these reasons tied to my, in the context of, and again, you had this discussion this morning with Mr. Duisberg, where, what are the factors you would look at in exercising discretion? And it's hard to tell, because you need to know what is the financial contribution endeavouring to be for? In other words, what is it paying for? And we're not sure on that at this stage. What is the effect it's addressing? What's the level of effect that the activity will be generating in relation to that? Is there some other factor, an RM factor, that means that it is better not to charge that full financial contribution in this case? So there may be circumstances where the broader resource management consequence of something is deemed to be more important and more beneficial than the contribution you're getting towards a particular element. So I think it depends on the way that you construct the rule, but you could have a number, but you would need to have a consenting process to then address that in my submission.
But the generation of that number assumes that you're aware of some sort of environmental condition that needs to be addressed at a global scale. Because you've generated a large number and then you've divided it by a predicted amount of units of demand.
Correct. And at the moment, we don't really have the beginning bit, the number of what's going to cost for this, because we don't know that yet, and we don't have a mechanism that we say is precise enough in terms of determining whether a particular applicant should pay that theoretical, that fixed number, or the maximum, as I think Ms. Douglas referred to it as, or should be in a position of being able to argue to pay less. I suppose the other thing I would raise at this point, it's related to it, because there's a focus on Te Ture Whaimana, understandably, through the plan, and there needs to be, because the Act directs us to look at that. I think when we're coming to the financial contributions regime and some of the other rules that we're going to come to later, there's a real issue, I think, and we've had this submission before too, in drawing a nexus between Te Ture Whaimana and the specific rule we're dealing with. If you're in a circumstance, as I say we are, where Plan Change 12 won't increase the number of people that need to be housed in Hamilton, that will be a function of wider issues. What it will do is reduce the rural land on the outskirts of Hamilton, the extent of it that needs to be used up. It'll reduce the amount of roading that ultimately the city will have, because you won't need to build those roads in peripheral areas. You'll be able to intensify internally. You can address wastewater and water supply via servicing mechanisms, and given the reduction in urban sprawl, if I can put it that way, you're going to have a different but no more complex stormwater issue to resolve. I think there's a real issue about tying the rules that are proposed in this plan change, some of those, trees, tree coverage and the like, back to Te Ture Whaimana. I think that is a higher level document. It does tell us where there are particular areas where we shouldn't be intensifying, and it's essential that you take account of that. But in terms of those other rules that are sheeted home there, I think the nexus is something you need to be really satisfied about, and think about the way that developing differently does or does not generate more effects. Because in my submission, in many ways, developing more intensively will in fact generate less effect. That's kind of the point of it.
Just on that, are you suggesting that there should be, if you like, a betterment quotient?
No.
You're not going that far?
No, I'm not going that far.
Right.
Just on that topic, this morning you were here when Mr. Duisberg and Mr. Inga presented before us and made a case for, well, one, not supporting financial contributions, but if you do put an exemption in for greenfields because they're different. Just interested in your view in terms of, you know, what is the difference between the greenfields and the brownfields in terms of, I guess, the need for financial contributions. What you've just said is that actually you, through redeveloping in an intensified area, you might have a betterment. So do you not see there being a distinction in terms of the need between greenfields and brownfields?
I think there's an issue with financial contributions for both. And the fact that the Act says you can bring them in doesn't mean you have to bring them in, or that it makes sense to do it. I understand the point that Mr. Duisberg was making, saying his client's just gone through a process with a plan change where Te Ture Whaimana, of course, was part of the inquiry. I don't know if that produces a different outcome in your minds than just recognising or just considering whether the financial contributions are needed at all in this context, given the other mechanism and given what I would say is that difficulty drawing that link for all of those, for development in any location.
So your submission is that nexus is really what we need to be looking at rather than the type of development, whether it's greenfields or brownfields or...
And if I can say, there's another example I'd go to, which is the one about streetscape, effectively, and about saying, well, when we intensify, we need to put more things into the public realm. That, in a sense, assumes that intensification will produce a reduction in amenity. That's not necessarily right, and it's certainly not the goal that we should have. Some of the most attractive places to be in even in New Zealand cities are some of the densest places, most densely developed places, because there's a lot of activity. There is still space for people to rest. There's still space for people to recreate. We need to ensure that we have that, obviously, as Hamilton expands and becomes, instead of 150,000, 400,000 whenever. But I think there's a real issue in an assumption that intensification means if you like, adverse effects in terms of amenity, in terms of streetscape, in terms of availability of space for people to use. We can use the space we have more intelligently and better, and that may have a cost, but it might also be something that's really is an improved level of service, if you like, for everybody. And at that point, it becomes a rates issue as opposed to a development issue. And I think that allocation of cost is something, it's always easy for councils to say the developer should pay. But the problem with that is we are trying to house people. We're trying to help society as a whole. And the more housing there is, the better the amenity for everybody, ideally, because the tide rises for all of us.
Charles, do we have any recent jurisprudence on financial contributions? I mean, there's a bit in the early days, but I don't recall anything recently.
I think basically because councils lobbied to get the development contribution regime because A, it meant they had more flexibility, subject to what the High Court subsequently said, and B, you couldn't appeal it. So largely, councils have moved to, in my experience, certainly the ones with development that happens in extensive areas like Auckland, have moved to DCPs rather than financial contributions. And I think Hamilton still, I think, has a residual component, but my understanding is that, again, development contributions are the primary mechanism that's been used in this city in the recent past. And the jurisprudence we have is more on development contributions than financial contributions, I suspect, for that reason. I'm not going to add anything on minimum separation distances from electricity lines. You'll be pleased to know that hasn't to date been a major focus. I then want to come to my legal issue 4, which is Council's proposed urban tree canopy rule. And we've said it does raise a jurisdictional issue as it goes beyond simply making the MDRS less enabling of development than provided in Schedule 3A. And we get back to the Waikanae cases that my friend Mr. Muldowney addressed you on, and the High Court decision in particular, which explicitly says the MDRS, the NPS, but it applies to both of them, and you can't impose something that, if you like, raises the bar on development that's currently allowed. I'd say that the urban tree canopy standard does that. We say also, though, that there are real practical implications of that that are problematic, and the submissions sort of wade through some of that. You've got to change potentially the orientation of your buildings. You have to take account of where the sunlight comes from. How's your tree going to grow? Is there enough space? We now know that the tree going over the boundary counts, but what happens when your neighbour cuts off the branch because they don't like it? It's, I think, fraught with issues in terms of enforceability, and it's fraught with this tension between intensification on private land, which ought to be offset, if you like, by the way that we deal with our public land, our open space. And that benefit on the open space should apply to everybody, those who live in existing quarter-acre sections, those who live in apartment buildings alike. But the difficulty arises when we say we want to resolve this global issue, like just the consequence of intensifying within an existing area rather than marching out into the countryside at the previous rate, by asking the private developer or the private resident to address a tiny part of that by having a tree on their site or deep soil on their site or whatever else. We think it is wiser to focus on the best intensification you can do and the best public spaces you can do, rather than trying to use regulation, if you like, to force that a particular sort of amenity into a location that may not be particularly well suited to it because it's intensively developed.
You could make that case, though, through the resource consent process, couldn't you, on a site-specific?
Well, you could, but I'm not sure we want to have an argument on every site as to whether we should have a tree planted or not. I think one of the things, well, we've all heard for years, but increasingly, is people fairly or unfairly criticising RMA for the cost and the complexity of the consenting process. And these folk will comment on aspects of that with these rules. It's a real issue. It doesn't require, and my submission doesn't require you to bomb the RMA and replace it with new statute to fix it. There are ways to do that through the RMA. But I think trying to identify the consents that really matter and the controls that really matter and simplifying that exercise is a good start. And we need to get the right things in place. I'm not sure that this is one of the things that we want to spend a lot of energy and time on. And in a sense, you end up with a general tree protection by default, because you've now got a site, every site now has a requirement to keep a tree on it, no matter how logical that was in the first place. Now that's the list of topics that I had. There's some other things I think I'd like to just touch upon if I could. Some of which I think I've gone through. There's an infrastructure capacity issue, and Council's argument that granting land use consents and then finding that you can't get a connection to the infrastructure would be inefficient. And there was reference to Auckland, and I'm not sure what particular examples of the many in Auckland that are problematic we're going to, but the most obvious problem currently in Auckland in the press is the one where they built houses on a promise they were going to get connection to the wastewater system, and the wastewater system hasn't been fully connected and they're still trucking the waste off. I think that's a step beyond what we're looking at here. What I would say is that if you're going to develop in an urban context, you need a whole lot of things, one of which is tenure in whatever form, one of which is resource consent, and to get resource consent I need the zoning to allow it. Another one is connection to services or provision for services. And people developing know that, and I appreciate the councils say we don't like to get to the point where we've granted a resource consent and somebody says now provide me with the service. But I think that might be as much about telling people you've got an issue with services early than using it as a way of just stopping development wholesale. What I would say, and I'd repeat what we said early on in the round one of this hearing, is if you have clearer guidance as to where development can occur, then that enables the infrastructure provider to identify where they need to put in services for the future. And one of the issues, of course, with MDRS is that it didn't provide, as a mechanism, it doesn't provide that. Council has endeavoured to address that in a number of ways. I think the focus on the centre, the focus on centres, and the focus on corridors and specific areas gets you around that problem. At that point, once you've identified where development should happen, then the concerns that Mr. Jagged and others will talk about in terms of the rules that are proposed here come to the fore. And we're in a position then where we know where the capacity is needed over the next 10, 20, 30 years. So we know where the investment needs to go over the next 10, 20 and 30 years, and we know that development happens alongside that. We don't suddenly get all those lots we're zoning for filled tomorrow. It's going to be a gradual process, but we need to give developers and infrastructure providers the clarity that this is where you should go. And if you go there, we'll work it out. That's how the cities have developed in the past.
Sorry, can I just walk you back on that a bit?
Sure.
I mean, the one conclusion from what you just said is that there's nothing wrong with the ICO, put aside the technical issues for a moment, but the concept of, in actual fact, requiring a greater level of assessment to be done on particular issues in some parts of the city if you want to achieve a particular goal is legitimate. Is legitimate.
Is there a difference?
Is legitimate because you've identified the corridors and so on that you want to intensify. So I wasn't sure whether you were saying that the ICO as a concept is not legitimate, or simply that it's not practical in terms of the argument that Mr. Jaggard and so on make.
Well, Mr. Jaggard will address.
Yeah, that's the detail.
The nuance of the detail of it, and where the problems arise, and where, given that we've identified where these areas are, and everything will go up like that.
But given the option of having an overlay that actually directs you to more detailed consideration is not unacceptable, or is unacceptable? I mean, it's a regular planning approach. So I'm just trying to work out where KO stands on it.
The question is, do you give the concept of having an overlay that requires greater consideration of a particular matter is clearly an acceptable concept. The question is whether it's warranted in this case. Yeah. And if so, where? And do you have a different approach in some areas where you know you want your development to occur than you do in other areas where you've it's not the focus of your development strategy, put it that way. Just briefly, I said I'd come back to electric vehicle charging points. I have an issue with the legality of imposing requirements for electric vehicle charging points. I say that's a different issue from land use planning. I don't know if anybody's assessed, for the purpose of this exercise, whether requiring electric charging reduces greenhouse emissions. Where does your electric charging come from? Where do you put it? What does it do in terms of how do you construct those plants or that facility? Does that process produce greenhouse gases? Is it appropriate to put it in a number of locations where there may be more efficient places to put it? Are we yet in a circumstance where we are prepared to intensify in certain locations, particularly well suited to public transport, ideally, or that provided by it, or where, because of the intensification, public transport's then provided? And so you may not need a car. You may not need to add to congestion, which of course increases the emissions from every other car that isn't electric. I just say to you in my submission, this is an area that's outside the RMA issues. It's not an effect of the land use. And it may be that we have a policy in the future at a national level or otherwise that addresses that issue, but I don't see it being something that arises, that is supportive of or consequential on the policies or the MDRS. That was what I thought I should take you to. If you've got any other questions, I'm happy to answer them, but I'm conscious that we are ticking on time. In that case, Mr. Leggett, who's got I'll ask to be briefly in a summary. Not that I've been.
Good afternoon, panel. I'll just briefly touch on the evidence. If you've got questions as we go through, happy to take them as we go, or at the end at your leisure. Just briefly in terms of the structure of the evidence, in section 4, broadly, I'm canvassing the wider reasons for Kāinga Oro's involvement in this process. Do update some of the relevant numbers in relation to the portfolio with respect to the evidence we filed at the strategic hearing. And fundamentally, you will notice, and I think as Council and Council witnesses have referenced, the matters that we have brought to you in terms of the hearing are vastly different from the broad scope of our submission. There is a narrowing that is presented through the evidence, and fundamentally that is, in terms of the key focus areas, are recorded in paragraphs 4.8 of my evidence. Broadly, we still have an issue to address in terms of Hamilton and the unmet need for housing. At last count, about 1,600 applicants on the MSD wait list. That is despite a concerted effort by our organisation and others over the last couple of years to supply housing into the Waikato region. Just to put that into a bit of context, that current wait list represents about 6.5% of the total national waiting list, in circumstances where Hamilton itself represents about 3.5% of the total New Zealand population. So we have a disproportionate unmet need here. The need is more acute and is something that needs to be responded to. More so here than in other places. And just to touch on that, as things are evolving for our organisation, as we get more clarity on what the future holds for us in terms of delivery, we have recently been given updated direction as to the delivery program over the next 2 years. What I can say for the Waikato region, and for us that's broader than Hamilton City, but obviously Hamilton City itself is the main metropolitan core of this region. For us over the next 2 years, that represents activity in the order of 528 new homes to be delivered within the Waikato area in response to that 1,600. So,
528
over the next 2 years.
2 years.
So this year and the year 25-26.
And is that split in terms of, you know, bedrooms and so on, or is that just a gross figure at this point?
At this point, it's a gross figure. The business will be going through a process of working that out. We do know broadly, though, in terms of the wait list, that's showing us approximately 50% of unmet demand is for one-bedroom units. About a quarter of it is for 2 bedrooms, compared with less than 20% being required for 3 bedrooms or greater. Now, in that context, that's going to suggest to us that we're going to be heavily weighted in terms of that supply to smaller household units. And that's material when we get to other parts of my evidence that we'll touch on shortly. Just looking at, I guess the fundamental question that we proposed in our submission as filed was a substantial challenge to the zoning pattern for the city. You will note that's unquestioned in our evidence. That is a deliberate position on our part. We note that council has made a substantial change in its approach between what was notified and where it has landed in its evidence, fundamentally with the eastern side of the city and addressing zoning outcomes for Enderley, Fairfield and Porritt, and the transit corridors on the east of the city. For that reason, we're not advancing to you the rest of the zoning requests that we have put forward in our submission. That does have a material impact for us, in that the outcome for us will mean about 80% of our portfolio will retain the general residential zoning. About 17% will be medium density zoned, and a very small fraction, about 50 properties in total, will be rezoned to high density residential.
Can I just ask you to confirm, or otherwise, that we don't therefore need to address that earlier submission point?
Not with respect to spatial extent. The spatial extent that council has advanced in its latest position is the position that we accept. So just coming back to paragraph 4.8 and the narrowed matters that are in contention between us and the city with respect to Plan Change 12 and some of the reasons and rationale for that. In summary, those largely touch on requests that seek the deletion of the infrastructure capacity overlay, seek amendments to a number of the outcomes that Council has broadly described as its green policy and related provisions. So water conservation, amendments to the urban tree canopy standard, and the deep soil areas, sorry, not deep sea, and two other additional standards related to the universal access and EV charge points. We seek deletion of those. In addition, we also seek deletion of the amendments to the financial contributions and support where Council has landed, as I'd already touched on, with respect to the zoning for areas in and around Enderley, Fairfield and Porritt. Just touching on some of the reasons behind that, and it does go straight to the cost of complying with these requirements. In our experience from a consenting perspective, because we have been undertaking some consenting while Plan Change 12 has been in its current state, our lived experience on the ground is while things may well be restricted discretionary activity, if you seek to dispense with those requirements, it is not, or it doesn't feel that way in a consent process. It's a very much go, no-go type question in our experience, and if you do not meet those standards or propose those outcomes as part of your project, despite the specific nature of it, you will meet a regulatory process that is not very conducive to moving forward, both in terms of the administration of that, but then also in terms of the conditions that flow out the other end. In practical terms, and we have delivered some developments with some of these things in place, what that means in terms of the suite of provisions that, or additional standards we're asking you to remove from the plan, that equates to between $14,000 and $15,000 of additional site works per dwelling. That's not a small amount of money to carry. That is in conjunction, while not operative yet, as we understand it, the financial contribution request in the order of $5,200 or thereabouts per unit. If we put those two amounts together, we're circa $20,000 additional cost directly to each dwelling we deliver attributed to Plan Change 12. That is in addition to the development contributions that we also need to pay the city. And at the moment, those would vary for us between $18,000 per dwelling up through to about $33,000. So Plan Change 12, in terms of the cost implications on the ground for delivery, represents a doubling of the costs that you would pay to council via development contributions. And with respect to the total site costs, we're getting upwards of close to a third by the time you add all of those compliance costs and direct cash to council. About a third of your site works cost is now related to Plan Change 12 and development contributions if you were to advance what council's put in front of you. If I can just touch on a slightly nuanced issue with respect to the infrastructure capacity overlay as it is constructed at the moment. You will note from both our submission, also the evidence that we've filed, and this is broadly consistent across positions that we've taken in other IPI processes across the country. The method that the council has used to deploy that is a measure of density standards, the 1 to 200 or the 1 to 150. That does present an administrative question when you get to council in terms of the consent process. While the council is endeavouring to craft those provisions around infrastructure, in practice, when you get in front of an urban designer, you start having a conversation about density and what that means, and then there is something quoted in the plan, albeit not its stated purpose, but the fact that it retains there does create some blurring of the issues when you're dealing with the consent and the discussion and process that you need to have between council officers and applicant. Also, when looking at that, and while we haven't opposed the move broadly in the general residential zone from 3 to 2, and the reason for that I'll elaborate for you is fundamentally for us, the feasibility of development in Hamilton is such that 2 units, a development of 2 units on a site is completely out of the question. A development of 3 units on a site is very, very borderline. Load in the additional cost from Plan Change 12, and it's unfeasible. So at that point, we would be needing to proceed with developments of 4 or more in any case, such that we're in a consenting environment. So the trigger for that question is we're ambivalent to, whether it's 2 or whether it's 3. That does, however, when you package all of this up, there is a real risk with respect to the NPS UD intention around housing choice and housing affordability. Some of the modelling that we've done on this suggests that by the time you put together the infrastructure overlay, density provisions and the number of units permitted on a site, if the market is to respond at a permitted level of development, you're promoting almost a single type of housing delivery. Some of the scenarios that we have run, so if we were to take a standard typical site, 580 square metres, general residential zone, 2 units permitted, 1 to 200 to stay clear of the infrastructure issue, you've got a 2-unit proposal. In order to make that work against market metrics and produce a return, you're going to need to provide 3 and 4 bedroom dwellings. The chance of supplying smaller household units, one, it's an efficient use of those sites once created, but your return on investment becomes questionable as to whether you have a profitable outcome at the other end. The reality of that, compared with alternatives promoted through our original submission, mean that those alternatives are anywhere between 15 and 52% cheaper to deliver per house. That's not inconsequential, but it is an issue more broadly to housing choice and housing affordability than it is for public housing delivery. But those 2 rules in and of themselves you run the risk of promoting an outcome that is less affordable and provides less housing choice than other alternatives.
Just on your comments here about your 80% being in the GRZ and relating that to your land holding. Mm-hmm. So is the spatial pattern of that, if you like, enabling you to, join up all the bits and pieces, or is it a combination of some big blocks and a few scattered ones here and there?
It's definitely a combination. We don't have all of our land in single sites. We're brownfield ownership. It is distributed, and it does vary from single sites of 580 square metres through to 8 or 9 of those together, sort of approaching half hectares. There is the odd 1 or 2 blocks of land where we approach a hectare and beyond, but we're talking a different scale of land holding than you would a 50 hectare farm on the fringe of the city in single ownership. I think just the last point to touch on the standards, and you would have heard from Mr. Allen around universal access. He's presented the legal position as we understand it. In addition, for us, the construct, and Council has recognised, we have our own requirements around that, and that's measured at 15% of our portfolio, so slightly higher than the 10%. But it's applied very differently. Council's applied this project by project once you trigger 10 units or more, where that 15% is across a portfolio. We may well deliver one site that has 100%, which means a number of other sites that are less appropriate, more distant from services, sloping, sitting in a floodplain or around a floodplain, such that a site with greater level of accessibility within the unit is less appropriate than alternative sites, we will move that around within the portfolio.
To be clear, the portfolio, that's broken down by area, so like you've got a Hamilton portfolio or a Waikato portfolio, you're not talking across the country.
We'd be managing that 15% across the delivery within Waikato.
Yeah. Good point.
So for us, hitting a regulatory hurdle and promoting outcomes at a project level that may not be the direction that we're seeking for that particular project creates a level of uncertainty, process risk, and then we're being asked to do things that are not necessarily efficient for the portfolio. And the broader question in any event, while the phrase is universal access, and I think prams were cited in the earlier conversation on day one, the reality is for those people that need or have acute access issues, these standards won't get anywhere near close to what they need, and you will be doing bespoke responses in any event. We work very closely with the Ministry of Health. We receive funding in some instances to make very detailed and very specific modifications to existing or homes to be built to meet the very specific needs of those people with the most acute access issues.
You got a dollar cost range of access requirements? I mean, what's the additional cost range for against a standard unit?
Each unit is, there's no such thing as a standard single cost because you're dealing with each of the individual component elements of a building. A single...
Let me ask the question the other way then. If this was imposed, what would it add to your costs?
Yeah. I can give you by way of example, if you were to do a level access entry on a flat site, you can be adding in the order of $1,500 for that entry threshold. If you have multiple entry thresholds on a dwelling, how many are you going to provide that level of access to? If you're starting to widen corridors through a dwelling, that's increased floor area, it's circulation space, it's unusable space. So you're either going to directly pay more per square metre to increase the overall footprint, or you are going to take floor space out of other things like kitchen, dining, living, in order to compensate for a wider circulation space. So at all parts of the design process, people will be making very distinct trade-offs.
Let me ask, and I don't think we've had a definition of universal access. We may have, but I may have missed it. You're reading that as a requirement to apply not just the entrance, but internal remediation as well.
Yeah, well, I think just listening to the hearing, door widths of 810 were muted. A requirement for a bedroom on the ground floor was muted. Again, that's a particular design response. That may or may not be desired by the end user of that home, but is now required by regulation.
I understood the standard just relate to gradient doorway size and that accessing the bedroom and living space on the ground floor. That was the three things. So
yeah,
I guess beyond that, like internal hallway width, that's something that you would do yourselves.
If you're talking an 810 door, you need a commensurate hallway for that to go inside. I did hear that on the, there's no point having a 700 wide hallway to an 810 door, right? So there's, while you may define one or two components, the consequential impact of that, and yeah, while I quoted you $1,500 for a threshold, I'm talking at the threshold. If you're talking about a gradient from footpath to front door, your costs are going to vary greatly depending on what you start with as a site. If you have a steep site, you're into very expensive retaining, all sorts of construction to achieve that particular gradient. Is that appropriate on that site? Now, for our purposes, we would say no, and we wouldn't be proposing any form of universal access on that site. We would be going to another site which is better suited for that purpose. If I can just briefly add a couple of comments out of section 6 from my evidence in respect of the Three Waters infrastructure. I've I've talked about the introduction and the measure of that by way of a density standard. What we have observed from the spatial mapping of that and Council's explanation of it, as we understand it, applies to the brownfield areas of urban Hamilton outside of the Stage 1A Central City intensification area. The whole thing is couched on council has insufficient infrastructure in this geography, but then it's explicitly excluding the greenfield, just to touch on your conversation with Mr. Allen earlier. The greenfield environment has no infrastructure at the date that you sign off on Plan Change 12, but the overlay doesn't even apply there. But the overlay is couched as insufficient infrastructure. You also heard from Mr. Davey about the extensive work that the council is undertaking to introduce a viewer hopefully by Christmas this year. We would say to you that that viewer may well provide an evidential basis for the overlay, but today we do not have that level of detail to justify the spatial extent. We cannot say with certainty that the construction of development at a density of 1 to 100 on a site is going to have issues with respect to network infrastructure capacity. It is the absence of council having the information available to it that is then promoting a overlay which shifts the burden of proof onto an applicant. That puts a lot of onus on people to do investigation that may or may not be warranted. If council is to come with its viewer, as Mr. Davey described, we would welcome that, and we think that's probably the starting point for the solution to the issue here. We would then say, and you have evidence from us and also from those advising us around assessment criteria flowing from such a tool would give the council certainty that at a resource consent infrastructure can be appropriately addressed. So in that, ultimately, it's our view, or Kaingora's view, that the method, while we recognise council's trying to respond to an issue that it doesn't fully understand, we don't think the method is necessarily cost effective or efficient with respect to introduction into the plan as a result of Plan Change 12. Just to answer your earlier question about universal access more fulsomely, because I've had someone working in the background, for the full universal design standard that we deploy within our portfolio, that will cost us between $6,000 to $10,000 per dwelling. If you are to move to full modification to provide an accessible home, looking at wheelchair accessibility, you're talking 15 to 20. And I appreciate the council's not asking for the latter, but the relative issue here is if we're thinking about designing for mobility for all, you're talking about a $20,000 investment if you actually want to achieve that.
So, Mr. Liggett, just on that, are you really saying that in practice, Kaingora wouldn't do the 6,000 to 10,000? It would say we're focusing on these sites and we do the full Monty so that you're going to have better access. Is that what you?
No, what I'm saying is the universal design criteria that we apply to our portfolio would cost us $6,000 to $10,000. We deploy that to 15% of all of our new construction.
Okay.
But that's our universal design standard is not dissimilar to what the council is promoting here.
So what was the 15 to 20,000 then? That was full wheelchair access?
That's where you're starting to get into wheelchair access, yes. And if you're talking about ground floor bedrooms to be wheelchair accessible, you're talking about that 15 to 20.
But I thought you said earlier that you really, you work with Ministry of Health to try and work out what the demand is. So how do you do that? How do you work out which ones would need full wheelchair access as distinct from the minimum, if you like?
Yeah, I probably need to clarify that for you. When I was referencing the Ministry of Health, that is where we're dealing with a very specific individual. making a very specific intervention into a particular house, responding directly to them. So Ministry of Health will go through with a needs assessor. They will determine what modifications are required to a house in order for that individual to function, and then there'll be a program of work built off the back of that.
So on that, you wouldn't put in a full wheelchair access unless there was that particular need?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
And just to confirm that your anonymous source is actually qualified to give you those figures?
Those figures will be coming straight out of our delivery team, yes.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Those are real costs.
And I don't want a full Monty either, for that matter. So.
Lastly, the other big bit that my evidence touches on is the financial contributions. Struggling where to start with that one. I think the challenge we faced initially when looking at it, council seeking to recover some money. Financial contributions broadly relate to the mitigation of effects of development on the environment, usually by way of money or works or other such things. What we have really struggled to do is join the dots, and I think even council's own provisions start to get really confusing as to what's being discussed. And if I just go directly to the provisions for a minute, what we've been struggling and hasn't been clarified by the hearing is what is the actual effects to be mitigated. There is a purpose statement about residential amenity or outcomes for Te Tura Waimana around infrastructure. But even if I go to the latest version of the residential amenity, it's to avoid, remedy or mitigate the adverse effects of residential development density that cannot be managed on site through recovery of costs incurred by council associated with maintaining and improving residential amenity. So I don't know what works council is doing to improve or maintain residential amenity, which by its very nature relates to the residential environment. I don't know what work council's doing on residential land to maintain residential amenity. We do get some insights. A range of costs, not limited to improvement of public open space. Well, public open space, is that residential amenity or is that a public utility serving a community at large? How does residential density mean we have an adverse effect on the availability of public open space, or the need to improve public open space when public open space is a utility for the community as a whole? The third one there, where streetscape amenity can be enhanced, the cost of that enhancement. Are we talking about residential amenity or streetscape amenity? Is streetscape amenity now a requirement for residential amenity? How does all of that work? Particularly when I understand council is looking to procure funding to do streetscape works, street trees, etc. So there's a real challenge there about what is the effect, how are we to mitigate it, other than to pay some money? And if we are to pay some money, what certainty do we have from the council that it is actually going to put that money to good use relative to the effects that it's claiming that it needs to mitigate? In circumstances where A, the council can't tell us how much they're going to spend, in fact, apparently decisions on the long-term plan deferred the whole issue, and the council doesn't have a policy yet with respect to implementing any of these things. So there's a whole lot of questions that we are left with as to, A, there's a stated purpose in the plan as being promoted to you, but how does that actually play out in real terms when we get to our consent? For us, that's material, because ultimately, if we add all those things up, it's $5,200 per house, every single house. And then we have the way in which it's measured. If we're getting into detail on it, it's measured per dwelling. So our one-bedroom unit is going to pay as much as the four-bedroom house. How do those two things correlate? When actually, I will say conversely to the evidence you heard from Ms. Douglas, that a small house will have more demand because it will have smaller utility. if we look at the plan change provisions as a whole, but an infrastructure overlay which says 1 to 200 is your threshold. Beyond that, you need a consent. If we're putting an 80 square metre house on a 200 square metre site, I've got 120 square metres of outdoor living space or outdoor environment. I don't join the two things together in terms of the explanation you were given. Again, how do we respond to that if we want to elect to mitigate the effects ourselves directly? Similarly, the off-site mitigation with respect to Te Whaimana and betterment. You heard from Mr Roberts that the council's only intending on undertaking infrastructure investment inside stage 1 or stage 1A. If that, Te Whaimana is about mitigating the effects through the infrastructure network, if the council's only putting all of its money in stage 1, if we're doing development outside of that, where's the causal link between the effects that we need to mitigate versus the payment that we need to make? What had come out post, because I'm aware that Waipa and Hamilton have been looking at this together. What had come out on the 30th of August was Waipa Council's decision on its Plan Change 26 IPI. Our understanding of that decision is that it has rejected to advance the financial contribution provisions for reasons not dissimilar to some of the questions that we've had with them. And if you were to turn to the council reasons for that decision, in particular reasons 2 and 3, where it directly cites the uncertainty around connecting the effects of development to these particular contributions, we would say the issue is very much live. And if Waipa's been struggling with it, we think the same issues are here. For that reason, Kaingaroa requests that the financial contribution provisions do not advance as a result of Plan Change 12. I think with that, other than one final comment around the Enderley Porritt redevelopment area, I said at the start we support the zoning that has been advanced there. We think the zoning that council has put in front of you is appropriate, is not dissimilar, and I think through some amendments that it's made, it's expanded the area that we had sought in response to other submitters. For us, that represents 530 homes. That's about 20%, 15 to 20% of the total housing stock in Hamilton City. That opportunity over the medium term is quite significant for us, and having that zoning advanced in that way will support us working with council over time to achieve some changes in that particular community.
Thank you, Mr Liggett. Just on that last point, is that where you'll focus the next 10 years or a large part of the next 10 years sort of development, or is it still going to be across your portfolio in Hamilton?
In terms of major redevelopment, I think we've stated publicly that will become a focus area for us. That doesn't mean that's the only environment in which we will locate. We have houses all over the city. Each individual house sits on its own life cycle, and we do need to respond to the needs of either the tenants living within them or the specific requirements of the house at any given time. The houses in that geography are typically 40 to 50 years old. They are not the oldest that we own, but they are certainly older than the average.
Yeah, we're not going to get into the heritage question, are we? No.
That was last fortnight.
Just on that Enderley Porritt area, I'm just looking at a planning map that I've got. It's actually outlined on the planning map, but there aren't any specific provisions for you in there, is there, that you can take advantage of? I mean, it's just composed of the two zonings.
There's the zoning, and then the council's got a black line around it that says if you undertake a comprehensive analysis of the infrastructure, you're going to be and basically set up a catchment management plan and deliver to that, you're going to basically void yourself of the infrastructure capacity overlay requirements.
Right.
Because you're going to be doing something specific in response to a catchment study.
Right, and just what you referred to then, that's actually in the district plan somewhere, and I haven't found it, that's all.
That's my understanding of what that outline means, yes.
Right, okay, thank you.
Just on that, would that not obviate some of your concerns about the ICO? If there is that in that area, you can do your sort of, sounds like you're going to do a comprehensive plan for that area in terms of infrastructure?
Well, there's certainly ongoing conversations between Kāinga Ora and the city about that. Again, it comes down to the way in which that provision is constructed. Our understanding of that is that first we need to agree a catchment management plan with the council. That's got its own process. How you manifest to that will be a process between our respective organisations, timeframes, funding, all that stuff unknown. How you proceed in that geography in the meantime will be with reference to the infrastructure capacity overlay. And it is only a small portion of that geography. It doesn't cover every single of the 530 houses that I quoted to you in that broader area for us. And certainly, there's another 3,000 houses outside of that geography that will be impacted by the infrastructure capacity overlay.
Okay, thanks.
In that area and employing some of the medium density residential zonings, and assuming you've got, not just a 580 square metre section, but maybe half a hectare or something like that, in that sort of area, it strikes me, just looking at, what Kāinga Ora has done elsewhere, is that you're likely to achieve your density. I mean, you'll have good open space, you plant large trees, you'll deal with your servicing and what have you, and that's what comes through comprehensive development.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's not, and achieving profit and what have you as well. That's all achievable, but it's on a larger site. But those things all become much more challenging when you're dealing with small sites.
Certainly trying to get one development site away in a single street and loading all of the infrastructure cost off-site onto that one site, that's definitely prohibitive and is part of the reason why our feasibilities are strained. When you start looking at that comprehensive area-wide redevelopment, it does introduce other complexities in terms of total build-out and total impact on network systems in terms of what gets modelled, but in real terms there are, don't want to speak like an economist, but economies of scale and efficiencies that are accrued by working at that level as opposed to working all over the place.
And economies in your administrative cost in terms of obtaining those consents as well, obviously.
Yep.
Okay.
You're getting nods from Mr. Osborne, so you must be, not too wide of the mark there. Yeah, you have to watch your body language around here, Thank you, Mr. Liggett.
Thank you.
Mr. Allen.
The next witness is Mr. Osborne, unsurprisingly.
Well, it doesn't sound like we need him. I mean, Mr. Liggett's already got the nod.
Maybe not. See how quickly we can get through this.
The fire out of my evidence. Oh, there we go. My name is Philip Mark Osborne. I'm an economic consultant for the company Property Economics. I produced a statement of evidence dated the 24th of July 2024. My evidence addressed the relief sought by Kāinga Ora on proposed Plan Change 12 to the Hamilton District Plan, relating to several different performance standards within the general and medium density residential zones. From an economic perspective, I support the overall direction of Plan Change 12, which represents a significant zoning uplift in key areas in and around some centres, as well as the provision of sufficient residential capacity to support and efficiently facilitate growth in the city. The key point of difference between the submission position of Kāinga Ora and that of the Council are the constraints imposed on the general and medium density zones, which I consider unnecessary and/or to impose undue costs on land development. In my opinion, the provisions proposed by Council have adverse implications for the efficient delivery of housing in the city. The advice of Kāinga Ora is that the provisions will impact adversely on its ability to feasibly deliver social housing. Kāinga Ora's submission requests that the ICO be deleted and identifies an alternative means by which to evaluate infrastructure capacity constraints and effects that is less likely to result in unnecessary impacts on the efficient provision of housing and, in the case of Kāinga Ora, social housing provision. Additionally, Kāinga Ora seeks the removal of the urban tree and deep soil requirements in the general and medium density zones. Crucial to the potential economic impact of the ICO is the associated density standards set to 1 and 200 in the general and 1 to 150 in the medium density zone. While seeking to manage infrastructure constraints, the approach taken through PC12 has a high probability of adverse effects upon the efficient development of housing within Hamilton City. This is in terms of quantum, price and typology, as well as impacting upon the competitive nature of development within general and medium density areas in comparison to less efficient residential areas and other districts. In terms of the urban tree and deep soil requirements, Mr. Graham for Council sets out in his rebuttal that the rules do not require a contiguous space to meet the tree requirement. Regardless, this requirement is likely to materially impact upon development certainty through increased risk and reduced flexibility. Inherently, the key concern of Kāinga Ora relates to the provision of social housing, which, with increasing rates and a slowing economy, is likely to continue to grow and be a focus of economic and social well-being for the community. The relief sought by Kāinga Ora recognises infrastructure constraints while providing more appropriate flexibility and choice within the housing market for Hamilton City. It remains my economic opinion that this relief is appropriate and likely to result in a more efficient and responsive housing market for the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Osborne. And thank you for the background stuff that you've got in your evidence too. It's quite helpful. Just a query on your para 26. Just to confirm, the affordability index of approximately 6.6 you cite there, that represents what?
That's the average, or the median, home price compared to the median household income.
Right. Okay. Right. Yep. All right. Thank you for that. David?
Yeah, I just had one question on your growth data as well, back at paragraph 21. Where you say it should be noted even under this higher projection, growth on a proportional level is anticipated to be slower than the growth exhibited in the past. And you say this is to say that Hamilton has a history of exceeding its growth projections and a strong potential to continue to do so. So in terms of the graph, just on the next previous page there, sort of where are you, there's a bit of a dip on the black line there, but you're projecting it's going to sort of continue on where it was before in terms of projections.
I would say that a lot of the historical projections have underestimated the growth in Hamilton, but that market change with the changes in the Auckland and ease of transportation and so forth that are connecting the cities has been taken into account in the new projections, and so they're more likely to meet that medium to high, or fall within that medium to high range for expected population.
Right.
Yep.
Thank you. Because the council's going to give us an update on what it anticipates and how it's providing for it. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr Osborne. Always useful to have an economic view on things. So, yeah. Mr Allen.
Mr Jaggard is next.
Mr Jaggard. You're going to paraphrase your 57 pages or whatever it is.
Yes, I will do my best. So my name's Philip Jaggard. I'm an Infrastructure 3 Water Specialist with MPS, working for Kaingaroa. In relation to Plan Change 12, through the latest amendments, it's quite clear now that the ability to connect to the water, wastewater and stormwater systems requires an additional approval through the Three Waters Connection Policy. I think this is sits out the normal process and it's a good addition to the plan. Furthermore, there's bylaws, Local Government Act and Building Consent Process that Council has the ability to decline or approve connections for infrastructure if there's no capacity available. In relation to the infrastructure capacity overlay and density limits, I think these, in my opinion, they can be removed. They add unnecessary complexity to the plan. Essentially, if we look at from a development of 4 or more dwellings, that requires a restricted discretionary consent. So therefore, it'll have an infrastructure capacity assessment. So the real key bit is actually around 3 dwellings within the general residential zone and the density limits. And through my evidence there, I present some scenarios for water and wastewater capacity assessments. The difference between 2 or 3 lots developments is very, very small in relation to a 1-lot development. It's very unlikely that a consent would be declined for capacity given the network capacity of the local or the trunk network. Those calculations are probably well within the margin area of any modelling that would be undertaken and any assessment that would be required. So it really raises the question, is it actually necessary? And in my opinion, it adds excessive regulatory rules above what's needed. From a stormwater perspective, the scenarios of 2 or 3 dwellings or 4 on a site, the impervious coverage is the same. So again, irrespective of the level of density, it's the effects from the development will be the same as essentially could be as a one household unit on that site. Also in my evidence, I cover, I'm opposed to the requirement of the specification of reuse tanks for all new developments. In my opinion, it hasn't demonstrated that, or Hamilton City Council hasn't demonstrated that's the long-term sustainable solution. That's due to the high costs, maintenance tasks, public health risks, and ongoing affordability against alternatives that are acceptable, and some of those solutions are acceptable to Waikato Regional Council. A typical reuse system, in accordance with the practice notes, will run dry frequently throughout the year and does not relieve any design pressure or ultimate capacity on the water supply treatment plants and networks. The high-cost maintenance tasks, etc., and public health risks raise a series of questions around the ongoing maintenance and affordability of those. Essentially, potentially up to 1/3 additional costs will be added in terms of your rates bill to running these systems. It is likely that consent notices or resource consent conditions will require the operation and maintenance tasks to be implemented as outlined in the practice notes. They are significant. They require numerous visits to households per year, and if for landlords or Kaingaroa. So that requires subsequent visits by different maintenance men, essentially, which will be people like plumbers to certify the backflow preventer. You'll have roof cleaning and gutter cleaning people for other tasks, etc. So those are not to be underestimated, especially if they become a consent condition or consent notice. I noticed Mr. Farrant's rebuttal states that he seeks to promote cost-effective stormwater management options to manage the adverse effects and achieve environmental outcomes and compliance. But I don't think they've actually demonstrated any alternatives in their evidence or assessed any other alternatives, such as stormwater detention tanks or even things like infiltration, bioretention devices, etc. They haven't actually, they've just essentially inserted water reuse for roof water as the only option. In my opinion, that's poor planning and poor putting serious restrictions on innovation or alternatives for developers to consider in terms of managing their stormwater effects. In addition, I note that there is actually no obligation to run these systems. So essentially, developers and homeowners, etc., may implement these systems, but may run the entire system off potable supply. So the benefits of actually that would be expected from managing volume reduction may not actually even occur. Mr. Farron also states that the first flush diversion shouldn't be diverted to the stormwater system, and I note that the practice note shows it just discharging directly to ground. I would not recommend that as an approach. If we are discharging potentially 18 to 38% of the volume of rain runoff from a roof directly to a building, it's either going to flow under the building if it's above ground, or if it's under a concrete slab, it jeopardises the foundations and so forth, and it is probably best practice to actually divert that to the stormwater system. And I also note that from a water quality perspective, if we are diverting reuse water, particularly from brownfield areas to tanks, that doesn't dilute runoff from roads, etc., so potentially concentrations from within the stormwater system will actually increase, and that can have a material impact in terms of on the receiving environment, which is why detention tanks are sometimes used as an appropriate stormwater management system. I also cover in my evidence the appropriateness of tree cover. These aren't actually required from a stormwater management perspective. There's no way to assess what impact that would actually have on stormwater management in terms of reductions and so forth. I support Mr. Campbell's recommendations for the changes to that, and I don't believe they're necessary in terms of implementing rules, etc., around tree canopy and deep soil allows for stormwater management. And that is hopefully as quickly as you want it.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Jaggard. Appreciate that. Nigel, I'll turn you over to Nigel for, yes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Jaggard.
Good afternoon.
I've got several questions, and I've noted them on paragraphs of your evidence. So if I start at 612.
Yes.
Your comment that the modelling or calculation not sufficiently accurate to assess effects of one or two additional houses. So I've questioned Ms. Buckingham and Ms. Collier about that issue, and did you hear that response about the NCAT, the Network Capacity Assessment tool that's being developed?
No, I haven't actually heard it.
Yeah, it might be useful to hear about that, because my understanding is that that tool is being developed. It's under development now, and will provide capacity information to developers for small developments that you're talking about. There still need to be large-scale, modelling for specific developments. So it seemed to me that would go some way towards meeting that concern that you have about, how can council actually make a call on, is this one allowed or that one allowed, when I take it there's only, a few more litres or hundreds of litres per day.
It's not even litres, it's less than litres in terms of peak flow and capacity, etc. So when we look at modelling, particularly wastewater modelling, the accuracy in terms of the calibration can be out by 5, 10, 20%. So that would be well within, and those monitors may be quite a way downstream. So
Ms. Collier, it's a shame you didn't actually hear that, because Ms. Collier explained that it's not based on models. It's based on their assessment of what the capacity is of the system with an appropriate sort of freeboard. So it seems like that was really quite a targeted way of dealing with this slowly incremental problem.
So to assess the capacity, I would assume a model would have had to be developed to say this is the current capacity of the network.
Yeah, they've worked it out.
Yeah, and so those calibrations are well within, you'd be lucky to get within 10% sometimes in terms of the peak flow capacity, and sometimes they are generally over-calibrated. So if you're potentially challenging, if we're talking a 150 pipe which has got 15 litres per second, and we're talking essentially a 3-unit development, the peak flow is 0.272 on top of whatever's in that pipe now. Now that's pretty small in relation to a pipe full capacity of 15 litres a second on a 150 pipe, let alone a 225 or 300, etc. Now, throw in a bit of surcharging conditions and we get a lot more flow starting going through those pipes. So unless, in my opinion, like one or two houses, to stop development of one or two houses, be my opinion that they would have already embargoed the site because there has already been an issue identified. To actually go through and apply for a consent for one or two extra houses, to decline that consent based on would be challengeable, and it would just probably be an expensive exercise to challenge that.
Yes, but the assessment needs to be done at some stage.
Yes,
You agree with that, so we're talking about how it's done.
And it is a requirement already in terms of whether you're in the infrastructure capacity overlay or not.
Yeah.
So you don't need the infrastructure capacity overlay.
Yeah, okay.
Because I just refer you to table 1.2.2.5b, which is information requirements. If you go to second point, it's consistent with both in and outside the overlay. Council confirmation of available Three Waters infrastructure capacity is to appropriately service the proposal. That's required irrespective. So that's, if you satisfy that, then you move through the next gate.
Yep. So turning to the reuse tanks, it's in your paragraph 7.8. One, you say that reuse tanks are less resilient to power outages and failures.
Yeah.
But that's not necessarily the case. In your report, you had your figure 1, your technical report of the layout of tanks, which is one way of doing it, but presumably you could plumb that system up so that mains pressure could supply the reuse by just manually turning on a valve. There would be ways around that.
Yes, correct. Generally, a lot of people don't do that because the backflow preventer and the mechanism can be more expensive, so developers sometimes take the least cost approach. So yeah, I do recognise that, yes, some will be under pressure.
Okay, thanks. And on the 7.82, the disinfection treatment is recommended by overseas studies. I did look at some of those references, which was quite useful to have those, thanks, but I noticed that the California Code of Plumbing talked about debris excluders and 100 micron filters. So I guess my question is, the council is going to update its guidelines for tanks, and they could include appropriate provisions for dealing with this issue as part of that, do you think?
They could, and that would add additional maintenance costs in terms of the filter, but you've also still got the E. coli requirement, which is UV, which requires power, and would probably be the most significant thing to maintain because you'd have to constantly clean the glass.
Well, my reading of those references was that it's not necessarily E. coli the issue. It can be other things that cause
yes.
respiratory problems, which is not necessarily E. coli.
Yeah, sorry. My mistake. It's actually the other bacteria and viruses that the UV actually targets as well. It's not just E. coli. But they require testing as well once a year, every time, in terms of the California testing of fecals, I believe it is, or I haven't got it in front of me, to certify that, it is up to continue to maintain. But we've also seen, current New Zealand current legislation is very unclear at the moment in terms of non-potable sources. It's not actually defined in the Act. We have spoken to the regulatory body. They don't consider non-potable sources under the Act, but actually non-potable is not defined under the Act, and there's also the risk that eventually multi-use dwellings will eventually have to be treating these. So generally one unit developments are excluded from complying with drinking water standards, but future developments in terms of multi-unit developments may not. And that requires testing, maintenance, and so forth. And it's not just...
I mean, I agree it's a gap.
Yeah.
Have you come across it being a problem elsewhere? I mean, Auckland City has had these systems, for years and years, reusing tank water.
Yeah, and a lot of the stuff will go actually underreported. The concern really gets into the people that are probably most disadvantaged in terms of, if you have someone on cancer treatment or other things, not everyone is healthy and so forth, so people have different exposure limits. So it's generally the young and old or people with autoimmune industries, they will be most at risk. And they're unlikely to be reporting this because it may be an isolated instance. Overseas, there have been cases of backflow issues on the network. Hamilton doesn't have water meters, so the backflow prevention in terms of the 50 mil height difference between the outlets and if we're feeding the tank possibly is too low. There is a risk there that their system could get compromised.
Yeah. So essentially your answer to that is that there hasn't been any sort of reported instances of problems, but doesn't mean that they haven't occurred and gone unnoticed. Really.
There have been instances on a larger scale where reuse systems, I think, but they aren't very well studied. They're a little bit hushed under the carpet a bit, but there have been incidences of systems being compromised overseas.
Overseas, yeah.
More generally the communal ones, where if we took the Waterhill example where they declined to feed stone fields, for example, and you would think a network utility provider would be better at managing these systems than a householder or a body corporate. Therefore, you'd assume that those same risks would probably have a higher risk in terms of the body corporate and homeowners.
Okay.
It'd just be on a more isolated scale and probably on a more frequent basis.
Okay, so moving on to your paragraph 7.9, at the end of that you said detention tanks are a more than adequate solution to manage and control stormwater runoff from impervious services. So Mr. Farrant in his rebuttal, paragraph 14 and 24, specifically talked about why actually that retention of the stormwater by use was really important in terms of stream channel erosion. So are you having a technical difference with him on that?
Yeah, so I think if you flicked to I do actually have, where is it? There's an Auckland Council flow diagram in my evidence.
Yeah, I saw that.
And if you notice that the peak flow for a detention tank is lower than a rain garden, but higher at the very low rates per hectare. So we're talking 1-2 litres per hectare. I wouldn't consider those to be very erosive, even though they are higher than natural flows. Analysis that we've been doing in Auckland in terms of erosion sediment analysis is suggesting that even some results, I think it was in Jury, they didn't even apply SMAF, and the difference in erosion, potential erosion, was actually not that great. And generally that is happening at the higher storm events such as the 2 and 5 year and potentially even the 1 year. So I get his thing about reducing volume, but actually there are some negative effects from that in terms of potentially higher concentrations coming from the rest of your drainage system that isn't got a volume reduction such as your roads.
Yeah, that's a quality
yeah.
issue. Yeah. But he is fairly well experienced in that work, so it seems like there's a real difference of technical view there.
Yep.
Are you happy you've had sufficient expertise or experience with stream channel erosion matters and stormwater control?
Yes, I'm dealing with one at the moment in Auckland in terms of through Healthy Waters.
Okay. Moving on to paragraph 7.19, and you said it's important to note that Auckland Council's proposal for 10 millimetres retention in the port was reduced to 5 millimetres through detailed modelling. I followed up on that in terms of the TR 2013-035, that's the AUP stormwater management provisions technical basis of contaminant and volume management.
Yep.
And that had 20 mils there.
10 mil, yeah.
Sorry, it had 10 mils on that. So
So I was manager at Stormwater Healthy Waters at the time when this change came through detailed modelling by Dr. Assad. That was refined down to 5 millimetres. So that report wasn't updated following, so the 5 millimetres came about through the hearings process.
Yeah.
That report was prepared before the hearings process.
So there was sort of industry pushback about
there was
10
very
mil.
strong industry pushback through the Auckland Unitary Plan hearings on retention and detention and the numbers, etc. And it's 5 millimetres ended up being, Dr. Assad actually from the University of Auckland went through and modelled all this and settled on the 5 millimetres.
Okay. Paragraph 720, you say that Auckland Council through the PAUP only applies retention or detention in limited brownfield stormwater catchments. That's not my understanding with the SMAF mapping, where they've mapped watercourses and then you have SMAF requirements depending on the watercourse if it's...
So in terms of the retention detention SMAF requirements, they're actually in overlays.
Yeah.
So not all brownfields were identified to be in the SMAF overlay. The greenfields, and there is a bit of contention now within, was that we would apply SMAF 1 for greenfields. Some brownfields were determined to be SMAF 2, which is a lower storm event. But not all areas required SMAF, and I can give you the example as Oakley.
No, sorry, yeah, I think it's the way I've read that. So only applies in limited brownfield.
Yes,
Yes,
and
yes.
that was recognised through their evaluation process that there was limited benefit to continuing to put these devices in.
That was because the streams were already compromised,
Correct.
essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, not that compromised, but some of them, some were either resistant to erosion, or there were other, or the impervious was actually already near the maximum.
Yeah, well, that means it's
Yeah.
compromised.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because I did have some questions for Mr. Farrant on the justification for the tanks and the erosion, because a lot of the areas of Hamilton seems to me are piped straight to the river, and hard to justify. And he was saying that, well, they took an overall approach because iwi were keen to do daylighting in the future, so it was sort of future-proofing. But it seems to me that it is a very general requirement without sort of the detailed justification.
Yes, in my opinion, the level of detail that Auckland Council went through is far, far greater to implement the rules they did than Hamilton. And I would have expected a lot more technical documentation to support the recommendations.
Okay, thank you.
Well, we've delegated that discussion to Commissioner Mark Brown. So thank you very much, Mr. Jaggard, for your comments on that. Mr. Campbell, I take it.
Mr. Campbell.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Just checking you can hear me. I have prepared a summary statement of my evidence, which I can circulate, but it's very brief, so I'm just going to quickly work through that, and I can leave it with you after I've spoken, and happy, obviously, to answer questions. So my name is Michael Robert Campbell. I've produced a statement of planning evidence dated the 24th of July, which is my primary evidence. So I've reviewed the relevant evidence and rebuttal statements specific to the residential chapter and zoning components of Plan Change 12, and I respond to the key points of my evidence and those that remain outstanding as follows. I do not support the inclusion of density triggers for the purposes of managing the effects of development on infrastructure capacity. I consider that infrastructure capacity issues are more efficiently and effectively managed through the inclusion of assessment criteria for infrastructure assessment where the permitted number of dwellings in a residential zone is exceeded. I consider that the reduced permitted dwelling threshold of 2 dwellings per site in the GRZ, as proposed by Council, in addition to the inclusion of infrastructure assessment for development exceeding permitted levels in both the GRZ and MDRZ, are a more efficient and effective approach to managing development and concerns around infrastructure capacity. I therefore recommend that the density provisions imposed for land within the ICO are removed from the affected zone provisions and the Three Waters chapter. In my primary evidence, I'm opposed the limitation on the number of terraces to 6 units within a development. I note that in his rebuttal evidence, Mr. Mark Roberts has advised at paragraphs 22 to 26 of his rebuttal that he would be comfortable to replace the standard relating to the built form of terraced housing with an assessment criteria. I support that change. In my primary evidence, I also sought to clarify specifying the number of stories anticipated in the GRZ where a height limit applies. I also note that in his rebuttal evidence, Mr. Roberts has advised at paragraphs 27 to 30 that he agrees with the changes. I support the changes set out in paragraph 30 of Mr. Roberts' evidence. Turning to height in relation to boundary standard in the medium density residential zone, I also agree with the rebuttal evidence of Mr Roberts at paragraphs 31 to 34 of his rebuttal evidence that the proposed amendments to the height in relation to boundary standards would support the intended increase in the built form and would not result in unacceptable amenity effects or undermine the intent of the provisions to encourage the built form to front the street. I do remain of the view that the proposed balcony separation and building separation requirements should be deleted. In my opinion, issues of privacy, separation and overlooking between residential dwellings are already effectively and efficiently managed through a range of other standards, such as height in relation to boundary, existing building setback requirements, outlook space, outdoor living area locational requirements. For larger developments that trigger an RDA in the GRZ, MRZ and HDRZ, it is my view that the matter can be best addressed through assessment criteria. In my primary evidence, I question the appropriateness of the tree canopy cover requirements in the deep sea soil areas proposed to be included in Plan Change 12. In my opinion, a more efficient and effective approach is to maintain the notified PC12 standard. I also consider that where development exceeds the number of dwellings in the GRZ or MDRZ, then issues of comprehensive landscaping and planting necessarily fall within Council's discretion to consider based on the assessment criteria for such development. The main issue Mr Graham raises in his rebuttal evidence is the rules do not require continuous tree cover. However, the rules clearly state achieving a 20% net side area coverage by tree cover. I note this matter is clarified somewhat in the rebuttal evidence of Dr Juliana Junqueira in paragraph 21, where she notes that tree cover can be distributed across a site rather than a continuous area. In my opinion, that may lead to further unintended consequences where multiple protected trees and canopy areas are located across a site. However, that is calculated either by contiguous area or multiple areas across a site. There remains, as outlined in my evidence, a significant ambiguity of how the rules for both canopy cover and soil depth are to be interpreted and applied, as well as enforced on an ongoing basis. As outlined in my evidence, I have concerns that the technical arboricultural reporting may be required by the Council for demonstration of compliance with a standard that requires a number of assumptions to be made about projected growth rates and the eventual canopy spread of trees planted. The standard may result in the Council taking an administrative approach whereby legal mechanisms are required to secure those outcomes in perpetuity. Consent notices, covenants and other such legal mechanisms impose additional costs due to the associated specialist, expert and legal inputs required to amend property titles. It means that any further development of the site is subject to subsequent process to vary consent notices, even for minor works. This also creates the potential long-term monitoring and enforcement issues for Council, where the height of trees and the extent of canopies, as well as the protection of canopy and deep soil areas, will need to be continuously monitored for new development across the city. And I do not see how the Council can keep across ongoing compliance with such requirements. I have concerns with requiring canopy tree cover compliance will depend on a range of variables such as solar access, orientation, soil quality, and whether a landowner undertakes sufficient ongoing maintenance of the planting. This is particularly problematic where such controls, commonly applied through landscaping maintenance plans for larger scale development, it is not possible for a permitted development. I note that large trees often lead to potential future maintenance conflicts with buildings, whereby increasing the area of any given tree is to be accommodated, while also often resulting in adverse shading of residential units, particularly where larger trees are placed on a northerly aspect to support their growth. The prescriptive nature of the combined standards is likely, in my view, to cause tension between their intended outcomes and the livability of residential amenity of owners, particularly on smaller sites, at the expense of frustrating the broader land use efficiency and housing intensification goals. In terms of the deep soil rule, I remain of the view that this rule is difficult to enforce for the reasons that I've outlined above. The outcomes can often in my opinion, be more efficiently and effectively secured through, in the case of multi-unit housing developments, landscape maintenance plans, which Council would have the discretion to require. These typically require landscaping to be maintained for a specific period at least 2 years, to ensure substantive planting establishes. It is my understanding the purpose of the deep soil standard is to support the growth of trees. However, it appears to have a multifaceted purpose that strays beyond the notified urban trees provision in my view. I should also say I've been trying to search for the Section 32 analysis for the tree cover and the deep soil provisions, and I haven't been able to find it. I may have missed it, but I would be interested in seeing that. I haven't been able to review the analysis for that. While these rules would support the health of trees, they are not efficient or effective methods to ensure resource management outcomes that has, in my opinion, already been addressed appropriately through the notified PC12 provisions. As outlined in my primary evidence, the notified provisions achieve a similar outcome without onerous compliance and enforcement requirements that are likely to result from these provisions. There also remain questions over the legality of such rules, which have significantly expanded what was originally proposed in the notified PC12 provisions. Finally, I remain of the view that the amended provisions as set out in my primary evidence will be efficient and effective in achieving the purpose of the RMA, the relevant objectives of the WRPS, Te Ture Whaimana, and other relevant statutory documents, including the MPSUD. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr Campbell, and as always, your evidence is well presented and thorough, so thank you for that. That'll be helpful for us when we go back and review all this. Dave, do you have any immediate questions?
Thank you, Mr Campbell. Probably focusing on trees more than anything else.
Yep.
Sort of hammered other things. I was just looking at a paragraph in Mr Allen's submissions at 8.34. I'll just read it out. Tree canopy. The tree canopy standard is unrelated to the adverse effects of any individual development. Instead, it is a site-specific response to a citywide consequence of greater intensification, being a reduction in the aggregate tree canopy. I mean, you're probably familiar with, some of the reports that have been produced in the last year, the Parliamentary Commissioner for the Environment's report on urban heat islands, etc., which featured Auckland and Hamilton and Wellington as examples. And of course, I mean, even if you haven't read it, you're probably aware of the fact that, over 20 or 30 years, people take aerial photographs and the amount of green cover in our cities is gradually reducing. With intensification that's even happened when we didn't call it that. So I guess you'd agree with that sort of fundamental thesis that the more we intensify, the less green space that we've got on our less green space we've got on in our urban areas.
Look, I don't disagree with that. I think it's a natural consequence of where we've headed in terms of, I guess, using the land more efficiently. And I would still make the point that developments such as multi-unit housing developments typically will require landscaping, and typically, particularly with the larger developments, there will be requirements for tree planting and reasonable specimen trees. So I don't necessarily see it as binary, that just because you're transitioning to a more intensive environment that you have no requirements. But I think there's a trade-off there in terms of the positive benefits of providing more efficient land use within those areas. And I think it's also thinking about, if we're thinking about what makes up a city, I think it's standing back and looking at a whole range of other non-RMA techniques that can look to mitigate trees and mitigate intensification. And those are things like opportunities for greater street planting in terms of public areas and in terms of open space. And also possibly picking up on something that Mr Allen touched on too. It's around the notice of actually reducing the footprint of the city that you would otherwise get if you were, if you were adopting a more expansive approach and actually weren't using your land as efficiently. So you're going to potentially have more pressure on your greenfield areas, which is areas where you already have good access to vegetation.
So it's sort of taking the same city in aggregate, because you're not expanding into green space, you've got the green space.
Yes,
which is
correct.
I mean, I pursued a question with Mr Graham on day one about planting particularly larger trees in streets and more larger trees in parks as opposed to grass areas, which apparently don't have quite the same effects on heat and other things. But his answer at that point was that it's really important in terms of the heat aspect that the greenness is disaggregated, and so he came back to supporting the provision for on-site greening as being an important component of the sort of the three locations, if you like, of actually dealing with that. So if we're not going to get away from planting some trees on the site, despite the fact that, as I understand, you don't support the relationship between urban trees and climate change and that sort of thing, because you didn't want changes to the objectives and policies in that area?
I haven't specifically noted that. I should point in my evidence, I did say that the existing Plan Change 12 provisions, which were proposed, did propose trees. So I'm not saying no trees.
Yes, no, that's fine. No, it was just that the rules do, but the current rules, the notified rules, didn't have anything about tree canopies and what have you. And so I took it that you didn't see the value in that your focus on trees was actually on landscape amenity on a site, as opposed to connecting it.
That's probably a fair comment. I hadn't dived deep into the issue of the hot city, and I haven't seen. I can't recall seeing any specific evidence or studies around impacts on Hamilton and what the resource management issue is to deal with that.
Right. I mean, just looking at your support for the existing provisions, which is the planting of trees per residential unit typology. So you know what I'm talking about there. So you're still supporting some trees on site, and I'm not quite sure whether that would actually cover off the size of the tree required. It's just a tree, other than the planting size of the 80-litre bag.
PB80 from memory, yes.
But that, I mean, you could still get a very small tree. You get a number of small trees, and the typologies, some of the graphics that have been presented to us by the council would indicate that on many sites, and typically sites are narrow frontage, deeper rectangles, and so people aren't giving up on their car parking, so you're ending up with access, building, and then you've got a strip of outdoor areas, and that's where the greenness goes, and that's very constrained in terms of its dimensions. So consequently the trees are small, so you're not really getting any of the larger tree sizes, and you're not getting retention of existing trees either, because they're always in the wrong place, or maybe they're getting too old and going to fall over anyway. Yep. That's what I was told. So I'm just wondering whether, even if you don't support the council's provisions, whether you continue to support what was in the notified plan, but maybe that could be enhanced in some way to make sure that we're getting some bigger trees.
I guess I hear what you're saying. I mean, I still think generally when we talk about some of the trees in those contexts, I'm probably in my mind thinking about more urban scale trees, so not necessarily large trees that are going to ultimately need a significant area to grow. Perhaps as a threshold, as once you get to over a certain size site, that might trigger maybe a need for a bigger tree. But I'd kind of really envisage that your trees would be more of an urban context, and certainly in the work we've done quite often, it's the landscape plans that are prepared will include some type of tree, but it will generally be a more urban scale tree that potentially gets to a height of 3 or 4 metres as a mature tree, rather than a substantial mature tree, because I think once again, come back to what I said, we're kind of balancing in terms of trying to provide efficient land use and trying to actually enable additional housing.
And what's your experience on the sort of soil that's needed to support a tree that's going to be successful?
I'm not a landscape architect, so I don't know, but what I do know is when we when we work in landscape, when we work in multi-unit developments, all of those types of projects will have a landscape architect, and they will specify, I guess, species of trees, but also the type of soil conditions, and typically you'll get a resource consent that will specify a requirement to adhere to the landscaping. You'll have to implement that landscaping, and then typically there'd be a 2-year maintenance period where the developer would have to ensure that that landscaping takes hold and is effective, and if it isn't, they'll have to replace it.
Right. Okay, and consent notices on to future owners about keeping specific trees?
It's not uncommon for consent notices to be added to developments that say, that the owner shall maintain the landscaping. It's quite often a requirement. It includes also things like maintaining, materiality of buildings and painting and all sorts of things. But I guess it gets a bit tricky if you're trying to manage a tree. I guess the point I was trying to make is you've got a big urban tree. It's going to be an ongoing thing that you're going to have to manage in terms of pruning and the like. And so some of those things get a bit more tricky if you've got consent notices that have to deal with that.
Right. And just one other question on, actually it is on financial contributions, but it's on that specific issue of residential unit versus bedrooms. What's your view on what actually consumes open space? Is it people or is it sort of buildings? And that then feeds into sort of like, are we looking at the number of people in a building on a site, or which could be divided into 4 larger units or 8 smaller units, in which case, in terms of what the council's proposing, the contribution will be double, wouldn't it? So is it people or is it sort of the building, building space?
Off the top of my head, I think it's probably more people driven. Yeah. In terms of the unit size, the intensity of that particular unit.
Okay. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Campbell. I'd like to just have a couple of questions about trees and heat island effect. You said you hadn't seen any evidence about heat island effects with Hamilton, but would you accept that heat island issue is an issue for urbanisation of cities in New Zealand as a sort of general comment in terms of an effect of intensification which would need to be addressed as a result of intensification?
Once again, I'd be reluctant to say I've got any exposure to that particular topic, and I haven't analysed that at all in any great detail. So I guess if it was an identified issue, then sure.
Yeah, in your view, it hasn't really been identified as an issue that needs to be addressed. You're saying that?
Not to the extent that I think it warrants the level of controls that are being proposed in the current plan change.
I take your point about the difficulties, or perhaps there's a difference that I understand you said between individual sites and then larger sites where you have the landscape plan and you can manage it. So I guess my question would be, say for example in the Enderley Port area, would you see that additional street trees could be done there as part of Kaingaroa's developments to help with that increase in the canopy? I mean,
potentially, yep.
Yeah. Do you know the area well enough to sort of?
I've been through it. I mean, that's potentially, and potentially, just to pick up on the points, I appreciate that sometimes with the smaller sites it can be challenging to fit everything in. But as you get into larger sites and perhaps you've got more communal parking areas, there's opportunities for larger trees to go into parking areas, onto sites to break up the parking areas, which are quite a good response because they tend to be further away from the dwellings. I mean, one of the concerns I have, and I looked through the work in terms of some of the diagrams, is it showed some pretty big trees sort of sitting quite close to dwellings, and that kind of worries me in terms of the inevitable lack of sort of solar access, potential building damage, or just general amenity.
I mean, we talked about the financial contributions, which part of it might be to go towards street trees, so there's still perhaps an issue in terms of making that connection between intensification that KO might need to do and then providing trees. If they're in the street, that's KO can't plant trees in the street. So any comment on that sort of, that disconnect or that relationship between more trees to mitigate the effects of urbanisation?
Well, I think potentially as a consequence of growth, I mean, that's potentially an option for development contributions as well in terms of contributing to parks and you know, a citywide contribution, so that actually helps fund that extra planting, not just within street trees, but within open space as well, to improve the amenity for future parks users.
Yeah, and you're really saying, I think, that that's more of a citywide issue rather than lumping things onto the individual side.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the issues or concerns I have is if you designate this canopy area, I think if we kind of take our example of a rectangular site, which is, you know, your classic site throughout Hamilton and Auckland and probably the rest of New Zealand, you know, a long rectangular site with the developments down one side and access down the other, I think the inevitable consequence is someone's going to probably shoehorn a tree right at the back, and yes, you've provided a tree, but has it really contributed to the amenity of that site? Has it really contributed to the amenity of the streetscape?
Okay, thank you.
Kia ora, I just have one question, and it relates to the stories issue, and it's 6.5 of your primary statement. And I note Mr. Roberts has picked up your wording in his rebuttal evidence. The question is just around the wording in the objective 4.2.2.2, where you've suggested inserting, and Mr. Roberts has accepted, that are predominantly 10 metres in height. Now, at the beginning of that objective, it talks to a variety of housing types and sizes, and I was just wondering, you know, is it necessary to have that word in there, and is it also necessary to have the height in there when we've got a separate rule which restricts the height? I'm just sort of thinking it's a general residential zone, it accommodates single duplex and terrace housing. Is that sort of driving 3-storey single housing there by having a predominantly 10 metres in height?
I think it's helpful to the people, future users of the plan, to get a bit of an indication of the scale anticipated by the zone. But it's also, I think, acknowledging that there could be circumstances through a resource consent process that could justify going over the 10-metre height, and that could relate to a range of things. You know, the size of the site means you're able to go a bit higher because you can master plan it, or there's some topographic issues that mean it's possibly because of the slope of the land, it's slightly difficult to comply with the height allowance. So I guess, to my mind, what it's trying to do is set an expectation, but also note that there is a little bit of flexibility in the policy.
What about for,
objectives,
you know, sort of single houses, single level? How does that fit with a predominantly 10 metre in height when it's in the general residential zone?
Yeah, once again, I don't think that precludes that. I don't think it's an objective that necessarily is demanding that one achieves the 10 metres. I think it's more of a top level in terms of where you could ultimately go to.
So sort of that are up to 10 metres in height rather than predominantly 10 metres in height?
Or predominantly up to 10 metres in height, yeah.
So in your view, the word predominantly is appropriate and doesn't mean that you cannot have a single level house
Correct.
within that zone?
That's my view.
Thank you.
Can I just you reminded me of that issue, thank you. I just follow that up. I mean, isn't the sort of the classic training, if you like, and the guidance from MFE that writing objectives, you don't put parameters in because you immediately create a situation where you're going to be contrary to an objective if you're a non-complying activity. So you try to word something in such a way that you don't have a hard parameter. That's for a rule, maybe for a policy, but not an objective. Is there a different way of doing this?
It could potentially, maybe it would be better placed in the policy rather than the objective. Yep.
Okay.
I still think at that, as a policy or an objective, it's good to actually identify that's an urban form. I think it's around the urban form and setting an expectation in terms of the urban form. Yeah.
I mean, talking about predominantly 1 to 2 story is about form, but it doesn't get as crystalline as saying so many metres, in my view. Is that?
That's probably
that's another option.
Yeah,
I mean, I know we're tossing around those.
That could be another option.
Options,
yeah.
yes. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Campbell. I think we're sort of at a point of diminishing returns. If I can just invite Mr Osborne to comment on that. Yes, right. Mr Allen.
Thank you, sir. That is Kāinga Ora's case.
Thank you very much. We'll take a 15-minute break and then we'll be back at 4 o'clock with Ferg, who are in the back. Thank you, I noticed that. And then with Kiwi Rail online, I gather. Is that right? Yep. All right. Let's break till 4. Thank you. Right, let's resume, and we welcome again Ms. Kalman. Welcome.
Yes, Christina, how are you? Slight different change of pace to the last couple of hours that you have sat through. I really am here to be a community voice for the changes that are impacting on my community and where I live. We are moving from what is, basically a single story with a couple of double story apartment buildings to a high residential area. And this is obviously causing quite a lot of angst amongst our community because it is a huge change from where we are now. And particularly given the fact that Hamilton is quite a flat city, as you've probably realised, we don't have a lot of multi-storey developments, and even within the central city, to have anything that's over 3 storeys is a little bit unusual. So facing the thought of having a 21 to 26 metre high building on your doorstep, it is cause for some anxiety, as I'm sure you can all appreciate. I think part of what has gone on previously, so as you know, with FERG we have done 2 submissions. We have pushed and had a community meeting prior to the first submission being put in. Margaret presented in the first round of dialogue, and I'm here for the final round of dialogue. One of the things that's been really lacking has, in our opinion, is the lack of actual true community involvement in the changes that are being recommended and suggested through the council. That there has been there's been no community planners available. There is no community-led design consultations. This is purely, and it feels very, very purely, something that's been driven from a top up down to the community. In all of the conversations that we've had and been involved in and listened to and read, where I live has been called a brownfield. Well, it's where I live. It's where Margaret lives. You know, Margaret's brought her children up there. She's in her retirement years. She's one of many people who are in that same demographic of people. I've lived there it was the first home I bought. I've lived there for a very long time. My animals are buried in my back garden. I have got a beautiful garden along with many of my neighbours. We have a really nice sense of community. And so therefore this is quite a huge change, and to have no consultation or no ability to actually have a voice about the change moving forward is quite disappointing. I think when we look at, and this is outside, I'm not a developer, I'm not a planner, I'm simply a resident and a taxpayer, a ratepayer for Hamilton. When I look around at the development that I am seeing and that we all see, it's disappointing to see the lack of vision for Hamilton, and we see that through all of the recent developments. They may meet a criteria, but they certainly, in my view, and in the view of my community, they don't meet a livable and where we want to live as a city. And I think one of the key challenges for Hamilton is to actually take a step back. My understanding is that Hamilton meets the 30-year plan for its current requirements around its ability for housing access. I think that this is a huge opportunity for Hamilton to actually slow down, take some of the learnings that have come from our largest cities, like Auckland, like Wellington, some of the learnings that have come from major cities overseas as well, and actually embrace this and actually see this as an amazing way to make change. And this conversation about Hamilton being the city of the future, actually bring that to life instead of ad hoc, market-driven development, which actually doesn't serve any purpose other than to line people's pockets and to create houses and there is no community. You know, you need more than a window that faces a road and you need more to create a sense of community. So that's sort of my opening gamut, and from there I'm just going to move a little bit into some of the complexities around, particularly the area where I live. So when there's been a lot of conversation about infrastructure, so I'm going to bore you a little bit more about that, but where we are, the infrastructure was put in the 1920s. The infrastructure doesn't run along the roadways, it runs in the back of people's properties. All right, so we know that there is, 2 years ago there was areas where they went through and did checks on that to make sure the infrastructure was up to date, and I mean Hamilton City Council and their contractors. There were areas where it was so complex that they just gave up and they walked away. There are neighbours around the corner who they started and then stopped. So we've got a wastewater infrastructure issue. And bearing in mind that this is moving into high density. We also have, and I'm unsure whether, how much work has been done around stormwater management. We live in an area that slopes down towards a gully. We boundary on the gully areas. We have, literally it does slope down. My home isn't connected to the stormwater. I have soak holes. As with many of my other neighbours, we aren't connected. We're still using soak holes that obviously incorporate the water. So not only do we have a sewerage issue where we've had trucks pumping out on both two ends of our area, one on Taniwha Street and one on the end of Avon Street over the last couple of summers, because we can't, the infrastructure's not there to support the residences that are there now. So we have a proposal to up that. The other piece is around the stormwater. We do have flooding, we do have surface flooding in our properties, and then on top of that, you've also got the piece that you've got a large amount of permeable space to enable that water to run away. On the studies that were done for the green policies that the Hamilton City Council put forward, in there they've identified the area where we live, and within 5 years they're saying that 50% of that's going to be non-permeable space. So that's already sort of beginning to clock up, along with the loss of vegetation, i.e. trees, and the amount of I think I've pretty much summed it up, but I'm not going to say any more there. So that is of a huge concern. The other pieces, and in our last submission, is when I first moved to the area, there were no native birds to speak of. Through the amazing work that environmentalists have done, that our community has done, and our broader community, those gullyways have created amazing natural corridors. The first time I heard a tui in my garden, I went running outside because I thought I was so overwhelmed. There were no tuis in Hamilton 20 years ago when I moved here. I remember reading this thing about in the paper, they were so excited because they had one tui, in the Hamilton Gardens. We have them all over the place now, and it breaks my heart to think that instead of moving forward and embracing change and developing better places for us to live as humans and for our generations moving forward, that it feels like we're taking huge steps backwards. The area where we live, and there's been a lot of conversation about creating more green space, we are surrounded by green spaces. We have this amazing gully network that enables, the bird life, and my partner keeps bees in our back garden. We've got a number of hives and we get amazing honey thanks to the gullies. But our green spaces that surround us are rugby fields. There are no parks there. The parks that are there are completely unloved, and there's no... So when you talk about you're going to create high-rise residential areas there, I'm interested to know where the green spaces are coming from. Where is the piece about creating walkable cities? Where's the piece about having, you know, like high-rise buildings with lots of amazing green spaces? Through all of this process, we've not seen anything. There's been no vision given to our area or the community around what this actually looks like. What does the council see this moving forward? And I know that, you know, there's conversation, well, this is part of what we're here to express is we don't know how this is going to be staged. You know, like we're hearing that from January, you can build 8 stories, and then once you've got your 8 stories, you can potentially build over that. So now we're, you know, because it's only the extra 2 that are concerned. We have had no dialogue around how the council sees this moving through. We know that there are developers that have purchased and bought within our area. We're a community. We know what gets sold, and we you know, whether that goes on the public market or it's sold privately. And we know that they're sitting and they're waiting. We have developers that have approached our neighbours around wanting to purchase more of their land so that they can meet the 1.2, you know, that 1,200 metre square space that's required for the footprint to go up. I guess, you know, it's not that we don't want change, it's just that we'd really like that change to be considered. We'd really like to be able to be involved and to have some, and to understand how this is going to get staged through. Because right now it feels to us with developers sitting poised, and that is what happens, and they've been waiting, you know, because everybody's waiting to see what the outcome of this is where does that leave the rest of us that want to stay within our community? Because is it going to get to the stage where it's going to be intolerable? Is this just... I don't know what else to say really other than that. I'll just check the rest of my notes. The other piece that is of concern is once that the PC12 comes in, the ability for those people that own their own homes, there's a thing around the existing user rights. If I have understood this correctly, it means that once this comes into play, if I wanted to put a granny flat on the back of my property, I can't, because that would be a single-storey dwelling. And I guess there comes into play that piece around, you know, if you own your property, and for many people in the area where I am, we're not wealthy. We can't afford lawyers to come in here and have a conversation on our behalf. We have a lot of people that live within our community that are challenged. We've had homes in the community. You know, it is an inclusive space where we live. And I guess it's just that piece around, you know, for many of us, for Margaret and for most of my neighbours, this is our home is all we have. And it's the biggest investment, and the amount of money that there's nowhere else for us to go. So it's about displacement, and it's about community displacement. And as you can see, I feel quite strongly about that, because I really do love where I live.
Thank you, Ms. Carman. I don't know whether you've finished yet or you just want
No, I have finished, thanks. I think I've managed to cover off everything I needed to cover.
Thank you for that. I mean, we're obviously mindful of the impact of PC12. And I guess the task that we have is to try and meld what government has directed council to do with how do we actually, if you like, soften the impact on those who will be affected by it, but within fairly narrow lines. You know, the fact of the matter is that intensification has been directed, and we have no option but to ensure that happens. But as you'll have observed, either by watching over the last few days or sitting in the back there, we're wrestling with a number of ways by which that can be softened. The question is whether we can go there or not. So thank you for your expressions. Be assured we're mindful of them, and we'll see what we can do with them.
Thank you, I do appreciate your time.
Yes, thank you very much. I can assure you, you didn't need a lawyer to come and do that job. You did it very well. I just wanted to clarify in my mind the area that you're talking about. I see that you've got a zoning map on the last page of your submission. So are we just talking about basically the area between Norton Road and Seddon Road, or is it broader than that in terms of the high density residential zone?
It's the Norton Road up to the stadium, I suppose, would you say?
Yeah.
Yes, that area, yes.
Yeah, so it runs back to Taniwha. From Taniwha Street on the other side of Taniwha Street is part of the I've got HHA in my head, is part of that, and then so it's pretty much the area that we're sitting in sits between Taniwha and through to Norton Road, and then Mill Street. So it's a little triangle.
Okay. I think I've got the right idea. So you've got the HHA, which is down one side of Taniwha, and of course that area is still general residential zone, and then to the east of that, on the eastern side of Taniwha, taking in
so it's Y Street through to
Torrington and Avon out
Street.
that way.
Yeah.
That's that area there that you're really focusing on.
Yeah, pretty much.
So it's the same area that Mr. Sorensen was in earlier today.
Yeah, that's correct. He's one of our neighbours, yes.
Yes. Okay. So his presentation was quite equally effective and looked at slightly different things to what you were focused on in more detail. Right. So I guess from Mr. Sorensen's presentation, I did take on board there's quite a number of constraints in that area in terms of the natural environment and flooding and so on and so forth. And you've also raised the obvious about the community as well. So I haven't got any further questions, so that's
Thank you.
clear.
None from me, but just wanted to say thanks. I thought it was very helpful that you were very detailed in your evidence about what exactly you were after, and that's really helpful for us. Thank you.
All right.
Yes, and thank you for making the late submission. I mean, it was, always welcome if we can accommodate them, so thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right, the last submitted today is Kiwi Rail, and they're online apparently. So we're going to have to break our necks, are we, to... Which way are you going to look?
Good afternoon, Commissioners, and apologies that I do appear to be behind you. Can you hear me? Hear me okay, at least?
Yes, there's no problem with hearing you, Ms. Gunnell, and yes, we'll break our necks and look at you. That's fine. Yes.
We do appreciate it, and thank you first up for accommodating our presentation online. The KiwiRail team is based around the country, and it really is helpful, especially for a government agency to be able to participate online. So thank you very much for that.
Yeah.
So as the Commissioner indicated, I'm Ms. Gunnell, Kristen Gunnell, and I am legal counsel for KiwiRail, and I've got online with me today Michelle Wellington Hancock, who is manager of the RMA team at KiwiRail, and she'll be providing you some details on train movements within the Hamilton district. Dr. Stephen Charles, who is providing expert acoustics evidence on behalf of KiwiRail, and Kath Heppelthwaite, who is providing expert planning evidence. And I understand my legal submissions were pre-circulated, and I certainly don't propose to read those in any detail.
Yep.
But obviously happy to answer questions. And I wanted to, I guess, give a brief introductory summary of the three sets of provisions that KiwiRail is seeking, and then address the scope Waikanae point that was raised by counsel for the council. So that was the outline of my presentation today.
Right, thank you. And let me apologise for turning my back to you so I can read what you've got as well. So, yes.
Oh, no, absolutely. So, yes, I guess firstly, just to set the scene in terms of the three sets of provisions that QRL is seeking within Plan Change 12. The first relates to noise, and there are currently rail noise provisions within the district plan, which is a great starting point. However, as you'll hear from Dr. Charles, that they don't quite extend to the effects area that rail noise gets to, and which QRL seeks around the country. And so we are seeking that those provisions be extended out to that effects area of 100 metres. And this is a design control, it's a permitted activity standard, and the intent is to ensure that there's adequate insulation to mitigate the effects of that rail noise and provide those health and amenity benefits to occupants near the rail corridor. And just to clarify, those provisions don't limit density. They are simply a permitted activity standard to ensure that there is that adequate acoustic mitigation. Then the vibration alert layer, and the panel may be aware that QRL traditionally has sought vibration controls, and that there are currently vibration controls in the Hamilton Plan out to 20 metres. QRL has taken a pragmatic approach to vibration in New Zealand, and recognising that it's very variable, costs can be very variable, and there hasn't been the sort of extensive analysis done within New Zealand that, for example, Europe and Australia has had undertaken, and you may be aware that vibration mitigation is quite common overseas. New Zealand just isn't in that same level of sophistication, I guess, to put it bluntly. And so QRL has now taken the approach of seeking a vibration alert layer, and that is a information-only control and provides, identifies the possibility of vibration to both the occupants within that area from the rail corridor, but also does, I guess, put developers on notice that they might want to orientate sensitive spaces away from the rail corridor, move them around in the section to try and mitigate some of that rail vibration. So it has a dual kind of information purpose to those people. And then the third provision QRL is seeking is a safety setback. And this is a matter in my submission to ensure the safe or efficient operation of nationally significant infrastructure, which does include that rail corridor. It is again a permitted activity standard and ensures buildings intensifying near the rail corridor are assessed as to how they can be safely maintained. As the permitted activity standard, it says that you shouldn't be developing within 5 metres from the rail corridor, because that could create an unsafe maintenance scenario for occupants of those buildings, and also then consequently workers and train operators on the rail corridor. But you can get restricted discretionary consent if you do want to go within that area, and you can demonstrate that you can maintain your building safely, and you know that normally does involve discussions with QRL. And I guess just as an aside, the current plan provisions do have the arterial transport corridor and have a decent setback, and I guess sort of in my submission, you know, the council has appropriately recognised that there should be a distance from a really busy road, and you know, we would say that the same should apply to a busy rail corridor where heavy freight trains and passenger trains can travel at speed and really can be a very unsafe environment for people with scaffolding and ladders to be wandering into to try and clean and upkeep their houses. So that's, I guess, a very short outline of the three things that QRL would like to see included in these plan provisions. And then I was going to go on and just address the sort of Waikanae parameters.
Righto, thank you.
Excellent. So I understand that you will have had a presentation on Waikanae from certainly council from the council and perhaps others, and you'll be aware that the Waikanae case concerned the inclusion of land into a list of wāhi tapu sites, and the effect of this meant that there had been previously permitted activities on the site that then became restricted discretionary. and some defaulted to non-complying. So it was a change in the activity status, and the Environment Court said that that relief disenabled the operation of the MDRS on that site. And in my submission, Key-Well's relief can be distinguished from Waikanae. Key-Well is not seeking the status of activities be changed per se. Key-Well is just seeking to include permitted activity standards. And we were online for your presentation from Paenga Ora, but I understand, there's certainly been additional requirements about deep soil areas, tree canopies. We've also identified that there's additional standards that have been included in the district-wide chapters that relate to EV chargers, cycle spaces, micro-mobility spaces. So there certainly have been other additional requirements added into the plan provisions as a result of this plan change. And in my submission, I don't see why Key-Well's relief is any different from those additional requirements. Key-Well is simply seeking that if you put more people near a rail corridor, that it's done in a safe manner and in a manner that means that amenity and health effects are not mitigated to the extent possible on those occupants. And I just wanted to draw your attention to, I guess, the clear intent of Parliament in the provisions in the RMA. There's obviously qualifying matters, of which I've already referenced that nationally significant infrastructure, including the rail corridor, is a clear qualifying matter that Parliament envisaged, that their requirements could be modified. In the 80E provisions, there's a clear intent that you can amend or include provisions. So Parliament had an expectation that councils may want to look at their existing provisions and change them to accommodate those qualifying matters. And also in my submission, Parliament was very clear about those related provisions, or the provision that under an intensification planning instrument could include and should include matters that looked at infrastructure. And I've got two quotes from the Ministry for the Environment and Ministry for Housing and Urban Development in their report, and also from the Environment Committee, that do make it clear that they wanted the related provisions section of the Act to be broadened to enable matters relating to technical infrastructure in district-wide chapters to be addressed through the ISPP, and to allow this will allow councils to manage infrastructure issues and support MDRS and MPSUD implementation. And if it would assist, I would be very happy to send you those specific references, which I don't think I had included in my pre-circulated legal submissions.
Yes, if you would send that through, I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Cool. Thanks so much. So I think to sum up, in my submission, you do have scope to consider Key-Well's relief, and also in my submission, the merits of it. And I guess just to really take a step back, I mentioned it earlier, but the intent of this plan change is intensification. Intensification near the rail corridor will have more people living next to a noisy, potentially unsafe corridor. And in Key-Well's strong submission, the noise and vibration provisions Key-Well is seeking and the 5 metre safety setback are necessary to mitigate and address and manage the effects of that intensification next to what is a nationally significant infrastructure. So I think that kind of sums up my key message to you. I'm very happy to take any questions now or once you've heard from the rest of the team.
Thank you, Ms. Gull. Any immediate questions?
Yes. I'm interested in the Waikanae submissions in particular, and the extent to which the issue in terms of the safety issue is an existing issue, and like you've said, it will, there's intensification brings more people near the rail corridor, but any zoning under the operative plan, if there's not a house on the property, will bring more people there. I'm not quite clear on how, where that nexus is between the intensification and the setback.
Absolutely. So under the existing planning without the density that Plan Change 12 brings, that there is much more space on a site for looking at the rail corridor. And we do acknowledge that there is not currently an existing permitted activity standard. However, intensification significantly increases the risk of someone abutting right up to that rail corridor because you're trying to fit more houses on that same site. And so I would absolutely argue that intensification increases the risk of that safety, unsafe situation occurring, and that this is a matter to ensure the safer, efficient operation of that rail corridor is nationally significant infrastructure to have that safety buffer for that intensification enabled by Plan Change 12.
Thank you. That's helpful. And then I don't know if this is a question for you or perhaps for one of your witnesses, maybe from Kiwi Rail, just in terms of the 5 metre. I understand that's been sought in some other areas, but for example in Waikato I think it was 2.5, and I'm just wondering why 5 metres and why not 2.5?
Absolutely. Kiwi Rail has sought safety setbacks throughout New Zealand in almost every plan, whole of plan review and plan change process over the last sort of period of time. Up until recently, Kiwi Rail had not been able to go through the detailed Section 32 analysis. Kiwi Rail had, from a pragmatic, apologies, I've got some.
Apologies, can you still hear me?
Yes.
Yes, you're back on. Yep.
Thank you. Sorry, I had a horrible echo in my headset, so I will remove those. Yes, so Kiwi Rail had consistently sought 5 metres in plans around the country and had achieved 5 metres, 4 metres, a varying degree. That Section 32 analysis has now been undertaken with the report by Ms Anna Galvin, who looked at it from a health and safety perspective and what spaces you would need from scaffolding, a dropped object zone, the sort of the diagrams in Ms Hepplethwaite's evidence, which demonstrates that the 5 metres that Kiwi Rail had always sort of thought from a practical perspective what was about right is demonstrated by breaking down into all those components. Kiwi Rail does take a very pragmatic approach, and in other plan processes, certainly before the Section 32 was undertaken, where there was district or local matters that meant that a 2.5 or a 3 was able to be considered by Kiwi Rail and felt that they could make that work, then Kiwi Rail accepted those through sort of mediation and consent order processes. So very long-winded way of saying that certainly you're absolutely right, Kiwi Rail has accepted 2.5 and 3 in Waikato, and that was a mediated appeal process. However, that was before the full Section 32 analysis had been prepared and that sort of considerable piece of work undertaken.
And so with the Section 32, you're saying now that it justifies that 5 metres and nothing smaller than, there's nothing in between the 5 and the, it's 5 or nothing.
Certainly in the higher zones, we've been involved in other plan processes, and Ms Grinnerton Hancock, Ms Hepplethwaite and I have presented on this quite frequently. Sometimes in the natural open space zone, there's lower building heights, there's much more space. We've certainly looked at different metres there, but as a starting point, the health and safety analysis is to accommodate a general scaffolding, accommodate someone walking around that scaffold and have a little bit of space for something falling off that scaffold. 5 metres is about right. I think it does kind of almost go past that up to 6, but we're taking 5 metres as sort of an average practical metre distance. But certainly, we've been in discussions with other councils around specifics of certain zones and whether, sort of a step setback or 4 metres is more appropriate depending on a particular zone characteristic.
So is there any difference between the setback that your Section 32 shows as being necessary for the MDRS versus the HDRZ, or is in Waikato, is that not an issue? Do you not have any HDRZ close to where your rail line is?
That is a good question. I would need to go back and double check. And also, I guess, just in terms of practicalities, the Waikato process was started before the MDRS came in. And so there is certainly, I guess, a bit of cart before horse element there. But I'm very happy to come back to you on how that Waikato process unfolded, because I don't have it front of my mind.
Thank you. Got it.
All right, thank you. Let's move to your witnesses.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Michelle Grillinton Hancock, and I am the manager of the RMA team. I am an RMA planner by trade, but today I'm appearing purely in a corporate capacity. I don't propose to read my statement in full, but just go through some summary points, mainly around train numbers and the busyness of the rail corridor in Hamilton. My evidence sets out the rail network as a nationally and regionally significant infrastructure asset. I don't want to repeat the detail, but I did want to underline the benefits of rail, including that rail produces at least 70% less carbon emissions per tonne of freight carried in comparison to heavy road freight. The key rail lines that pass through Hamilton District are the North Island Main Trunk and the East Coast Main Trunk. These are very busy lines which have multiple scheduled services. There's trains running 7 days a week, including the Tahuia passenger train between Hamilton and Auckland. I had a look at current scheduled train numbers, and at the moment, between Hamilton and places like Tauranga and or Auckland, we've got on average 24 trains a day running 5 days a week, 6 trains on a Sunday and 8 trains on a Saturday. In terms of trains passing through the district, we've got 20 trains scheduled 5 days a week, 6 trains on a Saturday, 2 trains a day on Sunday. And of note is that all of those trains use diesel engines in order to pull either their freight or their passenger load. So differentiation between Auckland and Wellington is the metros run on electric. All of the trains that are passing through Hamilton District are diesel. KeyRail expects that train movements on these lines will only become busier as demand for rail freight and services continues to grow, and it's critical to predict and provide for the ongoing operation and future development of the rail network by including appropriate controls in Plan Change 12. That's really all I wanted to speak to you today, but I'm happy to answer any other train number questions that you've got.
Thank you for that. Not sure we've got any train spotters in the panel, but yeah. Do you qualify?
I'm definitely a train spotter, I have to admit that. But no, I haven't got any trains to spot here. No, thanks.
No, thank you, Miss. Who are we? Grillington Hancock. My apologies for turning around and in order to see you. No questions. So why don't we move through to? I'm not sure whether it's Dr. Childs or Ms. Hipplethwaite.
I think we'll have Dr. Charles next to speak to you about rail noise and vibration.
Right, thank you, and welcome again, Dr. Childs.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My brief of evidence is very narrow in terms of the ground it's covered, and I know this is an experienced panel that's heard these issues before, so I won't sort of labour all the points. Just in terms of the key thing that I've set out in my evidence is that the noise and vibration effects from the rail corridor, the distances over which those effects occur, are greater than the current controls in the operative district plan. And I've set out this in the appendix to my evidence. I've set out the kind of the the factual basis on which I can sort of make those statements about the extent of the effects. But other than that, I'd suggest I'll hand it over for any questions, unless there's any other points you want me to elaborate on.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Charles. I just picked up on your comment about the unsuitability of the criteria and the rule, and then you go on to specify the control on health effects in terms of the 1 hour LAEQ, and then Ms. Grindon Hancock advised there were 20 trains a day on weekdays, that being the maximum number over any 24 hours. So I guess my question is, like, is there a problem with the rule as specified in terms of the 24-hour measurement period?
Yes, in my opinion, the rule that's been in the operative plan for some time is suboptimal technically. I don't think it's quite fit for purpose.
Right. In terms of your knowledge of other similar rules and other plans, do they use the same measurement period or the one that you'd prefer?
All of those that I can think of would use the measurement, the shorter, the 1 hour period. I think I've sort of engaged by Waka Kotahi and Kiwirau quite often, and this was one of the earlier plans where a rule was put in the plan, and I think there hadn't been the refinement of the rules in subsequent processes. So this is for rail noise. This is unusual.
Right. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Charles. We'll see how Ms. Habberthwaite's put that into practice, shall we?
Absolutely.
Good afternoon, panel. Are you able to hear me well?
Yep, we can hear you, and with a bit of difficulty, we can see you.
Feel free to face in a comfortable position. I will endeavour to be brief. It is late in the afternoon. It's a long day, I'm sure.
If I was to do that, I'd go and lie down.
Please, sir, not yet. Shortly. I'm Kat Hebblethwaite. As Ms. Gunnell has pointed out, I am a planning consultant. I have around 30 years' experience in the public and private sector, and today I am here to address QRL submissions. Ms. Gunnell has already summarised the general ambit of the submission points and the outcome sought, being the setback, vibration and noise provisions. I have read Mr. Roberts' summary statement, and I will perhaps confirm first that you've read my primary statement and are familiar with its content, and possibly happy that I don't go over those, but I can also do that if you wish.
No, happy for you to just move on. Thank you.
Right, there's really just three points I'd like to just address from Mr. Roberts' statement, and he has properly numbered his paragraphs, so I'll commence this as his rebuttal statement. I'll just commence with paragraph 7, where he has been through and made quite a detailed assessment of the numbers of properties which would be impacted by the setback assessment, not the noise control or the vibration control, just the building setback. I made a similar assessment visually. I didn't go through and count them, so his extra work is quite helpful. Helpful in that I think it points out the very limited range of properties or number of properties or sites that would be impacted by the setback control. And if my addition is correct, it's around 130, including the zones he's pointed there, which is the general residential, the historic heritage area and medium residential. So that's for me, that's quite helpful to put some context around the actual practical implications of that. In his paragraph 8, he goes further to talk about a cycleway which runs from the CBD just to the south of the rail line, along with the rail line, and then head south towards Kahikatea Drive. That he's correctly pointed out that that cycle path is in the QRL designation, and it does provide some setback from the physical operating tracks. Again, it's a statement of fact. I've got no question with that. I do think, though, there are two other things to consider in addition to saying, oh, that provides a suitable buffer. And again, I'm only talking about the setback, not noise or vibration. They're separate issues addressed by Dr. Charles. The way in which the setback rule is structured is it's a permitted activity standard. So the time you would need consent would be if you wish to develop a building or structure inside that 5 metre setback, as it's currently proposed. The matters of discretion are such that they're very focused. They're in my Appendix 1 to my primary evidence. They talk about whether the building can be safely maintained in the outcome of any consultation from KRL. I obviously don't speak for KRL. I don't address consent applications on their behalf in any way, shape or form, but I would have thought, in my opinion, that it's a reasonable prospect that where you have an existing cycle path and a fairly substantive setback from the active rail line, that considering granting written approval to a building inside that 5 metre setback where there is a lower risk along the Rhine, there's a possibility. It's certainly something that could be considered. As I said, I don't actually speak for KRL in that regard. That's my opinion. But I see Mr. Roberts' example of having the cycleway as providing a workable example where a resource consent may be granted in a situation, or written approval may be given by KRL in a situation where there is a suitable setback. The point of explaining that was to indicate that the 5 metre setback is not a no-build zone. It's not a definite, you shall not go here. It is a place where extra care and consideration needs to be taken if buildings are to be located in that area to make sure that ongoing building maintenance can be safely undertaken in the site. And that's a consideration both of the building location on the site, but also of what KRL may or may not be operating on the other side of the boundary.
Just a question on that. The purpose for that setback in the evidence is for safety. I'm just wondering, is it required if we've got a cycleway intervening, is that safety justification still there for that setback? What is the safety effect for having an additional 5 metres in that sort of situation?
Well, broadly, there is obviously a range of activities KRL could undertake within that designation. They may choose to put other activities there apart from the cycleway, but I will assume some of you have witnessed e-cyclists and other cycleway users, electric scooters. They can travel at quite a speed. I am told some of them up to 50 odd kilometres an hour. So even if there is no rail track immediately next to their railway line, there are other activities that can occur in that designation, which could result in a risk to people who might wish to pop ladders or scaffolding or other things into that. So it's I would acknowledge a lower risk with a cycleway, but certainly you've still potentially got faster moving generally two, but sometimes skateboards have 4, and electric vehicles zooming along that pathway. Right, the other thing I'd just like to address in Mr. Roberts' evidence is just paragraph 9, where he has correctly indicated that the HHA, or Historic Heritage Area, does have some additional height and height to boundary controls, which might limit the type of development which can be undertaken in the zone. I completely agree with his assessment in that regard. There are some interesting height controls and some height to boundary controls which are more restrictive. None of those, however, limit greatly the proximity which a building could be located relative to the rail boundary. They are all relative to building height and height to boundary. So nothing says you shall be well set back from the rail boundary in the specific HHH controls. There's nothing detailed there. I understand the yard requirement is still 1.5 or 3 metres, depending on which of the yard provisions you apply and whether you're a side or a rear yard. So the only variable there is building height, and that is, again, depending on which set of provisions you applied, not which set of provisions, how the provisions impact your particular building site. For example, whether you are taking the provision which has the maximum height of the existing building, or an assessment of buildings adjoining for height, or the, I think it's 8 metre height limit. They would be the controls rather than the setback. That's really all I wish to cover, except to acknowledge Mr. Roberts' agreement with the vibration alert layer and the amendments he's proposed in his paragraph 14, just to confirm that I am quite comfortable with the changes he's made. So if the panel wish to adopt those, that would be helpful. Otherwise, I'm happy to answer any questions.
No other questions, but just run us through again the 5 metres. I mean, I know on other panels we've seen some graphics and so on that, which I suspect is somewhere in your primary evidence, is it, or is it somewhere else?
Yes, sir. If I could refer you to my primary evidence, I'll just confirm the. It's PDF page 66 of 181.
Okay.
There's a what I'm referring to. Hopefully, the numbering matches your documentation.
Yeah. Okay.
Figure 10 of the Galvin Consulting report.
Right.
There's
thank you.
four building heights. Hopefully that's of help. I think that may also assist the question you asked of Ms. Gannell earlier about how the 5 metres was arrived at, considering various building heights. You'll see the diagrams there show the 4 metre 60 height to boundary, and also buildings as the height varies as you step away from that boundary, and how the height to boundary interfaces with the height control. So that, and you'll see below the building diagrams, there is a range of metric setbacks depending on the type of scaffolding and the drop zones available and required for each of those.
All right, thank you. And just to confirm, and I think Ms. Gunner, you've already confirmed that KiwiRail's position is basically it's 5 metres or nothing. Hello? Ms. Gunner?
Ms. Gunner, would you like to answer that for KiwiRail?
I'm very happy for you to answer, Kath.
Okay.
I mean, what I mean by that is you're not posing an alternate option here. You're seeking 5 metres, and that's it.
Certainly, KiwiRail's position is that 5 metres is warranted to provide that space. You know, if council wanted to open a dialogue, if it thought a lesser setback was warranted, Ms. Grinlington Hancock could perhaps authorise that type of discussion. KiwiRail does seek to be pragmatic. We have done the work, and we you know, think that 5 metres is the reasonable amount needed, but certainly, as you will have heard from my discussion earlier, KiwiRail certainly has agreed to other distances, you know, because of specific reasons and characteristics.
Thank you. Nothing more? All right, well, thank you very much for your presentations this afternoon, and travel well on whatever vehicle you're using. Yes, right. Right.
Thank you very much, sir, and thank you very much to the panel. Have a lovely evening.
Unless there's anything else. Ms. Modani, is there anything else?
No, just the housekeeping for tomorrow and the intention around closing for the city. So the city's been left with a series of questions through the course of its presentation of evidence and some of the other parties that have presented. So it will come back to you on that as part of the closing, and then there will be a legal closing as well. There are, I think, a number of written supplementary statements of evidence which are either with Mary and will be passed to you in advance, either now or in the next probably half an hour, and so if there's an opportunity to pre-read those, well and good. If not, the witnesses will be here tomorrow to talk you through that additional information. And other than Mr. Farrand, who will be online for his questions, I think everyone else can be in person. So the idea is that we'll deal with the additional evidence that you need. I won't give it from the bar. So you'll hear from witnesses.
You promise?
I'll do my best. So we'll present that evidence, and then I will present legal submissions which wrap up a range of topics, and that'll be based on a sort of a loose set of draft written legal submissions, which I won't hand up, but I'll just speak to. Those will then be tidied up and supplemented and then provided to you by the 20th of September, which I think was the deadline that you had identified. And that will complete the closing.
Thank you, Ms. Madani.
Can you confirm who we'll be hearing from tomorrow?
Yes, so there's Mr. Farrant, who's going to come back on a range of stormwater and stormwater retention device related matters and issues that came up in his questions. Ms. Buckingham, who has got a short amendment to some provisions that she needs to make, and she's caught, I think, either an error or an anomaly which needs to be addressed. So you'll hear back from Ms. Buckingham on that. There is Paul Ryan, who has been working hard with others over the last few days to do an audit of all of those transport-related provisions and see where any of them might run up against the Waikanae edges or prohibition, and he has identified a number of provisions which he has isolated and also figured out a drafting solution. So we'll present that evidence as well. There is, Michael Graham has produced a proposed definition for, I think it was deep soils, and that's been produced in a short statement. He may or may not need to be questioned, that may be able to be taken as read, I'm not sure. And then there will be also Mr. Roberts, who will sweep up a range of other planning-related matters. There were some questions, I think, at the outset around the capacity questions and whether the reduced and adjusted zonings were still meeting some of those capacity targets. We've got some more information which Mr. Roberts can close out that issue on, and also whether there's been any other shifts from the city in terms of any drafting issues that have emerged through the last few days. Mr. Roberts will address you on that and do the sort of the traditional planning sweep in a, I guess, a 42A kind of sense. He, I think, has produced a draft summary statement, but we wanted to review that one overnight, so that'll be held back, I think, until tomorrow. And so that'll be the sum total of the witnesses and the evidence that you'll hear.
So there's nothing further on financial contributions?
There is going to be legal submissions on financial contributions. There is. I've lots to say. But I'm going to rely on the evidence that's been presented and the materials, including the draft provisions. So I'll take you to that material rather than any need to introduce new evidence.
Yeah. So what, we're looking at the thicker end of 2 hours, do you think?
I think so, yes. And I think we've got a relatively light morning, foodstuffs, and then Ms. Callaway on behalf of Waikato Heritage Group, and then there was a scheduled morning tea, and then we would take that slot, and we may just keep going until we finish, and then that would be the end of it. I mean, if there's a desperate need for lunch, we can adjourn, but I'm sure everyone would prefer just to roll on through.
No, we're desperate to get to an end of this.
I'll do my best to accommodate that.
Right. All right. All right.
Ah, yes.
Mary? All right, thank you. We're adjourned.